In this EU5 beginner's guide, I'll show you how to go from this to this in under 100 years, and I'll make it so easy to follow, even grandma would understand. There's even a checklist link in the description to help you follow along step by step. Let's get started. First thing we do before we even jump into the game is go to the settings tab down here. Go to your interface section, scroll down to the tooltips section, and look for map tooltips. By default, it's enabled. You can turn it to no C zones or disabled. I highly recommend, especially in the early game when you're just learning everything, disable it. If you don't disable it, you're going to get a pop-up every time your mouse stops moving for less than 0.3 seconds. Again, we'll be explaining what everything means. You don't want something blocking your vision the entire game. Next, head over to the Input Bindings tab right next to Interface. Scroll all the way to the very bottom and then scroll up maybe 1 or 2 pages and you'll see River Maps and river arrows. This one doesn't seem to be working, but rivers does work. So go ahead and click on that. I recommend putting it as Alt-R. By default, Control-R is a different map mode, so don't overwrite that one. Just do it as Alt-R. I redid all of my hotkeys, so I don't want you to mess with yours for now. Just add a new one. So do Alt-R for river modes. That'll come in handy later in the tutorial. All right, let's go ahead and close that out, and we are ready to select a new game. Now, this could be intimidating. There's a lot of options to pick from. You can pick from some of the suggested ones. I don't really think it's a good idea. There's way too many things to consider. We're going to come down here to the humble area of Ireland. This is kind of a backwards part of the world. And so we'll be starting in the top east, the northeast corner. This is pronounced Iva. So the Tuath of Iva. And I highly recommend this one. It starts out as a single province, and you might think that's a bit of a death trap and an uphill struggle. Believe me, it's a lot easier than it looks if you follow those directions step by step. Now, when you click on him, you'll notice the character portrait right here. He starts off at 37 years old. That'll be the same every time you click on him. However, every game you start, these 3 numbers are randomized. This is your admin skill, your diplomatic skill, and your military skill. And if we hover over this, we'll see the tooltip pop up and telling you exactly what each of these bonuses give you when you're rolling a country. So a lot of this may look like gibberish now. I'm going to explain what most of this means. The most important thing is that you have enough diplomatic points. I recommend at least 50. If you can get somebody with higher than that, maybe 60, even into the 70s as possible, I would recommend doing that. So what you can do if you don't want to accept what you have, if you have a pretty bad ruler, let's say you're all in the 20s or 30s, I would recommend backing out. So you just hit go back to the main menu, click a new game, and you go through this whole cycle again. Just do it a couple times until you get one that has half decent stats. We go loaded back in, and this time we have 39, 52, and 53. So like I said, this is randomized. You're going to get anywhere from 30 up to about 70. Sometimes you can go a little less than that or a little higher than that on the low and high end. However, vast majority of the time, you'll have something in the 30 to 70 range. Now, you can get 70, 70, and then something else here. So if you really want to save scum this and try to min-max it out, try to get at least 60 or 70 in these 2 stats. It could take you a good 10, 15 minutes to get that though. So if you're anxious to get in and start playing, maybe just do this a couple times. Make sure you have at least 50 Diplo skill or higher. It shouldn't take you long at all to find a character like that. And once you're done with that, we're going to go ahead and click play as Iva. As I mentioned, I already save scum this, so I have a half decent start already picked out. And you can see here, we've got one that's 65 in the Diplo, which is really good, almost 60 in admin, and even half decent military stat. The military is not nearly as important for this specific start. It could be important for other parts of the world, but for right here, we don't need it. We mostly need a lot of diplomatic. And then having admin will help a little bit as well. But we're not quite yet ready to start. Before we do anything else, there's a couple message settings that I highly recommend switching. If you press escape, go down to the bottom, there's message settings right here. And then under war message settings, we'll find all the ones that we're looking for. So if you look towards the bottom of the first page, one of our armies is attacked by the enemy. We have it selected so that all 4 of these are going to go. It logs a display message. It gives us a pop-up. It pauses the game. This is the key thing here, is make sure the game is paused. And then it also toggles the map display. I like to have all 4 of these selected, and I think there's, 10 of these things on there. I recommend going to the Notion page. Its link is in the description because they're all there. It's going to be hard to follow it off of the video. You're going to have to pause a bunch of times. So just go off of that list. I'm going to show it on screen right now as well. So if you look right here, we've got when one of our armies is attacked by the enemy, when we win a land battle, when one of our navies is attacked by the enemy, when we win a navy battle, etc., etc. So the idea here is anytime something important happens with our military, we want the game to pause and we want to have to manually unpause it. And then final thing before we continue is I really recommend creating save states all along the course of this tutorial, because there will be times where you make a mistake, or maybe you want to see, okay, if I did one direction or the other, what would happen? If you have a saved file, you can just go back and retry it going a different direction and see what difference it made. It's probably the best way to learn rather than having to go back and redo the entire run from scratch every single time. So this top section is what you want the entire save file clump to be named as. For me is the grandma guide. And then each individual save state within this clump is going to be whatever you want. In this instance, I have the very beginning, the start before I make any changes. That way, if you want to go back and try to make some changes later from what you initially did, you can try that out. Maybe you want to marry somebody else, maybe you want to enact a different law, etc. And I'll give you some reminders from when I recommend making a save state so that you can make some mistakes or go back and test some new things. But yeah, that's pretty much it for the setup. Let's go ahead and get to actually playing the game. Here we go, starting phase 1 before we unpause. Let's start up at the economics tab. Now, before I even get into this, let me just tell you, I typically don't like to info dump on everything. I know a lot of guides like to just explain every little button, every little bit of detail. I find that's too much, and you will probably remember one or two things out of the thousands that people will tell you. What I like to do is kind of explain things as they are relevant to us in the campaign, so they're much easier to retain. It's much better to perfect 50% of the game than to get a guide where they explain 100% and you only understand maybe 5% and retain 5% of the info. So that's kind of how we're going to be doing this. But rest assured, by the end of the campaign, by the end of the tutorial, you will understand just about everything that we're covering, and you can basically go off and learn the rest of the game on your own, because you'll have a very solid understanding of how the very basics work, how to expand your economy, your country, diplomacy, etc., etc. So on the economics tab, we'll start up here at the top, the minting. This is basically our ability to make money. We can print money if we want. We go all the way up. It's going to increase inflation. We don't want to have inflation because basically every percent of inflation increases every single cost that you have by that same amount. So you can increase it up until this no longer turns red, and then you're good to go. So in this case, we're going to make 0.03 ducats. Let's go ahead and automate our chieftain's tax. We don't need to mess with that. We cannot tax clergy because Catholics are not allowed to tax their clergy. They need to spend money on other things. And the commoner's tax we will automate as well. And then the clan's tax, you can just turn that down to 0. You can't really tax them anyways. They don't pay us any money. So better to not tax them at all and just keep them happy. Now, the reason we want to automate this is because the game is very good at keeping your equilibrium point where they do not cause rebellions, but you will still make money from them. Later on, if you want to uncheck this, you can tax them as much as you want. For example, you can go for max value, get as much money as you can. You're going to piss them off, and that's going to cause rebellions in your country, which not the worst thing in the world. So if you need money, you can do that, but generally just let them automate. Like I said, they'll keep it at that happy point where you make as much money as you can without causing rebellions. Moving on to cost of the court. We're going to max this out, and this value basically increases our tribal cohesion. And in other forms of government, right now we are starting out as a tribe government. If you're a monarchy, it'll increase your legitimacy. Essentially, it's all kind of the same thing, but just with a different hat. So up here, we can see our tribal cohesion, and we're right now at 75.91. And by maxing this out, we'll get another 0.91 every month until we hit 100. Now, by having a high tribal cohesion, we're going to get increased levy size, which is basically our cheap troops. Those are the ones that we use in the early game. The rebellions, don't worry about. I wouldn't even look at that number. Who cares? Great score power, we're tiny. That doesn't matter right now. But in the future, you'll want to have a great power score higher. And if you have low tribal cohesion, you will start to get some debuffs. But like I said, right now we want to keep it as high as we can so that we can get max amount of troop size so we can take over Ireland fast. So that's what that is. Don't mess with army maintenance because we don't have any full-time armies. The levies that we hire are going to be not paid. They basically are peasants. and then when we're done, we disband them back into the countryside, but we don't have to pay for them. We also don't have a navy because we're broke and we're tiny. We also have a fort, which we will be deleting that soon. Don't worry about this. Next is diplomatic spending. So increase this all the way up to the max, but what this does is it gives us increased loyalty of our subjects, plus 30. We don't have subjects right now, but we will within a year or less, we will have some subjects. Diplomatic capacity. This basically means how many subjects you can have, how many alliances, how many vassals, tributaries, anything that you want that is not your own country, you need to have diplomatic capacity for, and that helps with that. Max diplomats. So right now, we currently have 5 diplomats to send out. You need a diplomat to send most actions, not everything, but most things you need. So for example, if we want to send an insult to somebody, if we want to ask for an alliance, if we want to declare war, if we want to change something within our vassals, we need to have a diplomat available. So this increases how many diplomats that we have, and it also increases how many we can rack up each month. So essentially what you do is you save up a certain amount per month, so 0.5 per month up to your maximum. We have a maximum of 4 diplomats, so we're over our max. But if we increase this, it'll allow us to have a few more and we can get them back faster. In this specific campaign, we want to have this maxed out just about the whole time because we're going to have a lot of vassals that we need to keep loyal. So we need that. We're also going to need to send a ton of offers to people. We're going to be insulting people. We're going to be improving relations. We're going to be doing all kinds of stuff. And we need as many diplomats as often as we can. So keep that maxed. And then finally, stability, bring that bad boy all the way up to max. That is this number right here. So stability for us is going to be very difficult to get up to the maximum of 100, which we want to do, but it's just going to be hard for us to do because a lot of the things we do are going to smash our stability. But essentially, when you have good stability, you're less likely to get rebels. Again, not really the worst thing in the world. Great power score, same thing as I mentioned before. Very important though, estate satisfaction equilibrium. So this means all of your estates, so all of your nobles, your burghers, the traders, your peasants, this helps keep all of your people happy, essentially. And then pops promotion speed. This is important. You don't need to worry what that means. We'll cover it soon, but this is a very good stat to have. These two are well worth getting up to 100. Now, on the flip side, if you have low stability, you actually get debuffs in all these. So everybody gets pissed off, nobody wants to promote, people are joining rebellions and all that. So you want to try to keep your stability as high as you can. However, there are instances where it's okay to go into the negative or take a hit to your stability, and that's exactly what we'll be doing in just a second. So we'll talk about why that is. We're going to get off the economy tab, but we're still doing one more thing for our economy. We need to get rid of that fort. So we're going to click on our only settlement here. This is at Rathfraulein, and down here on the left side, you'll see all of our potential buildings, all of our people. So we have tribesmen, we have peasants, we have the military staff or soldiers, we have laborers, clerics, so all the church people, and then finally the nobles. We literally have nothing here but a stockade, so let's go ahead and delete that. If you hover your mouse over this, you could see this little minus sign, destroy stockade building. We're going to go ahead and destroy it. Now we are no longer losing money. We're actually breaking even, or a little tiny profit, even though everything is maxed out. So that is good news there. Oh, quick correction. We're actually not making a profit. I forgot. So it'll update on the monthly tick. So once the month rolls over, this automation would have taken over, but you could see here, I had it all the way up here and it was showing a profit because we're taxing them, our nobles, and that would have been obviously not a good idea. So it will, by next month, it'll actually go down to right here, basically. So you should be having a small loss. We will run a net negative for about, I don't know, 5-10 years, something like that. It might turn over sooner than that, but we've got a little bit of money in the bank and we're going to be taking a lot of money from all the wars we'll be getting into. So don't worry about money. We are nowhere near in danger of going bankrupt, even though we'll run a deficit for quite a while. Up next, let's handle some things on the government tab. Or what might be easier is up here at the top, you get all these little pop-ups that tell you either stuff that needs to be happening or some negative things that could potentially be hindering your country. It's going to be this one right here, possible reforms that we can enact. Right here, this is just tips. I don't find this particularly helpful, to be honest. Actually, don't show agenda at the start of the game. Yep, I should have disabled that. This thing is not good. The next one is going to be possible rivals. In general, I like to work my way right to left on this. Left to right, there's some things over here that you just can't do anything about. They just take more time. Some things we can take care of immediately, but a lot of times these things just take a little bit of time to fix. But right here, possible rivals, we will do that soon, but not yet. Let's actually go to possible reforms. And if you want to find this in the future, it's over here on the governments tab. Make sure you're on the country on the top. There's either values or country. Make sure you're on country. And then there's more tabs right here, we have estates. So there's other things which we'll get to later, but we are focusing on the estates. And again, I'm going to start at the bottom and work our way up. So what we're doing here is we're giving power that we own to these estates in return for something back, like a bonus or, better relations, etc. So if we come down here to the clans are temporary. They will eventually go away because they convert into commoners. So over time, every month, maybe 10 or 15 of these guys will convert over, but there's tens of thousands here. So eventually they'll all shift away. So giving these guys some power doesn't really matter because they're going to lose it eventually anyways. But if we go here to this plus sign, we can add new estate privileges. And the one we're looking for is pasture access. Now, if you look right here, this allows them to get more positive equilibrium. So it basically makes them happy. In this case, pasture access doesn't do anything for them. It does, however, give them a little bit of power. So when you give somebody else power, it takes power away from everybody else. So right now, if we hover at the top, this estate power of Iva, you can see we are the Derbfine. I don't know what that means, but Derbfine is us. So that's the crown power. We start with 48.84. That's going to go down as soon as we unpause. So don't get used to that. The chieftains start with a lot of power. So most of the struggle we'll have in the early game is getting it away from the chieftains and into us and maybe some of the other estates as well so they can help us. So chieftains are real strong. The clergy, they can be strong. It's not as big of a deal. Commoners have almost no power and they pretty much stay that way for most of the game. And as I mentioned, the clans, they have a little bit of power, but they slowly erode and lose it to the commoners. But right here, if we look at what we get for having high power, you can see there's some bonuses that we get. We can get revoke privilege. Don't worry about most of this stuff. But one thing we did talk about is estate satisfaction equilibrium. This is really hard to get, actually. There's not a whole lot of things where you can do it. And it's really easy to piss your estates off and have them pay less taxes, spawn rebels, all that stuff. So really important to keep your estate satisfaction high, which means we need to have a high crown power relative to theirs so that we can keep that up nice and high. There's some other things that are really nice in here as well. Change policy costs, that'll come in handy later at some point. Efficiency of our cabinet, that'll come in handy later. We'll talk about that soon. Expected cost of court, we did talk about that one. So it makes that one slider cheaper, and that slider scales with how much money you're making. I believe it's both your tax basis and all of your trade income. So literally every piece of money that comes in, you have to pay a certain percentage out of that to your court if you want to keep your court costs, if you want to keep your stability and your tribal cohesion high. So very important. Like I said, we want to keep this as high as we can so we can get all kinds of bonuses. It also makes your buildings cheaper to upkeep. And then parliament base, we'll talk about the parliament here in just a second, but the base support starts at 24.42. Now, if we look at the chieftains, they are higher than what we want them to be. The ideal situation is that they have less than 25%. The perfect situation is they have way less than 25%. And you could see by having more than 25, we can tax them less. They get 3.72% less tax for the noble estates. So we aren't making nearly as much money from them, and they have a lot of power, which means they own a lot of the lands, which means a lot of the tax bases that we have goes to them and not to us. So that's a problem because they're making more money than we are, and we want to get this number below 25. Levy combat efficiency, this is a bonus. Fort limit, that's a bonus. So there's some good things to having a high percentage of power for your estates, but in general, this outweighs this by significant amount. So you want to get this down below 25 as fast as you can. Now, there's also these things called over here, you can see values. There's a bunch of values. I'm not going to go over what each one does, but just be aware when we're talking about these things right here, monthly progress towards aristocracy. This is talking about the values. So there's a list in the Notion page that shows you the ones that I recommend focusing on for this specific campaign. So you can just go off of that list. If you see something like this and it's not on the list, it means you don't want it. So for example, aristocracy is one that we do not want. Aristocracy versus plutocracy. So if we look at aristocracy, if you have more of your values headed towards aristocracy at the max value, you will get plus 10 nobles in cities and towns, which means they get more power because there's more people there. Their noble power goes up by 50% as well, so it makes them even stronger the more it goes. You do get discipline, which means your troops fight quite a bit better, and then it makes your expected cost of court up by 2%, which is a lot. These are all bad, except for the discipline, but but you know, that's 5% is not going to really make or break your country, whereas having too high a noble power can potentially make or break your country. If we go over to plutocracy, you can see here your tax efficiency. So whatever your tax is, you get a bonus of 2.5 on top of it. It's basically like printing free money from nothing. It's crazy. And it also decreases your expected court cost by 2%. So that's that really high cost that scales with the size of your country. That helps keep that one in check. So ideally, we want to move away from aristocracy and towards plutocracy, which means if we keep allowing the chieftains to have a ton of power, they will slowly, ever so slowly push towards the max out on aristocracy. We don't want that. So obviously we want to pull the power away from these guys. Now you can see clergy, they only have 14.9, so about 15%. Because they're 10 points below this 25, we actually can tax them more, which is a waste for these guys because, as I mentioned, they're Catholic. We cannot tax the Catholic Church. So this is kind of wasted on the clergy. You can go up to 25 and it doesn't really make a difference. If you go over 25, you do start to get some debuffs. So be careful with that. Commoners, if you go below, you can tax them more. So you can see we can tax the peasants 11.74% more. And then the clans, you can tax them higher as well. But like I said before, you can't tax them actually. So this is wasted. So don't worry about these two nearly as much. You got to keep the chieftains in check. That's what we're going to be focusing most of our decisions on here. So that was a bit of a lengthy diversion, but I think a very important one because a lot of the decisions that we're talking about will directly correlate to what I just mentioned. So anyways, we're going to come in here to the clans. We're going to add pasture access. So go ahead, left click on that and it adds it in. Now you notice every time we give the clan something, it reduces the satisfaction for everybody else. This is a temporary decrease. This is not a permanent minus 1.6. This is just temporary. It'll go back up. And I believe most of the time it goes up by 0.2. Monthly change 0.4 for the clergy, 0.2. And 0.2, yeah. The clergy is double, so they recover a bit faster. And then the chieftains, it takes a long time to make them happy again. So that's what we're doing there. Let's go up to the commoners. Now, the commoners have a privilege that is not good. Their only benefit here is that it reduces their power. But as you can see, having them with a little bit more power makes almost no difference because they're basically powerless right now. So we're going to go ahead and right click on this to delete it because we do not want to give our peasant levy size minus 50%. We are literally surviving or dying based on how many levies we have. So having half of our army size would be a disaster. So go ahead and right click on that and it's going to pop up saying cost to remove is 3.8 stability and minus 25% estate satisfaction. So the peasants will be pissed off for a little bit and we do lose some of our stability, and the stability scales with how much estate power that they have. So you could see if we wanted to do the same thing to the chieftains, it would go up to 66% instead of only 3. So handing out privileges to people that have very little power is easy because you can just pick and choose and you won't really get hit too hard by doing it. So I don't feel too bad about giving commoners a bunch. You have to be extremely careful giving privileges to people that have a lot of power. So for example, up here, the chieftains, we'll have to be careful. But like I said, one thing at a time, let's go ahead and revoke that from the commoners. And we are going to add two things in here. We're going to add common militias. This is going to make them 5% happier for their equilibrium. It will give them 50% more power, but no big deal. Peasant levy size plus 20%. So not only do we not have a minus 50, we get a plus 20. So we're basically going up by 70% from what we were before. And we also have levy combat efficiency plus 25%, so they fight better, and they're allowed to use weapons. That'll make sense later, but when we start to have a weapon economy, we start producing our own weapons, we'll be able to sell them to these guys and then tax them on the difference. So basically helps you build your economy, but not right now. This will help us a lot right now though. So common militias, we'll add that in there, and you could see their power is going to go up. It'll creep up slowly once we unpause. The next thing we are going to add is communal lands. Now, this one is a little bit risky. I wouldn't normally do it. Now, because this is a beginner's guide, I am going to recommend doing it because it is going to curtail the noble's power by minus 5%. The only reason I'm going to recommend, if you're like a little bit more of an expert or maybe you don't think you need the help, it pushes you towards decentralization, which is not good. And it's a huge push. 0.2 is pretty big. However, in the early stages, as I mentioned, the biggest issue is keeping the nobles in check. And so reducing the nobles' power is actually really good. So I'm going to turn that on. And then if we need to turn it off later, it's only going to cost us 3, maybe because we just gave them a little power. It'll go up a little bit. Maybe it'll cost us like 10 stability or less, we can get that back in a year or so. So really not that expensive to do, but it will reduce the noble's power, which is very good for what we're looking to do. Next, let's move on to the clergy. Now the clergy, as I mentioned, is kind of a unique one because we can't tax them. So naturally their satisfaction is going to be sky high because they are not paying any taxes. So we're going to add two things here. We're going to add religious administration. So go ahead and scroll down until you see religious administration. Right here, it's going to give 5% satisfaction, only 33% power increase. The power increase can go anywhere from 10% all the way up to 100. So a 33 is kind of in the middle road. It's not too bad. This is going to make it cheaper and easier for us to get our stability up. So it'll give us a free 0.01. You can see right now we are at 0.48. So it doesn't seem like it's a lot, but like I said, it's free. It doesn't cost us anything. So just throw that up there. And then the next thing is we're going to add religious diplomats, and that's towards the bottom as well. Religious diplomats does not make them happier. It only gives them 10% power, so it's basically negligible. This thing doesn't really change much, but it does give us a max diplomat of +1, which is going to help us a lot because we're going to be sending a lot of diplomats out. You could probably skip this if you really want. You don't want to add too many things out, but like I said, not really a big deal. Now, the big issue here is the chieftains. Now, the chieftains, we are going to add one, but let's take a look at the one that they currently start with. So this one will cost us 66 stability if we revoke it. We're currently at 26. So you can see 26, if we subtract 66, we'll be at -40. You can go all the way to -100 stability, which is not good. Definitely not something that you want to do. This makes them 5% harder to satisfy, so their estate satisfaction -5. It only gives them 10% estate power, so this isn't particularly damaging in terms of making them stronger, but it is really bad for keeping them happy. And remember, if you don't make them happy, you can't tax them. So this is costing us money, essentially. And it's giving us a bunch of bonuses that we can't even use. Like, we don't really use cavalry. Maximum tax for noble estates is amazing if you have a lot of satisfaction. We do not have satisfaction to tax them, so this literally is something that's unattainable unless we want to piss our nobles off. And then infantry maintenance, we will not have a standing army for quite a while, so this is literally wasted. We want to get rid of this as soon as we can. But we do, in the meantime, want to add one thing, and that's going to be share of the spoils. So if you scroll down close to the bottom, you'll see share of the spoils. This adds a much needed 5% satisfaction to offset the -5 that we have, and it only adds 20% to their power at the cost of 1% court cost. Now, we'll have this on for now, but eventually we will want to take this back off because we don't want to have that extra cost. The problem is we need to get their power down, and we also need to keep them happy in the meantime. So this is like a happy medium. It doesn't really make them too strong, but it makes it so they're manageable to work with because they'll be a little bit happy. And we're going to run a deficit no matter what we do. Cost of court goes up by 1%. We're paying -0.12, so maybe it'll go up by 0.01. Who freaking cares? It's basically nothing. So let's go ahead and add that in there. It'll make them a little bit happier. They were pretty pissed off that we gave out a bunch of these to the other estates. So we'll see what that does in terms of everybody's strength. But like I said, we are not going to be at 48%. The chieftains will definitely have more than us in the near term, but we'll get that fixed eventually. And then final thing, we have our own reforms. So we can give ourselves, they're called reforms instead of privileges, but it's basically giving yourself a privilege. So we currently start with 1 and we can have up to 2. We have Celtic traditions or Celtic, I don't know, whatever, Celtic traditions. We get cultural tradition. This is going to come into play later. It's basically keeps people from being able to convert your people easily. It's more of an important thing to consider when we're conquering other people's land than it is for us. Maybe in multiplayer it'd be important, but for us it's kind of irrelevant. Can be a member of the High Kingship. That's kind of nice. We'll talk about the mechanic later. And then we get pushed towards decentralization, which is bad. And we get pushed towards traditional economy, which is also bad. So we want to get rid of this at some point, but we do want to be part of the High Kingship up until a certain point, which we'll want to remove that at some point. So we'll go over that in a little bit. Next, let's go ahead and add one. So we can add a reform, and you can see there's a few in here. The ones at the top we can do, the ones down here we can't. And if you hover your mouse over it, it'll tell you exactly why. So religious tolerance requires that we have to have at least 50 humanists. So if this is something that you would like, if you're dealing with a lot of issues, you can kind of look through here and say, okay, well, I really want to decrease my change policy cost. You can come down here and say, okay, National Assemblies has it. What do I need to qualify? We need to reach National Assemblies Advanced. So it looks like there's a tech that you need, and then you can turn this on. Sometimes you can find some really good ones in here. So for example, I'm a huge fan of going naval instead of land because naval allows you to control your lands better on the water, and you'll make a lot more money, a lot more trade, all that stuff. There's not a whole lot of things that give out naval progress. this one does. So this would be one that you would want to eventually get, but you have to have already 50 naval to even turn it on. And we're already geared towards land. So unfortunately, we won't be able to get this one. But if we did have naval, we would be able to turn it on. But just for the future, every time you go to a new age on these advances, which will make sense later, you can turn these on. So anytime you advance, come down here and check and see if there's any new ones that you want to swap out, any new ones that popped up. So, but for now, the one that we want to specifically click on is diplomatic traditions. And this is going to be important because, as I mentioned, we will have a lot of vassals. We will need to keep them happy. And we also need to have a lot of diplomats. Diplomatic reputation is going to help you maintain control over your vassals. It'll help you annex them faster. And then diplo capacity allows you to have more subjects under your control. If you go over your diplomatic capacity, so let's say if you have more vassals than you can control, you will start to get some pretty nasty debuffs. So not ideal. Now, this does push us towards conciliatory. The other end of conciliatory is belligerence. And this is actually really good. We want to go towards belligerence. So this isn't something that we want to keep long-term. This is something that we want to have in the start of the game to help us get off the ground. And then eventually we'll transition away from this so that we can get into the good value, the societal value. But for now, diplomatic traditions, turn that one on. Moving on to the next set. So we talked about some of these possible diplomatic actions we will get to. Don't worry about that. Next is the possible cabinet action. So click on that. Or if you want to find how to get that manually in the future, over here, the government tab, make sure you're on the country tab. And then down here, we were on estates earlier. We're going to go to the cabinet instead. So we're on the cabinet section. We have 2 cabinet actions that we can assign. And then if we have cabinet members, we can actually appoint them. It does cost you some money to do that. We literally have nobody in our cabinet. Our country is just our king, and that's it. There's nobody else apparently. So we don't have anybody assigned, but we can still get some action out of it. So go ahead and click on this no cabinet action assigned, and then scroll down towards the bottom. There's a lot of stuff we can do in here. Don't worry about what most of these do. The ones we're looking for is going to be stabilized country. This is going to be a stability investment of 0.05. So click on that. And then you'll notice up here at the top, we're going to go from 0.49 to 0.57. So pretty big jump. We'll be able to stabilize our country even faster by doing that. And then the second action is going to be strengthen government. Again, towards the bottom, it'll increase our tribal cohesion by 0.10. We're at 0.91 right now. Click that on. We go up to 1.06. So we'll get these 2 numbers up pretty high quickly. However, we're going to go to war very soon. We'll have to switch off of that, but at least we can get a few months of ticks worth of that. We don't want to be efficient and not waste it, but we'll show you how to change that later. So that is it for the cabinet. Now you'll notice this cabinet lacks member is going to pop up. As I mentioned, we literally have nobody to assign. We could pay some money to bring someone on, but it's not worth it. It's very, very expensive to do this. For 14.95 is it's 3/4 of our entire bank account, and for only one person, and they may not even be a good one. We are going to get plenty of cabinet members once we take over our neighbor, so hang tight, we'll get them in there soon. Up next, we are going to deal with the research issues. So you can see right now we currently have no research selected. You can click on that to open it up, or in the top left, advances all the way on the right hand side. So click on that. There's 2 ways to do this. This is kind of the lazy way. Try not to get used to doing this. I mean, this is nice if in a pinch, if you're just looking for something quick. However, it's a little intimidating. Don't freak out when I click on this, but you're going to click on Open Advanced Trees. So this button right here at the very top. Now, this is incredibly intimidating. Believe me, it still is. I've got like 150, coming up on 200 hours, and this is still really intimidating for me to navigate. I kind of know where some of them are in the first few ages because I played through it a bunch, but you can see there's literally hundreds, maybe even over 1,000 research trees, or not research trees, but different researches that you can take. And there's trees all over the place. So like I said, it's intimidating. Trust me, I get it. I will show you where most of the ones that we're looking for are. And it's important to do it this way rather than doing it this way, because this only shows you the ones that you can potentially research right now. Now, there's a lot of times where you're going to want to get to a research, but you can't see it until you research something that you don't want that's in front of it. So for example, let's start off by doing alchemy. This one, we can actually see it on this page. You can see right here, alchemy. You can click on it right here and it'll add it to the top of your queue. And if you want to remove it from your queue, just right click and it'll unselect it. Now let's go back into this one, and you can find it at the top is agriculture, and you go down the left side is windmill, and then you'll see alchemy here. So we can zoom in using our mouse wheel to zoom in. This is going to increase character life expectancy and increase disease resistance. Now, characters are any of the people that you can use for general, navy, your ruler, all of your people in the cabinet positions, etc. So it's very important to keep them alive as long as possible, because if you get a really good one, you want them to be in there for a long time. Second reason is disease resistance plus 5%. As you probably know, the Black Death is coming, the bubonic plague. We want to have a little bit of resistance. The more we can resist it, the better off we will be relative to our neighbors that don't have this. So if they get hit, 50% of the population is dead, we only lost 30% of our population. It makes us that further ahead of them in the grand scheme of things. So pretty important to get that one first. Next, we're going to add universal Christianity. So from here, we're going to go straight to the right, keep going right, and you'll see it kind of towards the top. It's right next to, it's underneath the organized religion. That one I don't really care as much about, but if you go off to the right of that one, is going to be universal Christianity. So this is one of those ones where, like I said, you can't see this yet because it's blocked behind organized religion. So if you click on this one, it'll unlock that one on the other screen. So I'll show you what that looks like. So organized religion, I'm going to add that. And now if I scroll down, now I can see universal Christianity, which is the one that we want. So like I said, this is kind of a lazy way to do it, and it's easy, it's quick, but it's usually going to get you into trouble, and you're much better off coming in here to the tree and doing it this way. Find the ones that you really want and don't look at anything else. Like I said, I don't even know what half of these are because I know that they're not relevant to me, especially for this playthrough. So we want monthly diplomats, it's universal Christianity. Next one is going to be devotion to the Virgin Mary, which is straight down. So just go straight down. Devotion to the Virgin Mary is going to give us stability investment, which, as you can tell, we're going to have a lot of stability issues. So this will come in handy. We're also going to add expand archives, which is right up here just to the top left of the Virgin Mary. So expanded diplomats is going to give us diplomatic capacity plus 20%, so we can have more vassals. And then finally, we're going to add institution growth, which is going to be just up and to the left of this. So expanded archives go up to the left, and you'll see classic scholasticism, which gives us a plus 20% institution growth. Now, institutions we didn't really talk about yet because it didn't pop up yet, but at certain times in the game, you will get a new age pop up. These are the institutions within the age. So for right now, Age of Traditions, we already have feudalism, we have legalism. You can see it's already in our lands. And then there's a third one, meritocracy, which we do not have. I don't know where it is. I don't think it comes to Europe. It's probably in Asia somewhere. So that one we don't have to worry about. But after a certain amount of time, maybe it'll tell you. I don't know. It's like, yeah, Age of Renaissance ends in 1437, but that doesn't tell us when it begins. When does this? This one ends in 1342. So yeah, it's like 5 years away. 5 years from now, the Renaissance will spawn, and then you'll see these things right here. Now, you can embrace them when all of your territory has it. And basically, it'll start off in like one tiny little province, and it'll slowly spread out to the adjacent ones. It'll also spread out through trade routes. So if you have a trade route, it'll kind of hit those different trade hubs and then expand from there. But like I said, not really that important to pay attention. I just want you to be aware that this is where your technologies come from. Once the Age of Renaissance comes in, you cannot research these things until you fully embrace them. So if we go back to the tech tree, Age of Renaissance, you can see we can't click on any of these because they're blocked out. So Renaissance we can't do until we fully embrace. Banking, we need to fully embrace. Professional armies, we need to fully embrace. We will get access to scholarly treatises. This one unlocks automatically. I think the Age 2 is the only one that has 4 tech trees, and one of the trees is actually unlocked for you. So we can go down here and select some stuff in here. You can see there's some loyalty of subjects we'll definitely need. There's one down here. We'll go over to this a little bit later, but like I said, as soon as it spawns, we'll want to get it into our country as fast as possible. And that's exactly what this tech is going to help us do. Institution growth plus 20% in all of our territories. So there you go. That is it for the advanced tab. We will definitely be coming back to this later, but because we queued up 8 of them, they will go in succession. We don't have to stop and select one each time. It's super annoying when you select only one at a time, and then you have to pause the game, go in there, select another one, unpause it, and then a few months later, you got to do it again and again. So just queue up a bunch, and then if you need to, you can just delete them if you need to rearrange your priorities. So that's how research works. There's no action needed on these, but let's talk about some of the other pop-ups. So right now we have unhappy estates. We have the chieftains and the clans. They're both upset. They will start to spawn rebellions, but when you get below 25%, I believe they start to spawn in rebellions. Below 50%, they start to be unhappy and you can't tax them as much. But you can see we're fine. These guys are in their 40s. They'll creep up by 0.2 every month, and they'll get up to 50, and then they'll level off because we're taxing them at that rate. So no big deal. Don't worry about that too much. Inefficient minting. This basically just means that we're minting some stuff, but we don't have all the resources to be able to do it properly. We need gold or silver to be able to do it. We don't have access to that right now because we have literally no trade. We don't have this stuff in our lands either to do it. So not a big deal. Don't worry about it too much, but that's what that means. Pops with needs. So we have some people in here, primarily the nobles. I believe it's nobles and probably the clergy that need this stuff. These are kind of advanced market materials that you need towns to buy them, or you can buy them from the market. We're not buying any of this stuff. These people can go without it for now. But obviously you want to keep your people happy. So eventually we want to supply them with this stuff, but don't worry about it too much. Just know that people are unhappy because they don't get everything that they need. So part of our job as the ruler is to figure out how to get that for them, which we're going to expand and take a bunch of land and build the infrastructure for that. So that will come in due time. And then finally, we're unmarried. This is our ruler. So if we click on our ruler, if you right click, you can either arrange a marriage, which is what I usually recommend, or arrange a royal marriage. We're going to arrange a marriage right now. The only option here is this 29-year-old lady who is of the clan estate. 29-year-olds are only going to have children for a couple years. Maybe, I think they stop having kids around 35, maybe 40. I can't remember exactly when it cuts off, but the more years they have, the less likely they will have kids. So 29 is just a bit too old for us, in my opinion. You may be able to squeeze out 1 or 2 kids. And since we're at the very beginning and we have basically a clan of 1, that's not going to work for us. We need to expand. If we go to our dynasty here, we're literally by ourselves. There's nobody else with us. We need to exponentially grow this, which means we need a 16-year-old. Back then it was legal, 16's fine. Nowadays, obviously that's not cool. The only option we have is we have 2 options. We can wait until we conquer more lands and more people become available, or we can marry a lowborn. A lowborn is basically a peasant. So we can marry a lowborn female. They will come out usually 16 to 21, somewhere in that range. So they will be quite a bit younger. Now, when you marry a lowborn, it does dilute all of your stats. So you lose your tribal cohesion because they want nobles and not peasants. And then it'll reduce your prestige by 20. Prestige is really hard to get in the early game anyway, so I don't care if it's going to bleed off on its own naturally, so it's not really that big of a deal. It does give you some benefits here, like the diplomatic reputation is nice to have, but not that big of a deal where we are right now. But eventually we want to get this back up. So let's go ahead and marry a lowborn and see if we get lucky and get a good one. So there we go. We take the hits to our stats, and then we have a 18-year-old. Perfect. She's 18. She has terrible military stats, not quite as bad, but not good admin stats, and then middle of the road Diplo stats. Now, I don't quite know if the kids' stats are based off of a combination of these, because I've seen some kids that are amazing and the parents are just idiots, and then I've seen some amazing parents have idiot kids. So I haven't quite seen if there's a correlation yet or not, but it's always better to have higher stats than lower stats. There's no downside to it. So obviously this lady, if we were doing eugenics, we would probably get rid of her. But as it stands, we just need her to pump out as many kids as we possibly can. And so she'll be perfect for that. So we're good. Next, let's go ahead and add ourselves a rival. However, the person that we want to be as our rival currently does not show up on the rival list. You can see we want to attack these guys, the Clan de Boy. We can't rival them because they have too good of relations with us. So if you look at your map, they're going to be just northeast on your border. It's these guys right here. They have a white flag with a red hand in the middle and a fish on the bottom. So these guys, just go ahead and right click on their land, go down to open all diplomatic actions. And now we can do diplomacy with these guys. The one we're looking for is under hostile actions tab. Open that up and then send them an insult. You can tell them whatever you want. These don't make any difference, but I guess they're kind of funny. So go ahead and send them an insult. It will cost us one of our diplomats, but it'll reduce the opinion of them by 50, which is what we want. You can see now they are at plus 60. And now if we go to our rivals tab, they show up and we can add them as a rival. So there we go. If you don't have a rival selected, you do get some debuffs. The one that's going to hurt us the most is that your spy networks are slower, because we're going to need to do spy networks here. That'll be the next thing that we talk about. But if you don't have a rival, it will slow them down by 10%. So always add that. And then we're going to attack this guy right now anyway, so we want him to be a rival. Now, next, we're going to need to set up our wars, our next few wars. Now, this is pretty important for a couple of reasons. We want to start working on it now because it takes several years to go ahead and start a war with somebody if you don't want to take massive penalties. So right now, if we were to, let's say, attack somebody, right now we don't have a CB or a Cassius Belli. This is a reason to go to war with somebody. So you can see we don't have a CB with these people. So if we were to go to war with them, we would lose 25 stability. We would gain war exhaustion, which is up here. This basically adds a bunch of negative, nasty debuffs to your country until it decays away. And then you get antagonism. Antagonism, if you have too much of it, then a bunch of people can gang up on you for free and attack you, take your lands, disband your country. It's really bad to have a lot of antagonism if you don't know what you're doing. So you got to be real careful with that. So no CB wars are very good to do in very specific situations. In this case, we're going to do one no CB war. After that, we want to make sure we do proper wars so that we don't have to take a hit to our stability every single time and then piss everybody off around us. So that's what we're going to do next. But to be able to see what countries you're actually clicking on, it can be helpful to do two things. Number one, you can zoom out. You can see right here, you can see Clan de Boy. It might be hard to see because it's kind of small writing, but they're showing up right there. You can see the borders a little bit better. When you zoom in, it kind of keeps the color. There's a map mode right here that's a little easier to see called the political map mode. So right now we start on the terrain by default, but if you do the political map mode, now it changes their color. You might want to work off of this in the early game. When you zoom out, it basically does the same thing. When you have political map mode on, it keeps that color segregation when you're zoomed in a little bit. So that might make it easier to find the targets that I'm pointing out. But either way, you can zoom out to get their name, or you can kind of zoom around and look for the color that we're talking about. So that'll lead into the next section. All right, up next, we need to figure out who we're going to attack after we take Clan de Boy's land. So we're going to attack him, take all of his, but we're going to do that without a CB. The next time we want to take people with a CB, so we need to build a spy network and then create a Casus Belli from that spy network. So the two targets we're looking for is Tyrone. They're kind of in the north center, and then Mayo, which is in the west center. So the way you do that is you right click on their land and come down here, build spy network. You can do it straight from here, or if you like this diplomatic actions tab, you can come in here and instead of the hostile actions like we did the send insult, it's going to be right below it, covert actions. You can build spy network from here. Now this is going to increase the spy network by 1.49 per month. To be able to create a CB, you need 20. So 1.5 into 20, you can see how many months you need. It's like, what, 14 or 15 months, something like that. And then we'll be able to start the CB. Now, the CB itself takes time as well. It's like 1 or 2 years to finish the CB. So you can see if you want to be efficient, you have to plan your wars a little bit in advance. If you want to do it right now, there's nothing you can do. You got to do no CB. But if you plan it accordingly and you give yourself a 3 or 4 year window, then you should be able to go from war to war pretty safely. Now, every time we send somebody to build a spy network, it's going to cost us 0.1 diplomats per month. You can see right now we're currently saving 0.5 per month. And then when we get to 1 diplomat, that means we can send an action. So this will reduce our monthly gain by 0.1. So let's go ahead and do that. And now you can see this little spy symbol shows up on them. And then if you hover over it, you can see all the stats from that. So next we want to go to Mayo, which is over here. And I usually just do it from this screen. It's not necessary to go into the diplomat screen. So build spy network on Mayo, 1.32. So it'll be a little slower than the other one, but we'll get it. And then now you can see this didn't update, but at the monthly tick, it will go down to 0.3 instead of the 0.5 that we have right now. So there we go. We spy on these two guys. And then once that gets up to 20, and then you'll know it gets up to 20 because you can see it right here on this right side. So this handy little, quick tip bar, this shows all the stuff that you have going on in your country right now. So we're building 2 spy networks, and then the actual progress is going to show you right here. It also will fill up the bar along this. That's not really that helpful though, because there's no number associated with it. It's better to just look over here. Now, before we move on, I want to talk about potential targets and show you why I specifically chose these people. So Tyrone has good relations with us, but he won't soon, because once we take this guy, he'll be a little bit upset, and then we should be in range of being able to rival this guy. So we can't rival him now because we already selected him, and we wouldn't be able to because of the relations. But like I said, that'll line up perfectly there. We're going to attack Mayo next because he doesn't have good relations with us. So if you attack somebody that has good relations, you actually take a hit to your stability. You can see right here, we get the 25 from no CB. We already knew about that one. But if you have over 100 relations, you get 20 stability cost. If you have over 50 relations, it's 10 stability cost. So you don't want to attack people that like you. So that's why we want to insult insult them, turn them into a rival, we can embargo. There's all kinds of things we can do to make them not like us and lower the opinion. So specifically choosing these two for that reason. We're not choosing people down here, so the Pale is massive. If you look at their country panel, they have quite a few troops. They are actually being led by King Edward and the King of England. So these guys are under King Edward's protection. So there's certain people in here that we cannot attack yet. We will eventually, but they're going to be our final targets. So the Pale is going to be one of them. Their country, you can see right here, takes up quite a bit of land. They own Limerick down here, Cork, and then all the stuff in the south and the east, and especially Dublin. There's very, very good town there that we want to take over. But more importantly, he has a lot of vassals that we can't touch either. So you can see all the subjects. If you right click and then go open country panel, you can see all their info. And right here is the subject section. And then if you hold your mouse over this +4, you can see that he has quite a few subjects here. If we hover our mouse over the map, it'll highlight on the map where they are. So they have Kildare, they have Desmond in the south, they have Ulster, which is our neighbor, Ormond, which is down here in the south as well, Armagh, which is our other neighbor, Clan Williams, which is down in the south, and Desies, which is in the south. Not only does he directly own a lot of land, but he has a massive amount of vassals. So if we go to war with him, we're going to have to fight at least 2,000 to 3,000 troops, potentially more. We also have to deal with fighting England, which is obviously not going to happen because they have 52,000 troops. Not exactly, this is their manpower limit, but if you go in there and see how many troops they have, they probably have 35 to 40,000 right now, and they have much better quality than we do, so we can't take them on. There's ways to get around it. We're going to cover all that stuff. Like I said, this is a beginner's guide, but we are going to show you some slightly advanced techniques that'll help you get past some roadblocks in your campaigns. So we pick on the people up here and in the south because we cannot pick on the people right here. They have way too many troops and way too much backup. So we're going to eat all the people on the outside and then work our way that way, kind of consolidate our homelands and then go from there. So hopefully that kind of makes sense with our war strategy and what we're planning to do before we unpause. But yeah, with that out of the way, that ends phase 1, which is before you unpause. Let's go ahead and move on to the next phase, which is kicking everybody's teeth in and taking their land. Now, the next section I highly recommend before you unpause, go ahead and add another save instance. So like I said, you should already have the main one labeled, whatever you labeled it as. We have our start, which is before we did any of this stuff. So if you want to go back and maybe redo some of the stuff that I did, you can go back and make some different decisions and kind of see how they play out. Like I said, I'm not doing optimal for an expert. This is specifically for beginners. So some of the choices that we made was specifically for that. So if you want to maybe run through this once or twice and then you say, oh, I could do that better, go back to the start so you don't have to redo all the hard work of save scumming and doing all that stuff. So this is before unpause. So I would create a save file like that. So now once we unpause, we're going to go to war. If you make a mistake, you can just come back here and reload your unpause instead of having to redo all the steps that we just covered. So it'll save you a lot of headache. So it's finally time. We are going to go to war with our neighbor. However, you'll notice you cannot go to war with them in the first month of the game. You need to let 1 month pass. Even if it wasn't the first month of the game, you can only send a diplomat to somebody once per month, and then you have to wait for a month. So you can't just spam them with diplomats. It takes a little bit of time. So we're going to go ahead and unpause. And you can do that a couple different ways. You can click this, you can press the space bar, and then you'll notice that there's some game speeds up here. It starts off on 3, which is pretty slow. I would recommend playing on 3 or 4. And if you're really impatient like me, I pretty much play exclusively on speed 5 unless I'm at war. And that's why I mentioned before, I have all those pop-ups that pause the game so that I don't miss stuff. But then I also don't have to be impatient and wait for time to pass. So I'm going to go ahead and turn that up. What you also might want to do is set a hotkey that's easier to get to for your speed up and slow down the game. So you can see I have mine at Z and X. So I can speed it up and slow it down as I wish. I don't know what the default one is, but it's like not anywhere near where your hands are usually. So I would probably go redo that. So I'm going to go ahead and unpause here, wait for 1 month. And then you can see on speed 5, it goes incredibly fast. And then we pause right there. So I'm going to slow it down a little bit. We're going to right click on Clan de Bois, declare war. And then you can see here, we have no CB selected. If you have a CB waiting and you want to choose a different one, you can click on this button and you could pick it from the drop down. In the future, we'll be doing that again, but in this case, no CB is fine. We will take a slight hit to all these things we mentioned before. So go ahead and declare war and accept. There we go. We are officially at war. And there's a couple things we need to do here. We need to summon our troops we need to assign somebody to lead them, and then we need to go fight their troops, and then we will siege all their land down. In general, I don't recommend sieging land until you take out their armies. For these wars, there are some instances where you want to take their land and not their army, but in this case, we want to fight them so that they leave our capital alone. So to get our troops, we need to go to this pop-up right here at the top. It says Unraised Army Levies. We can click on that and it'll bring up our military tab. If you want to get to this in the future, it's going to be the military tab right here under armies, and then the tab right here for raised levies. So you click on that, it'll basically take you back. But it's usually easier just to do it from here. And then you get this screen where you can raise all levies. This will make it so much easier. There's a couple ways you can do it. If you own a lot of land, you can raise the levies. And levies come specifically from the region that they are living in. Let's say if you own all of Ireland, you would have to raise the levies in each of these areas and then march them into one area so that they can be consolidated and form one army. So it's not like you just pull up your whole army in your capital and then you march off. You have to actually raise them individually. In this case, we only have one place to raise them from, so we could do it like that. You can click on that area, or you can do this one and it'll raise everybody. So usually I use this one because it kind of consolidates everybody for you. We have only one piece of land, so it doesn't really help anyways. So now it's going to take a little bit of time. On the 14th of May, it'll take 2 weeks. Everybody will start to gather the things. The army will load up, and you can see the enemy actually has an army coming as well. So they have 392 troops and 34 maybe coming from over here. I'm not sure. But yeah, we've got a little bit of an army to fight. We are spawning in with 567, so it's significantly more than them. We should be fine. As soon as the army pops out, go ahead and pause. And then we need to assign a general. Now there's two ways to do it. You can click on the army, and then in the top left, you'll see this empty portrait. You can choose somebody from here, or you can go up here at the top, the lack of commander, and then it'll cycle through all the armies that you have that don't have commanders. So once you get to that screen, you'll notice we have two options here. We do have a noble. He's got pretty good combat stats, but not so good at the other stats. If you hover over any of the stats, you'll see what they actually do. So in the previous game, in EU4, I believe it was the military stat that pretty much did all the heavy lifting in combat. But now these other stats are quite a bit more important. So it's not just whoever has the highest military stat. You do want to have a decent balance. So if we go to our ruler here, you can see that he doesn't have quite as good military stats, but his diplomacy stat is really good. So the initiative is good. The morale is good. You don't need to know what most of this means, but just know that a higher number is better, especially down here and up here in the admin area. And morale to some degree helps a lot too. You'll take less casualties. You get them out of the fight sooner. But either way, we want to select our ruler. And there's two reasons for this. Number one, this guy has objectively better stats than this guy if you add all these together. And the second reason is if we assign somebody to an army, they actually get some bonus to their control stats. So this one up here we talked about before. So if we assign somebody from the nobility, the chieftains will actually get more control, and everybody else will lose control. So that's not good. If you have a really good general, you could put him in for just the battle and then take him out afterwards and then have somebody else run it, and it'll just give them a temporary boost. But for now, this guy's the better choice in general. But yeah, just something to keep in mind if you have issues with your estates. Part of the reason could be because you're assigning a lot of that specific estate to a lot of your armies. The same thing goes for your navies. They get bonus for having them assigned to your navy as well as an admiral. So now we have our army. We've got our general assigned. We need to get up there and deal with this army, but we're going to talk about a couple things before we do that. Now what we want to do is fight these guys before they get out, but we need to make sure that this is a good territory to fight on. So there's a couple ways you can do that. If you click on the location itself, and then you hover your mouse over some of these over here, and you see this beautiful picture. In the bottom left of that, you'll see 4 different stats. So there's topography, climate, vegetation, and coastal or land. So in this case, the 2 that we're interested in is vegetation and topography. So if there's a territory that you will get debuffs to, you want to make sure that you're defending on that territory but not attacking. If it's an open territory that doesn't have any debuffs, you can attack that territory without taking any hits. And it'll make sense in just a second, but just know you don't want to see any negative modifiers here. So for example, if we go to one of these other ones, like this one, the trees, the woods, this actually gives attacker penalty in combat +1. This can actually make a huge difference, especially if you get even more than that. Let's say you have woods and hills or a mountain or something like that, or you're crossing a river. There's a lot of things that would give you negative modifiers in combat that you really don't want to have. So ideally, you would fight in the flatland, or if you're defending, you would get the enemy to fight you in either wooded areas or hilly areas or marshes. So like, for example, right here, there's a marshland, a wetlands. You get a +1 to that, nothing for sparse. If we come down here, there is farmlands. Farmlands don't give you any minus for combat. So this is fine to attack in. And then if we come all the way down here, there's some hilly areas. So hills. And then if you get 2 of them together, woods and wetlands, it stacks to a +2 against the attacker. So like I said, pretty bad. But in this case, we can just go. What we want to do though is wait until this thing is close to spawning and then we go attack. If you go on it right now, they'll spawn somewhere else and they could go to, I guess it doesn't really matter because there's no negative modifiers here, but ideally I like to attack them right when they spawn in, and that should give us an advantage. There is another option here. I don't know if we're able to do it because it looks like they're spawning on the 19th of May and we're the 15th of May. If we were to move here, you could see we would get there on the 17th of May. We would have 2 days before they get there. And if you occupy a settlement or a location that has somebody trying to spawn, it moves that spawn to one of the adjacent tiles, one of the adjacent locations. So the only way we would be able to do this is if we could maybe split our army and get to all these locations before he spawns. For example, this one would get there on the 18th, so that's before they would spawn. This one would get there on the 17th of May, and then we need to further get over there. Unfortunately, I don't know how long it takes to get there. I don't know if there's a way to see that or not, but as it stands right now, we will not know. There probably is. But anyways, we could try it. Let's see if we can do this without fighting him even at all. We could just take the land without anything. So we'll get on it and try and occupy it beforehand. Now to do that, let's go ahead and undo that, and I'll show you exactly what we did. So you start off over here. You can split your army in half by clicking this button right here. So when you click on your army, you get all this. There's a bunch of stuff in here. Don't worry about what most of this means, but in the top left, split army in half. And then, like I said, we're going to send one army here. We're going to send a small army here. And then we'll need to split this one again and send them up to the next province or the next location. So now we have all 3 ready to go. You can see 3 arrows. We should be in control here, and hopefully we don't have to fight. But if we do, if it looks like they're going to spawn before we get there, we can just pause it and reconsolidate our forces. Like I said, this is a little bit advanced. If we can avoid losing manpower right now, it'll help because we're going to go to war a lot right here. So let's go ahead and unpause here. I'm going to slow it down a little bit just so that we have time to react. So now if you did it right, you should look like this, where all 3 provinces or all 3 locations are covered. You could see these guys are stopping them from spawning in here, but we don't have enough troops to actually progress the siege. So too few men, not a big deal. We just didn't want them to spawn and we didn't want to have to fight them. This one is turning into a siege because they have a stockade here. Go to the infrastructure stockade. That's the thing that we had and we deleted it. It actually can help you, but we're pretty much not going to get attacked by any of these guys anytime soon. So we don't need one, and they're kind of expensive. So we do have to siege 2 of these things down. So a little bit of a pain there, but it is what it is. So, and then this guy, because they're cavalry, they were able to get here fast enough. Now, if you didn't get there fast enough, it's possible that you sent your levies first instead of the cav, and I forgot to mention that. But yeah, that's why we created those save files. So if it does mess up for you, just go back, reload it, and try it again while sending your cav up here. So what's going to happen now, these 2 need a lot of time to siege down. This one is undefended, so there's no fort here. We just need 10 days, and then we will siege it down, take it into control, under our control. So I'm going to unpause here, and you can see it goes all the way up to the max. And because we set up those notifications, as soon as it is taken, the game pauses. So now we can go do as we please. So in this case, we want to send these guys down here so that we can have enough troops to progress that siege. So I'm going to, don't click OK. As soon as you click OK, it unpauses the game. So typically what I'll do is I'll just move it to the side, grab this guy, move him over here, and then I will click OK. And you can see, there you go, he joined. And now if you're like me and you like clean looking frontage or whatever, like these guys are all separated, you can combine them, you can merge them by selecting it, and then you can either merge units or you can merge to strongest unit. Doesn't matter which one you do. It's going to do the same thing in this case. So there we go. You can see we've got 2 sieges going. They're at minus 49%. Now what this means is the fort currently has a negative 49% chance to fall every time this goes all the way through. So you can see each phase in this case is 15 days. This siege has 16 days left. Now, why you might wonder why this one is shorter, and that's because we have a commander here that has, where are you? You can see here, he has siege ability plus 5.9. Siege ability makes your sieges go a lot faster. So it's a very good stat if you're trying to siege down a lot of forts. So because we have a commander here, he does it about 6% faster. This guy, we could come in here and put another one on, but like I said, you got to be careful with that because of the estate. They will get some power. It's just better not to do it. You can see right now we're actually sitting pretty nicely, 44%, and the chieftains are almost below that 25% that we need them to be so we can fully tax them. So if we put the commander in, they'll get like another 11 or 12%. It's pretty not good. I would just avoid it if you can. So I'm going to allow these sieges to progress. You can see right now we got our rival declared on us by these small guys. Who cares though? So at the end of the 15 days, you can see we got a breach. That's really lucky. So it went from minus 49% to minus 28%. So the siege did progress and we're closer to 0. And once we get to 0, it can go positive after that. And then every time you go positive, you have that amount of percent chance to end the siege, and the defenders give up every time you finish your round. So we'll keep going. See, this one got a supply shortage, which only lowers it by 7. The breach lowers it by a lot, and it also makes it more likely that you'll get more in the future. Now, there are some things that you can do to speed these up. You can have cannons in here. If you have cannons, that'll help you out. You can see we have a breach, which makes every single round after that increase in likelihood. This is a sea province, and we are not blockading them. If we have a navy, we could blockade and it would actually speed up the rate of the siege. So there's another thing that you can do to help. Obviously, right now we just have a very ragtag band of people. They're going to siege it on their own and it'll just kind of go slow. So we'll go ahead and progress this until it finishes, and then we'll come back. Now, you will get this pop up at some point, the 100 Years' War. It's not important for us in the sense that we have to worry about fighting it, but it is important because we will be using this to help us out. So every time England goes to war with France, we will want to try to take land from these guys because they'll be distracted. England will most likely not come up here to help. Will most likely be able, their armies will probably be down here fighting on the French mainlands, trying to defend Aquitaine, and then taking back their Normandy. But right now it's irrelevant because we're still too small, so we just let it go. So yeah, we're just gonna unpause, let time pass while we siege these down. And there we go. We got kind of lucky on this one. It fell at 14%, so not likely, but it did. I was hoping to show you what happens when you get below that, but now we can move our good general over because he has the faster siege ticks. So let's do that. And we got a breach at the same time, so super lucky on that. So if you can see here, yep, breach, and then we are at 0%, so there's still no chance that it falls. We got another breach. Actually, does it add more breaches? Oh, I guess you can do more than one breach, and that speeds it up even more. That's interesting. I didn't know that. But essentially now at the end of this, there's a 21% chance that the 56 defenders in here give up and you win the siege, but probably not going to happen. Yeah, see, 21%. Now we got a defender's desert. So they went from whatever it was before down to 90, and now it's even more likely that they will give up. So it just kind of ticks down. Now at some point it will stop going up. This chance of falling will have a limit. It doesn't go all the way up to 100%. It stops, and then you just keep going until you can win it. So you can see right here, defender's desert. Now it's at 42%. So it looks like we can continue to go up. I believe the max is determined by what you have going on right here. Like if you have breaches, it'll go up to higher numbers. If you have cannons, it'll go up higher. If you have just a basic ragtag group and you don't have any breaches, I think it maxes out at like 32%. So it'll take you on average 3 siege turns to actually take it on average. It is RNG, so you might get lucky or you might get unlucky. It just depends. So here we go. You can see here water shortage, but you can see here it did not progress. So water shortage should have taken away a decent amount of the troops there, but it did not. And that's primarily because we hit the cap. If we look at this one, water shortage should give you a minus 14%. Yeah, minus 14, but obviously it's at 42 still. So that's the max that it'll go. But 42 is still pretty good. On average, 2.2%. We'll need to wait about 2.5 turns before this falls. We already waited 1, and there you go, it fell. So now that it's done, as I said, we have it set to pause automatically. So we can just come in here and end the war. And you do that by going up here to this tab right here. You can left click and see all the stats from the war. You can see we didn't lose any troops because we were able to get on their land before they spawned anything. So saved us some hassle. Everybody that you lose in war means that you don't have those people going back to work their lands. So it is better to keep your casualties low if you're using your peasant levies, if you can. Obviously, not that big of a deal if you lose some, but let's go ahead and sue for peace, which is this button here in the middle. And you can see right here, we're at 100% war score. So essentially when they have no more lands left because we took it all, they have lost the war completely. It's 100%. So that means we can take everything we want up to 100% of the war score. So in this case, we want to take these lands directly. So we can click on it right there. If you left click, it adds it. If you right click, it takes it away. If you click on this one right here, you can annex all locations. So if they have land spread out all over the place and you just want to take it without having to go through it, you can click on that. If you want to take specific provinces, you can go through here. So for example, down is this province right here, which makes up these three these three locations. And then Antrim is these 4 locations. He owns 2 of them. And you can see Belfast and Antrim. And this little blue thing shows you that it's active, and you can click it, it takes it off. So you can do it from here. You could do the whole province from here all at once, or just click them manually. So a lot of ways to do this. We're not done yet though. We want to take as much money as we can. So make sure you max this out. So you can do it 1 click at a time, or if you hold shift and click, it'll go to the maximum amount. Now you can see right here, 58. This is what it's going to cost us to do this peace deal. We have 100 to spend. We can go up to 58. They have nothing else to take. They won't exist after this. So the rest of the war score just goes away. But let's say if it was a huge country like England, there's no way you take this whole country in one turn. You have to do it in chunks. So you would be able to take up to your war score of land or money or whatever it is you're trying to do. So like I said, in this case, most of these wars will be able to take everything all at once. By the time you get to go into war with Scotland and England, you will have to worry about taking smaller chunks, and there's some other things to consider as well. So like I said, we'll take the money, and then there's that antagonism we were talking about. We're pissing off some of our neighbors because we're taking land right next to them, and we did an OCB war, which increases the amount of antagonism that we take. Not a big deal. You don't have to worry about coalitions when you're in here. Outside of the island, you will have to worry about that. But here, we just want to take as much as we can, as fast as we can. So we're going to go ahead and send the war demands. And there you go. We now own 3 new pieces, so 4 in total. And we are going to have to do a few things to these lands to get them actually useful to us. Now we have to let our levies go back to work. So we can disband them either by clicking on the army itself, and there's a disband unit button right here. Or what's easier is just to go up here, Army Levies Raised in Peace, one of the notifications. Click on that, and then opposite side, the Raised Levies as the Disband All Levies. That'll send them back home, and they'll continue to work. Now we need to delete the 2 forts that we had to siege down. We don't want them. They're just costing us a lot of money. Yep, minus 0.66. Which is way too much. So go ahead and delete those. We already know how to do that. So there should be 2, one at Belfast and Beanchor. What else? We need to switch over our government cabinet actions. So right now we're stabilizing country and strengthening government. We need to switch those over. So 2 ways you can do it. We already have one active right now. We can click on that, and that will allow us to switch it immediately. Or you can go back to your government tab, the cabinet tab, and then do it from here. I like to do it from here because it's just easier. It's always up. And we're going to be scrolling down and selecting integrate province. So right now, these provinces that we just took need to be integrated. Basically, what that means is they'll have 0 control. You can see right now, and I'll explain what control means and why it's important in just a second. But when you take land, it's not part of your country. You need to integrate it into your country and make sure the people are the right religion, the right culture, all that stuff. There's a lot of things you need to do to make sure the control is good. Right now, because it's currently conquered, we have a minus 10% to control. It's basically going to be 0. It's not going to do us any good. Now it starts off at 100% control, and it'll go down slowly, so it'll take time to get there, and we can get some benefit out of this in the meantime, but eventually it will reach 0 if we don't integrate it. And it'll integrate on its own kind of slowly, but that's why we want to use this action to speed it up. So let's go ahead and do that. So integrate. We're going to switch both of them, and we're going to integrate. Now integrations happen on a province level. I'm going to go over here to the province tab, map mode, to show you what that looks like. So right here, these 3 are the province of Down. These 4 are the province of Ival Antrim. And because we only own 2 here that need to be integrated, the integration isn't quite as slow. And then over here, we already own 1 of these and it's fully integrated, which is our capital. So we just need to integrate Bianchor, which is going to be, that's why it shows 50% here. Because like I said, of the 2 that we own, we already own, 1's already fully integrated. So that's how that will work. It'll take us till 1340, so about 3 years for that one, and 42, so about 5 years for that one. So you can see integration takes a long time, which is why we don't want to take too much land for ourselves. We mostly want to take vassals, and then when we have a vassal, we can take that land from them by integrating them, and it's already automatically integrated into your territory. So you don't have to spend your cabinet to do it fast, and then you get full control of those settlements. So that's kind of the other strategy. We'll take some land and core it ourselves, we'll capture some from vassals, and then integrate them diplomatically. So that is good for that. Now the next thing is we need to set our new rival. So if we go to the rival tab again, we don't want to select Pale because, like I said, we can't fight them yet anyways. We want to take advantage of the loss of relations we get from taking settlements around. So Tyrone, now that we're rival to them, they hate us, and we don't have to send them an insult and waste one of our diplomats. Now we have to figure out who to send the next diplomat to spy on. And this is where it's going to differ from my game to yours. So the further away you get from the start date, the more chaotic and randomized the world will end up being. So I can't give you exact step-by-steps for every single thing in here, but I can give you rough ideas of what you're looking for. So we want to stay away from Pale and their vassals. Obviously, we talked about that already. We want to attack as many of these little guys as fast as we can, and we need to figure out who are the right targets. So you can see here, we're already working on Tyrone, and you can see here, he does not have any allies, it looks like. No allies, but he has 2 vassals. So he's good. We don't need to worry about that. We're also working on Mayo. So if we open up the diplomatic tab for Mayo and we scroll down, you can see he does actually have 2 alliances. So he has Sligach, or however you pronounce that, and Carberry. Oh, actually, Carberry and West Briefne. So these 2 right here. So these 2, if we were to say spy on these guys, it would be a waste of time, because as soon as we get the CB for Mayo, these will automatically get pulled in and we don't have to worry about that. So we don't want to spy on them because, like I said, we will take them as collateral damage when we attack them. So anybody that's an ally generally gets pulled in. They don't automatically get pulled in, but most of the time they will. So like you can check it right here. If we declare war, you can see these guys get pulled in right now. Now, obviously, we don't have our CB, so we need to worry about growing that, but we'll get there eventually. You can call them in manually if you want, but if you do that, you could see that you actually take Great Relations hit, whereas if you don't call them in, they will still join the war, but you won't take the relations hit. Now, we do the same thing to Briefne. Now, you'll notice a new guy pops in here, Tiraro. That's a tough name. So that guy is over here. It's a single province. So if we do this, you'll notice we get a -10 for West Briefne because we have relations with them. So what we can do if we want to just pull in a massive amount of people, we just go down the list and see who we can pull in, make sure we don't target them. But we also need to make sure that we have we need to not have good relations with these people. So West Briefne has good relations, but not great. Tiraro and Haimani. I need to work on my Irish pronunciations. I practiced some of these, but those I definitely did not. But we'll get to those later. But yeah, so you can see here we would take a huge hit to our stability. We don't want to do that. So we can go around insulting these people, or we could just take them in different wars. It's not a big deal. So what I would probably recommend doing for this one, West Briefne, is going to be easy because it's only 10. So we need to make sure we're not in good relations with them. So West Briefne is these guys. Let's go ahead and send them an insult preemptively. Hostile actions, send insult, and there you go. So now if we do that again and we check what kind of relations hit we get, it's just the 25 for not having a CB. If we were to have a CB right now, we will in a couple years. Now we can do it without any issues. And if we want to keep going down the list, we just need to make sure we're not having good relations with him, and then we could attack this guy. So Tiro 101.25. So we would have to do more than one thing to get him low enough to be able to pull him in. So 2 things. Number 1, we already know about, which is send the insult. That's a good way to get them upset at you. There's another way you can embargo nations. This will give you another 25 minus opinion, and that's under the economics action tab. So that's another way you can do it if you need to get below that 50. So remember, 100 and above, you get 20 stability hit. 50 and above, you get 10 stability hits. So we don't want to get any stability. We need to do 2 actions to this guy if we want to get him involved. So we could do that right now. It'll take 2 turns to do it. Let's go ahead and do it. That way we don't have to worry about pulling in Haimani, Tyrone, West Briefnet, or Mayo. All those are going to get pulled in, and then we can wipe them out all at once. So we'll have to wait for 1 more turn to send him another diplomat to embargo, and then we'll have him at 0 or below 50. So we should be good for that. So like I said, in your game, I don't know who's going to be allied to who. I don't know who's going to control what land, but I will tell you this. Don't attack Clan Ricard right off the bat. These guys are a great target because they don't like you. And they will sometimes take allies, sometimes they don't. But the problem with them, actually, if you declare war, yeah, see, they don't have any with them, so you don't get multiple targets for that. The problem with attacking them is they have a fort that they refuse to delete. So you'll notice as the game goes on, a lot of these guys will delete their forts. There were a lot of forts in here, and now they're all gone because they can't afford it. These guys can't afford their fort, I'm pretty sure, because they keep it most of the time. Sieging that fort down is going to take you maybe a year, sometimes more. If you're unlucky, it'll take you more than that. That's time that you could be spending consolidating all these other smaller ones that are easy to do. So leave them for a little bit later, potentially. That's an option. But yeah, you want to go through here and pick off all these guys that are not attached to Pale or England. And so it's going to be rinse and repeat. Build the spy network. When it gets up to 20, we'll create a CB, which we'll show you how to do. Create a CB. When that's done, go to war with them. And before you go to war, make sure they don't have good relations. You can send them an insult. You can blockade or embargo. You can do all that stuff to make sure that the relations are in line. So in this case, I think we're good with these 2 and maybe 1 more. Let's go ahead and deal with Thomond. I think let's go ahead and build this. Or you know what? Yeah, let's do Thomond. This one's always pretty good because they tend to be a little bit more aggressive. I don't really want them to expand. So let's go ahead and send them a spy as well. Now you can see we don't have any more diplomats. We need to spend some time building up our diplomats again. So what I'm going to do now, there's not really much. There's going to be a bit of waiting period where you don't have much to do. This is going to be one of them where we just wait for time to pass so that these spy networks can build up their strength. Also, if we look at our advisors, we could potentially hire some. So we don't want to hire the nobility. As I mentioned before, they're the strongest. We don't want to give them any more strength. I wouldn't mind giving some to the clergy. They have 16%, almost 17%. As long as it doesn't go above 25, we should be good. There are 3 people of the clergy here. And again, this is RNG. I don't know what you're going to have in yours. You might have peasants. You might have chieftains. You might have clergy. You might have nobody. I don't know. It's a bit RNG. So kind of pick and choose. But like I said, I would not give anybody to the chieftains until we can get their control down a bit. But I wouldn't mind giving it to the clergy. Now, right now we're integrating, which uses the military stat, but afterwards we will be using some of the other ones. So you don't want to get somebody that has, say like this one. Let's say he has 55 military, which is pretty good. But let's say if the next thing we want to use is diplomacy is only 10. So they're terrible for that job. So you have to be a little bit more forward thinking and kind of think what's the next move after this and make sure that your decisions will help you for both of those things. So there's a couple things we still need to keep doing. As I mentioned before, we need to strengthen the government. We need to stabilize the country. Reducing war exhaustion is fine if you have a lot. We don't really have a lot. It'll go away on its own anyways. And we siege down some territory now, so it probably needs to recover. So that you could do. You could increase control so that you can get back control of the provinces. And actually, let's talk a little bit about control since we kind of mentioned it before. Your capital will pretty much always have 100% control. You can go below 100 if you get a bunch of debuffs stacking on it, but for the most part, it'll stay at 100. As you go out from your capital, you will generally go below 100%. So if we were to look at, say, this province, right now it's not going to show any control because it's, like I said, it's not integrated, it's not cored or any of that stuff. And we'll kind of go over what that means later. I don't want to dump too much on you, but just know that the further out from your capital you go, the less control you have. The less control you have, the less soldiers that province will give you for levies and the less taxes that you'll be able to collect from them. So for example, if this province were supposed to be giving you 1,000 troops at 100% control, maybe if you're at 75% control, you would only get 750 soldiers. Same thing with tax. If you're supposed to collect 1 ducat in taxes and you only have 50% control, you're only getting 50% of that. And likewise, if you have locations that are really far away, your control could literally be 0 and you'll get absolutely nothing. A good example of this, if we look at France, so their control is really low over here. So it's 0. So they are literally getting nothing from this. No money, no soldiers, nothing. So just because you own a lot of land doesn't necessarily mean you have a strong country. Like France is massive, but if you look at their control, it's very bad. Most of this land is only contributing 10% or maybe slightly higher for some of the other ones to their economy and their military. So it's very important that you get your control up, and that's one thing that we'll be focusing on here. So, but don't worry about that too much right now. Just know that it's a thing and that we'll be fixing it and increasing it very soon. So I'm going to let some time pass, get some of these diplomats back, and then we'll build up our spy networks. So essentially what we're looking for here is don't worry about any of this other stuff. Just look at your spy network. Watch this closely. As soon as this hits 20, that's when you need to pause the game. So May 1st, we need to wait until next month, June 1st, and then we're going to pause. And you can see here we got 20 spy network. Easiest way to do this, if you don't remember where these guys are, which country it is, just hover your mouse over the flag and it'll show you. So it's these guys. You can right click on their country, and right below your spy network, you can create Casus Belli. So I'm going to click on that, go to subjugate high kingship member. And then if you click on that, that will start building the CB. Now, what exactly is a CB? Because we did our first war with no CB, right? So these are basically generating reasons to attack people so that we take less penalties. There's a lot of different options, some of which are not actually an option, and you can see why. If you hover your mouse over anything that's grayed out, it'll tell you exactly why. So for example, this person is not excommunicated, so we can't do a excommunicated ruler CB. We could force them to migrate. That one we can do, it's available. We can humiliate the rival because these are our rivals, make tributary, subjugate high kingship member, or tribal feud. If you're not sure what they do, some of them will tell you kind of, so obviously that one turns them into a tributary. These ones down here, like tribal feud, subjugate high kingship member, might be a little confusing. So if you hover your mouse over it, it shows you conquer a cost for attacker. This is how much war score it takes to take a piece of land. So basically when you take land, it's going to be 100% more expensive on that peace deal screen. So like if normally a piece of land would cost 5 war score, now it's going to cost you 10 war score. So that means you can take half of what you were trying to take before. Now, the reason that's okay is because we aren't actually trying to take that much land. Most people have 1 to 3 pieces. So there's going to be no problem taking all of their land in a single war. It makes it cheaper for us to subjugate, which basically means turn them into vassals. So by 75%, that means if it's a big subject, we could easily attack them, turn them into a vassal, and we should be able to do it because minus 75% means the threshold is a lot lower. Max antagonism. So as I mentioned before, antagonism is what you build up when you do aggressive actions towards your neighbors. And if it gets too high, people will join into a coalition, meaning they will group up in a temporary alliance, and then they will attack you, or they'll just stay in the coalition so that you cannot attack any of the members in there without pulling all of them in. It's kind of like NATO, essentially. So that would be bad. This is for attackers. It also adds some stuff for the defender, but the defenders are never going to win in these fights, so it's not really anything to consider. Tribal feud, on the other hand, makes it so that your conqueror cost is minus 25%, subjugate is minus 25%, but it gives you full antagonism, so 100% of your antagonism. So ideally, we would do this, and then we would just pay more, which, like I said, we're not going to have any problems getting these done. So subjugate high kingship member for pretty much all of these. So there we go. Now you'll notice it adds another line up here. So creating Casus Belli for Tyrone, but we still have our spy network here. If there's something else that you want to get done with a spy network, you could keep them on. For the purposes of this guide, you don't need to do anything to these people. Just pull it back, because right now they're costing us, for every spy network, it's costing us 0.1. So if we pull this back, so you're going to right click on it to cancel it. I click and then click OK. We cancel the spy network. Now you'll see as soon as I unpause, this goes up to 0.3 instead of 0.2. So now we will generate more diplomats faster, and that's what you want to do. So we're going to watch out for this guy. So let's do it one more time. I'm going to unpause here, and you can see I've got it on speed 5. It's incredibly fast. So one more. There we go. I'm going to pause it right at the beginning of the month. These guys are all the way over here, Mayo. We're going to create CB, subjugate high kingship member. Now you notice we don't have that other option because this guy, we were bordering him. We have land directly next to him, so it opens up more CB options. These guys are not bordering us, so we can only do the high kingship member. So that's something to keep in mind. Some CBs, you have to be bordering the people to actually use them. Other ones, you can do it wherever you want. So there we go. That's done. Don't forget to cancel the spy network. Don't accidentally cancel your CB creation. That would be a disaster, but you can bring your spy back now. So you can see we don't have any spies. We need to let some time pass so we can get that back up. And in about 10 turns or so, about 6 or 7 turns or so, we should be able to build another CB against these guys. And then in the meantime, while you're waiting, letting some time pass, maybe spend some time looking around, seeing what kind of alliances are going on. So like I said, we're already going for these guys, but we did not mess with East Briefne. He's got an alliance. But looking at this guy right next to us, he's got 2 alliances. We probably want to take out both of these, so this might not be a bad target. I think we'll probably send a spy here next. But anyways, that's essentially what you're doing. We'll come back in when these subjugate high kingship member CBs are ready to go. Okay, our next guy is ready to go. Thomond, hit 20. We can create our CB here. So subjugate, get your diplomat back by canceling that. And now we have 3 running, and we should be getting quite a few diplomats per month. Yeah, 0.5. So we'll build this back up. I usually recommend building it back up to full or close to full before you send them out and then do another wave. It's much faster to do it this way than if you were to spend it exactly as you get it. Also, we had our first kid. You don't need to do anything with this. Just know that your wife's working when that happens. That's good. Now this CB is 78% done. So a few more months it'll be ready, but before it gets to 100%, like I said, we don't want to be reactionary. We want to try to be a little bit more proactive. So let's go to this target, which is Tyrone. We'll do a dry run here. We'll declare war just to bring this up and see exactly what they're doing. You can see they only have a vassal, so there's no other allies here we need to worry about, so we'll leave them alone. That one's pretty much good to go. The next one is going to be Mayo. So again, same thing. We'll do another dry run, declare war. See, it's the same thing. Nothing's changed. These probably won't change within a few months, but if you were to check it, say 5 years from now, it probably will change. So a couple months before you're ready to declare war on them is probably enough. So Carberry does not give us any new targets, so we don't need to directly call them in. They will automatically come in. West Briefne is one of the ones that we were going to call in, and that one we need to make sure we don't have good relations with. So let's just immediately send them some stuff to make them upset. Now, we did insult them already. You could see here, if you hover over the improve opinion, you could see insult minus 48, and it goes away by 1 per year. So essentially it's been 2 years since we insulted them. It'll go away again, maybe by the end of this year. I can't remember when we sent it, but essentially we need to do something else. If we send another insult, it doesn't stack another 50 on top of that. It just refreshes the maximum amount, which was 50. So we'll pick up 2 more. That's not enough to do it. So we need to send them something else. And in this case, we are going to use the economic action of embargo. Embargo literally means nothing for us right now because we have no trade. We have no trade power. We have no trade depots. It's just a way to get opinion down. So go ahead and embargo them if you need to get below 50 and the insult wasn't enough. So there we go. We're prepped. So now if we look at declare war, include West Briefne, now we don't have any malice there other than the no CB, which will clear up once our CB starts. So that Carberry doesn't have any new allies included, so we don't need to include them. Tirai looks like we could, yeah, there's no new enemies from that actually, so we can just leave them. I think this is good. We'll just do it like that. And then this one's too far out. We don't need to check alliances until we get closer to actually start dealing with that. And then essentially what we're going to do when we have no more diplomats, no more room, so like we can get up to 5 diplomats. Once we get up to the cap, we want to send out another spy, but we want to keep our diplomats close to max every time so that if there's something that needs to be done in an emergency, we're not waiting for 6 months to get a diplomat back when we're only making, say, like 0.1. That would be horrible. So try to be conservative with your diplomat usage for this. So I'm going to let this run for a little bit, and then you can see here next turn we'll be at 4.0. 2 more turns will be at 4.8, and then we should probably spend it. So I'm going to go ahead and pause it here. I don't care what these pop-ups are saying yet. All right, here we go. So we'll send another one out. I'm going to do awfully down here since they are kind of in danger of being swallowed up by Pale. So let's try and get control of that one. Now, every 6 years or so, 6 or 7 years, I think it's 6 years, you'll get this parliament vote option. So the Irish version is called the Dáil. Like I said, I'm probably butchering that, but Dáil. But essentially it's a parliament vote. So we're going to click on that. And we need to select where to hold it. And in this case, you can hold it in your capital or anywhere that is a town or city. In this case, we only have a capital. We don't have any towns or cities yet, so that's the only place we can hold it. Now, there's a bunch of options that pop up. These can be helpful if you can get them to pass, but oftentimes, if you don't have a whole lot of vote power, they're really hard to get past. So for example, bolster the government. This one would give us monthly tribal cohesion, which is good because we don't have that maxed out. So that would actually help quite a bit. And then if it passes, you get 20% crown power and monthly prosperity plus 0.2. And that is good for 10 years. So we would actually have really good crown power for 10 years. If it fails, you lose 7 stability. So pretty painful there. There's a lot of good ones in here. So expand gravel road network is really good if you're going to be expanding a lot of your roads. And if it passes, it also moves you towards centralization, which is one of the best ones that we can start moving towards in the early game. So I mentioned before, we're currently decentralized, but we want to move towards centralization because it reduces your proximity cost by a lot, and it increases your crown power. So really good to do that. This is one of the best ones, the gravel road network. There should be at least 2 in here that are plus 36 or 37. Your numbers might be slightly different, but it should be somewhere in the mid to high 30s. If you have gravel road network and something else, don't do gravel in the road network. You probably want to save that for later. I think if you grab it once, it will not show up in the next one. I think you have to go one cycle before you see it again. And we might want this one to actually pass so that we can use the centralization, but I don't know, we'll see. Not that big of a deal, but if you can take, like this one has increased ties to neighbors, a plus 37%. We want to use this one. We don't actually want it to pass. The whole point of this is to use this to pass some votes. So we're going to go ahead and select increase ties to neighbor, and that's going to pull up another option. If you see right here, Parliament is in session. As long as you have above 50%, it will pass by the time the end of this 6 months debate period. So it's 180 days. As soon as that's done, if you have above 50%, this passes and you get to keep whatever bonus is in here. Now, in the meantime, while it's being debated, we're getting +2 Diplo reputation, which is good for our vassals when we get them, which we don't have just yet. But you could see down here, there's some other things we could do. We could request additional taxes. This means we would get maximum tax plus 25% for 1 year. So if you're short on cash, if you need CBs, you can use this. We will pretty much never use this in this run because of the government type we have and the location we have. We just don't need it. But in other areas, when you start playing other countries, you probably want to use this quite a bit. Larger levies, if you know you're going to fight a big war, you can get plus 25% levy size. Or the one that we're going to use is ask for law changes. And we'll talk about laws in just a second, but let's go down to Parliament agendas first. You can see down here we can grant privileges, and this is going to go to our chieftains, which already have a lot of power, so this is probably not going to be a good idea. But let's see what it gives us. Efficiency of cabinet plus 5%. It makes them 5% happier, and then 50% estate power. Essentially what it's doing is they want us to enact one of those policies. It's the ones you can see down here. If we go back to our estates, it is this one right here, royal marriage rights. So instead of us having to spend 5 tribal authority to pass it, we could just do it from here. So once in a while, you will actually get one that you want to pass. Like this one, we don't want to. So this would not be a good idea. But if we were to say click this, we would add another 28.4% to the support. So let's say if we really need this to pass and we were short by 10, this one would give us 28. That's more than enough. We get it over the finish line. We could get it to pass. No problem. This one, change policy. So we enact Navy audits. This would be a maritime law. So we're currently doing trade range, and this would change it to Navy maintenance. We don't have a Navy, so neither of these are important. And there's no way we want to take a 12 stability hit just to do something that doesn't help us. So neither of these are appealing, and we don't actually want this to pass anyways, so not a big deal. Now, before we unpause, we want to actually change the laws because you will get pop-ups that will add or subtract policy support. So if we get hit with a bad one that takes 5 away, then we'll be in trouble because then we can't actually ask for the law change. You have to be at 50% support or higher to be able to use these actions. Now let's go over to our laws here. So government tab over here, laws. And then you can see there's a couple different sections: religious, military, admin, socioeconomic, and estate laws. So the ones that we're mostly going to be looking at are going to be admin, socioeconomic, and estate laws, these 3. So right now we have the Brehon law, which gives us tax efficiency, but it costs us proximity cost. As I mentioned before, proximity is what causes you to lose control. So this is a really, really bad modifier to have. We never want to have this, so we want to get rid of this pretty quickly. And switching it over to a state satisfaction equilibrium would actually be kind of nice. Now, if we do it from this screen, you could see it's going to be very expensive. It'll cost us 96.5 stability, whereas right now we could do it basically for free if we do it through here. Now, if the vote fails, we will lose 7 stability, but 7 is much better than losing 96.5. So that's why you want to do it from here if you can. So we could do that one. There's a couple other laws that we probably want to get rid of. This one is also, it's not bad, but we could get proximity cost reduction, which would help us So minus 10%. That'll increase control in every single territory that we have pretty much. There's some other good ones down here, but the main ones that we want to look at right now are estate laws. So right now we are getting maximum tax for nobles plus 10%, agenda for nobles plus 10%. We don't really get a whole lot of benefit from this. We cannot tax our nobles because their satisfaction is not high enough. And then the agenda impact for nobility, that one is kind of nice actually, but not really that big of a deal. So there's some other good ones in here. You could do the clergy, favor the common people, favor the crown, the wealthy, or traditional distribution. Now, you never want to give up crown power unless you absolutely have to. We're not in one of those situations, so don't do that one. Probably don't give it to the wealthy either. Common people, no. I think favor the clergy is probably not that good either. My personal opinion is favor the crown is probably the best one because you get 20 crown power, and the only downside is it decreases everybody's satisfaction by 5, so all 4 of these will have a harder time to stay satisfied, but it increases the minimum or the maximum tax by 5%, so that one's pretty good. We could also, like I said, we could do these ones. This one was the one that was going to make it easier to keep the estates happy. So we might want to do both of them, but maybe do this one first. So let's do legal basis, Brehon law. So let's go back into, and I've made this mistake before. Make sure you don't do it from this menu, the laws menu, because that will cause your stability to tank completely. So go back to your parliament, ask for law changes, find legal basis, kind of in the middle here. It's one of the green ones, the Brehon law. We're going to click on that, and then we're going to select codified power so that we can increase everybody's stability, or the satisfaction level. So there we go, and you can see it tanks our parliament support down to 2.9, so it subtracts that 50%. We could probably still get this to pass if we get lucky with a couple events that increase. Those are always RNG. You don't know what pop-ups you're going to get. Sometimes they go up, sometimes they go down, but we could grant privileges and do all this other stuff. Not worth it. We'll just wait for the next vote once this one fails. So in another 5 or 6 years, it'll pop up and we can do it again, hopefully. All right, our CB just finished. So this is for Tyrone, our neighbor. Let's just double check. Relations bad, that's good. I don't see any other allies. It's just him and his vassal. So let's go in there and wipe him out. So I'm going to declare war. And again, don't do a no CB. We want to subjugate. So go ahead and click that. And if you do the drop down, you can see he just has his vassal, which is fine. We'll call both of them in. So declare war. Now, in this case, that's way too much land for us to capture before he gets his army off. He will definitely get his army off. So we'll have to fight them. Try to pull some other units in to help them out so you don't get completely trounced. So in this case, should be an easy one. There we go, under attack, and then we can click on this to see exactly what's going on. So there we go, they just got completely stuffed. We only lost 2 troops, so easy win, and we got a trait out of it, army tradition and prestige from land battles. Not too bad. So now the goal is to get in there and take all the land. So when you're sieging enemy territory down, these flags, and you kind of, if you zoom out, you can see the flags easier. You'll notice that some places, some locations have flags and some don't. This one doesn't have a flag, this one doesn't. These two do, and this one does. The places with the flags are the ones that you need to siege first if you want to take over the rest of the land quickly, because once you control this, anything attached to that in that province is actually going to fall as well. You can see there's 3 provinces that this war is going to entail. There's this one right here, which is Tyrone. There's Doire and Derry and Donegal. Oh, there's a lot actually. Yeah, there's 4. There's 4. So we need to capture these 4, and then you'll see as soon as we do, let's take this one. You can see there's trying to spawn more troops in, but 186, that's actually bigger, so we got to be careful. Let's make sure, yeah, there's no debuffs to this, so we'll just go in and fight it. We'll stop our siege, make sure we catch these guys right when they come in, and there we go. They pretty much got stack wiped. So I'm going to go ahead and split like we did last time, but let me show you what happens when you siege the province capital down. So I'm just going to go for the province capitals only. So there we go. Now you notice right here, control change. So as soon as you own the province capital, once you take it, the control will start to change for anything attached to that province. So you can see right here, this one's changing, and we don't have vision of this one, but it's changing as well. It'll change as soon as it's done. So let's wait. And there we go. We just got all of it. And then this one, we're waiting. What you want to do before the end of the war, if you're really strapped for cash, and right now, it's not that we're strapped for cash, but a little bit of cash can actually make a big difference. So what we want to do is go to each of these locations that we didn't touch yet And because it's already occupied, we can immediately loot it. So you'll see when we step on it, there'll be a little thing that says plus however many ducats. There it goes, looted, 0.7 gold. Probably should say ducat, but there you go, 1.2 gold. That's a lot. And these we already looted because as soon as you capture a territory, then you loot it automatically, and we already did these two. One more up in the corner. There we go, 0.61. So we just got however much that was, like another 5 ducats, which is a lot considering we only had 30 to begin with. So make sure in these early wars especially, loot all the provinces before you end the war. And then it's time for that peace deal again. So in this case, we can go to, instead of taking the land, because we don't want to take the land, we still don't even have this stuff integrated yet. So what we probably want to do is take these as vassals. And there's a couple options. We could either take all their land directly and then release them as a vassal, or we could take them on this tab right here, the country treaties tab. So before we were on the seized land treaties, we want to do the country treaties. You could see we could take them as tributary, take them as vassal, and then same thing, vassal, and then since there's 2 of them, we could take them both as vassal. So we want to do that. We also want to humiliate because that'll give us prestige, which is something that we are severely lacking right now. So if we can stack that up, that would help a little bit. And then we want to take as much cash as we can get, which is 11.04. And you can see it's only 46 war score. We have 100 to spend, and that's fine. There's nothing else we can really do here. So we'll just max this out. So go ahead and send that demand. And now you'll see both of these guys are now our vassal. And if we go to the diplomacy tab, go to relations and then manage subject, you'll see here. Now you'll notice we only have 1. And the reason is because this guy is our vassal, and then this little guy is his vassal. So we could have taken him directly if we just captured him and then released him as a vassal, but it's fine. He will eventually integrate him and he'll be one big territory, and then we can just deal with the one guy anyway. So it doesn't really make a difference if you do it this way. But over here, manage subject, you can see he actually has a pretty high opinion of us. Even though we declared war on him recently, he also has decent loyalty. Anything above 50 is loyal. Anything below 50, they are disloyal, and they will start to cause you some problems. So you'll see this number go up pretty quickly once we disband our troops and the war goes on a little bit, or sorry, after the war goes on a little bit. We'll be taking more land and then adding more vassals just like this as well. So let's go ahead and move on a little bit. We need to start some more spy networks as soon as we get our 5th spy going. But don't forget to disband your army afterwards, as always, and then select a new rival. And we need to be a little bit careful who we pick here. So Oriel, we will probably be attacking soon. And then this little guy over here, let's actually do this little guy because he owns a piece of land that we want to control directly. So I'm going to go ahead and send a spy network to him once we have a couple more ticks here. Let's actually speed this up and get that. Let's go ahead and send the spy network. Make sure there's nothing funky there. Yeah. Okay, so we should be able to take that soon. And then we just finished up integrating. So ban chore, and you can see if we click on this, maximum control will go up to 54.8. Currently only at 11, and it's going up by 0.45 each month. We can increase the speed of that if we were to assign some cabinet action to increase province control. So let's do that. Now the thing with increasing province control is it not only increases your current control by a lot, see the monthly change went from 0.4 to 1.8, it also increases your max control. So you have to be careful with this because you might leave it on here longer than you should. Unless you plan on keeping increased control on this forever, you will never keep that control that you go above the max. So the max here, I think it was like 58%. So we want to cancel this when our current control gets to 58%. If we go up to 68 and then we pull them off, it's just going to go back down to 0 and you got half a year of benefit out of it. It's just kind of a waste of time. I'd rather my cabinet be doing something more useful, like increasing our stability, which is still severely lacking, getting up to max tribal cohesion. We could be converting population. We could do a lot of more useful things with them than increasing control in something that doesn't need it or can't use it permanently anyways. So just something to keep in mind. And then also I did decide I am going to put these priests in just because I feel like we can't use them for our leading armies anyways. So we might as well use them for something. I'm going to throw them in. Now they do cost you. This one costs 0.62 per person. Not a big deal though. And you, like I said, you will see the clergy power move up. Hopefully it doesn't go above 25%. If it does, then we'll know we made a mistake. But not a big one, but just kind of an annoying one. So at this point, we're mostly just waiting for our spy networks to finish, go up to 20, create a CB, rinse and repeat. You can kind of see the pattern here. Also, we did finish a CB while we were at war. So the one against Mayo, this one is pretty much ready to go. So why don't we work on that? So declare war. select our CB. And as I said, we already know we're going to select these guys. Not this one because he doesn't add anything to it. And I don't know how to get back when you select him, so I just go back and it clears it again. All right, West Briefne, you can see we don't get the Malice. If we select this guy, it kind of wigs out. I don't know what happened there. But anyways, we'll just do this one, the West Briefne. We'll have 4 people in this war, so we should be able to take 4 vassals out of it. Let's go ahead and declare war. Did we get all 4? No, we got 3 out of the 4. That's unfortunate. Yeah, that's unfortunate, but okay. So same thing, call your levies, go fight their army first, and then siege their land down. Now, with some of these wars, you might need to be a little careful. These ones in specific, you probably don't. If you click on this tab, you can see their current troop count is 4. So they haven't actually called their troops in. They are starting to get them right here, 177. So what we want to do is same thing we've been doing the whole time. Wait for it to get really close to finishing. Jump on them. Oh boy, jumped it too early. Anyways, we caught 4. So we just need to go around and try and find where that 100 and whatever spawned in at. There he goes, 177. So wait for him all the way this time. There we go. And now we caught him. So it should be an easy one. Yep, full stack wipe. When we say stack wipe, that means the entire stack is dead. If it's a close fight, you'll typically fight until one side loses morale and then leaves. If the fight ends too early, then they will actually get killed completely and the whole stack is completely gone. Most fights will not end in a stack wipe unless you outnumber them or outgun them severely. So but yeah, the ideal situation is just stack wiping everybody so you don't have to keep chasing them down and taking extra losses. So same advice I gave before, just run these guys down. Also, when you're doing this, make sure you keep an eye. You can see here, we went 1 month over on Tyrone for the spy network. So we need to do that. You're also going to get bombarded with pop-ups. Just, you know, deal with it as they come. All right, we found the rest of their army. They're just sitting on their capital and they got stack wiped as well. So pretty much game over. I'm going to go loot all these and then we'll sue for peace and we'll see what happens next. Now, I don't want to go over all the events that pop up because they're going to be super RNG. The stuff that I get is probably not going to be the same as the stuff that you get. And also, it's kind of subjective. Like what I think is a good idea may not line up with what your goals are for your run. So, but I can give you some general advice. For example, this one might seem a little bit scary because you lose stability. Your chieftains lose 20 estate satisfaction. Right now they're at 50, so they would go all the way down to 30. They'd be upset for quite a while. However, one thing to consider is this moves us towards plutocracy. And I was mentioning before, aristocracy is one of those societal values that give the nobles a ton of power. So anytime we can move away from aristocracy, we will actually reduce their power, which is one of our main goals. So this is one of those instances where I think it's probably worth it to take the hit. Obviously, it sucks losing stability, and it sucks having these guys pissed off for so long. But I think it's worth it in this case to get away from aristocracy. Not so much, I mean, plutocracy is amazing, don't get me wrong, but more importantly than getting that is to get away from aristocracy so we can get our control back. So let's go with this one. Now here is a very important concept. If we were to go into the peace agreement and just do what we've been doing before, you could see we have the option to vassalize all 3 of them. We could do this, humiliate, take the money. We have enough war score. We could end this right here and just take all 3 of them. However, this is not the most efficient way to do it because they're all in this war together, but they're not vassals. These are allies. You can actually negotiate with them individually. On the right side here, you can see all these flags. It starts off on the screen for the main war person, the main belligerent, but we want to go to each of these guys separately and negotiate with them separately so that we can get not just vassalage, which we were going to get anyways, we can get another humiliate off. So there's another +5 +5 prestige and another 10 ducats that we would not have gotten if we did just the one. So we'll go ahead and do that, separate piece them. Now, it might be a little scary. You think you're going to end the whole thing, but no, all it does is it gives us what we asked for and it takes them off the list. We'll do the same thing. We'll go to West Briefne, make sure you vassalize, humiliate, take the money, separate piece. And then finally with this guy, vassal, humiliate, take the cash. So if we had done it the other way, we would have only gotten 5 prestige and 10 ducats. We do it this way, we just got 15 prestige and 30 ducats. Same amount of land, same vassals. There's no difference there, but you do actually make quite a bit more money by doing it like this, if you can. Now, be aware, when you do that, you do take more aggressive expansion, or what they call in this game antagonism. It's not really a concern in this part of the map. But if you were to say, let's say you were in the HRE and you were to do that, there's 5 little guys that we were attacking and you were to take all of them separately, you would accrue a massive amount of antagonism. And so just be careful with it. Make sure you're not getting too much antagonism, but a little bit's okay, especially when you're on a dumpy little island that nobody has the strength to do anything about. Now, it looks like England is getting their teeth kicked in, which is good. We want England to be nice and weak. Yeah, the weaker they are, the better for us. So our little list of vassals is growing quickly. We're up to 4 now. Like I said, it's not a mighty bunch, but it is better than we had before. And you'll see how quickly this can balloon and get out of control. While we're at war, we also finished another CB here, which is with Thomond. It's this guy down here. And looks like he got eaten up by Clan Ricard. So we'll have to declare war on him. Oh, Clan Ricard is the owner now. So he vassalized. He chewed up some of his land and then vassalized him. Now, we can't declare war on him directly, but we can declare war on his owner now. So that's perfect. We don't have to do a CB on Clan Ricard, but we have good relations with Thomond, so we need to insult him first. So let's go ahead and do that so we can declare war. Right, yeah, 85. So insult, that'll bring him down to 35. We wait a month and then we declare war. So I'm gonna speed this up quite a bit because I think you can see a lot of this is rinse and repeat, but once we get to a part where there's some new stuff happening, then we'll come back in and start handling the guide. But I'm gonna take care of Clan Ricard. This is the dude that's got the fort, so we gotta spend a little time doing it. Also, if you're getting into war, after you take some vassals, one thing you might want to do is go to your diplomacy screen and then click on the relations, manage subjects, and then you can set the stance that your vassals will take. Currently, they're on normal. Probably want to put them on supportive so they can join you and help you in the wars. A lot of times the AI does not care. They just send troops in like they're imminently going to get killed and not have any impact for it. So if you have them on supportive, you can come over here and allow them to attach to your army. So if you click on your army, right below where we had that disband unit button, there's this attach not allowed. If you click on it, it will allow attachment. Now you'll see all our little vassals swarming to join up, and we'll have a bigger stack than we were if it was just us. So that's one thing you can do. All right, they have a pretty good sized army here, 495 to our 916. We still outnumber them, not quite 2 to 1, but that's enough to cause some concern. So what we'll do here, let's go take out the vassal in the corner, just make sure that they're not going to help. And then there's really nothing else we can do. We just got to get in there and fight it. So if you look at that province or that location, there is no malice, so we can just get right in. There's no mountains or woods or anything that's going to mess up our fight. So over here, you could see it is, yeah, they're getting beat pretty badly, 30 losses to their 145. So we're pretty firmly in the lead, and that's a stack wipe. And we only lost 56. That's crazy. I don't know why they were so weak there. Probably we have the same tech, so I don't know. But anyways, that was a good fight. Now we just need to siege it down. But in order to avoid them coming back again, let's go ahead and split off a bunch of our troops, and then we'll go make sure that they had another army there. There we go. Make sure that they can't come back. So we'll siege everything down, and then we'll get back on the capital and then be done. There we go. So pull these guys back in, and then we should be good to go. Now, I've noticed this game loves to, when you have a rough event and you start to get into kind of a precarious situation, like for example, right now, our loyalty for nobles is very low, 31. As soon as you get down to those thresholds, a lot of times they will hit you with another one that's going to hurt really badly. Or you could take a really bad outcome. So for example, this one, we lose 20 more estate satisfaction. They'll be at 10. For sure, we'll get a rebellion at some point because they're going to be pissed off for a very long time. Or we gain 15 estate satisfaction, but we enable only nobility as leaders, which is just an awful. Do not ever allow this at any circumstance. This is a terrible, terrible privilege to give out. Basically blocks you from having anybody to lead armies. And it's just not, it's not good. So we're going to piss them off. We'll deal with it. There will probably be a rebellion. Yeah, you can see the rebellion's already building up. But like I said, rebellions in this game, at least at the stages that I've seen, in the 300-400 year runs that I've done, are just not that scary most of the time. So what happened? I don't know why we took this fort. This one should have taken years. That's very odd. Anyways, I'm not complaining, but I don't know how to explain that. But yeah, I was going to say, we literally just got on it and then it gave up already. So, but yeah, that's good. Now, in this case, I'm going to do it a little differently because this guy chewed up a bunch of his lands. What I'm going to do is just full annex them. And you can see we do take some aggressive or antagonism. It's not a big deal. And then, oh boy, does that go? It goes over. Yeah, unfortunately, it goes to 105. We only have 100 war score to spend, so we have to give up a little bit of cash to do this. Yeah, that's fine. We'll take 9.7 instead of the full amount. That's not that's still a lot. So let's go ahead and do the peace deal. And the reason I did this is because one of his vassals is tiny and the other one was like a decent size. So ideally what we would do is spit them both back out as their normal size so that they can continue to be... I just deleted the fort there, by the way. It costs them a lot of money, and if it costs them money, that means they're not sending us as much money, so we want to make as much money as we can. But anyways, what I was trying to say is when we go to release these guys, we want to have two smaller ones rather than have one big one and then one basically useless vassal. So to be able to release vassals, you go over here to your diplomacy tab, relations, create subjects. So not manage subjects, we've been doing that a lot. If you go to the right of that, it's create subjects. There's historical, custom, and extraterritorial. Let's look at historical, see if we can find them. So Clan Ricard and Thilman, they're both in here. That's perfect. And it'll also give them a noble. Now, if we do create custom subject, we can still do it, but then we have to provide somebody to run those. And we don't really have a whole lot of people in our court right now, so I think historical is the way to go. So when you click on it, you can have them be a tributary, a vassal, or any of these other ones, but we're not really working on that. Let's do that. And we just crashed. All right, I'm trying to get back to that point. It's making me siege it all the way. Like I said, I think something bugged out because it wasn't supposed to end the siege in like 2 or 3 months of doing it. It should have taken like a year or more. But in the time it took me to do that, we got the Age of Renaissance. So this will pop up right around 1342. And we've got a couple options. We can go for an admin focus, a diplomatic focus, or a military focus. Essentially what this does is it adds these to your tech upgrade tree. So when you click this, you don't automatically get these, but they add to your tech tree. So if you come in here, you'll start to see these down here somewhere once you pick which one it is. So if you hover your mouse over, you can read each one. So for example, admin gives you max literacy, legislative. Most of this stuff's probably not going to mean much to you, but expected court, cost of court, you know that one. That one's a -1%. That's pretty good. Local infrastructure, proximity cost -2.5%. That's really good, or it can be. And then you got stability investment, which we already have a bunch of, but you can never go wrong with having even more. And then over here, you got more diplomats. You can create CBs faster. There's one down here that allows you to get more money from your people. Tribute system, yeah, 2.5 more subject income, and then improve relations, Diplo reputation, all that stuff. I don't find this specific one to be all that good on the military side, so I would say it's between these two. You can't go wrong with either one, but I would say for a beginner in this specific run, I would probably go diplomatic focus, just because it's going to make it a little easier for you to deal with your vassals, because you're going to have a lot of them. And so if you have a little bit more diplomatic reputation, that'll help. Having faster improved relations will make it easier to improve relations with everybody so you can integrate them. And then obviously making more money for your subjects is never a bad thing. So, and then you also get war score cost -5%. So like in that last war, when it didn't let us take the full thing, we were off by like 5. This might have actually helped us get there. So anytime you can stack war score costs, it's never a bad thing. So like I said, in this case, I am going to recommend diplomatic focus, but if you read through admin and you say, hey, I really like that, you can't go wrong. I usually pick admin, but either one is good. Now, as our kids get older or people in our faction get older, they will start to come up with these education options. So right now we are set to a balanced education, meaning they should get admin, Diplo, and military abilities at a roughly equal pace. But if you want, you can switch them to either admin focus, Diplo, or mil focus specifically. So it'll give you more in that category and less in the others. I would say in this case, we probably want to go diplomatic just in case this person ends up being our heir. I don't think she will be actually, but if she is, then we want to make sure that she's got enough Diplo. I could talk about succession law, and it's a little different because we're a tribe. It probably wouldn't really make much of a difference, to be honest, so we're just going to skip it right now. You can't really affect it that much anyways for these guys. Basically, you don't take your child as the heir. So if we go to, if we go to our government tab and we look right here, Tanistry elective is the succession law. We actually don't have anybody in our Tanistry elective, so we won't actually have an heir. So we need to make sure we get some people that are old enough to actually take the reins, and hopefully they would qualify. But you could see who's actually eligible if you hover your mouse over this. And then there's a bunch of stuff. Like I said, you can read through it. I honestly didn't even know this was a thing until, I don't know, 15 hours ago. And like I said, I'm about 150 hours in. I've exclusively played Ireland, so, and it didn't affect me at all. So no big deal. Let's finish this up and then we'll come back for the next section. Now, before we were rudely interrupted by that crash, we were doing historical subjects. Thomond is a vassal, Clan Ricard is a vassal, and there you go. They're spit back out as vassals. They have the original territories. And if we look at their opinion, it's much better than if we had just conquered them, because they don't have that same you declare. Oh, they do actually. Interesting. I don't remember seeing that last time. So they still remember that we declared war on them, even though we let them out. But there should be a bonus for letting them out, but maybe not. We do get a bonus for being their liege, so I guess that kind of helps. But yeah, that's really curious why these guys still have recently declared war on. It's not going to make a difference. By the time we're ready to annex them, it won't even matter. It will have decayed off. But anyways, that's how you spit vassals back out. If you take land, you can just spit them back out by doing it like that. Now, we just finished integrating the second two territories. So these guys are both at a full, what do you call it? Core. They're both cored, because now that brings up another interesting point. We won't have to deal with it quite as much in this run, but when you integrate a province, it goes from being conquered to being owned, but it's not cored unless you have enough of your own accepted cultures in there. And for example, right now we are Irish. That is an accepted culture because that's literally what we are. You have to have at least 50% of your population as that culture. You can see if you click on any territory, you usually start off on the infrastructure tab. Go over to the demography tab, and you'll see down here in the middle bottom, Irish and Anglo-Irish. So 94% Irish, this one would immediately become a core as soon as we're done integrating. This one would become a core, this one's a core. If we come down here maybe to like Dublin, this is a problem. So Dublin is 57% Anglo-Irish, 27% Irish. We would have to, in order to accept this into our territory as a core, we would have to assimilate these people, basically get rid of all these non-Irish and turn them into Irish. And you can do that through one of these actions. So the cabinet action, there is one called assimilate, pops into our culture. So you would click on that and then click what you want them to be. You could also convert out of Irish. So Anglo-Irish, you can convert everybody into that if you want. But in this case, we're Irish. We click on that and you can see it'll start converting 72 people per month into that culture. So if you've got tens of thousands of people in here, it could take quite a few years to get all those people converted over. So just be aware. So with the integration done, we probably don't need to increase control anymore. Say I probably ran into the same thing I was just warning you about. Yep. So we're almost at max control. So once we pull this guy off, he's not going to really provide any benefit to them anymore. So why don't we do this? Let's pull him off. We moved one of these to increasing stability. So that one should be good to go. There are some other options we could look at as well. So let's take a look at our diplomacy first. So if we go to our diplomacy tab, you can see right here we're at 1.69 capacity out of 4.8. Now, as we take on more vassals and as our vassals get stronger, they will take up more diplomatic capacity. So if we were at our capacity or even over it, we would start to get negative modifiers, and you could counteract that slightly by going to your tab here, and then you can go diplomatic endeavors. That'll increase our diplomatic reputation, which will give you just a little bit more capacity, but probably not enough to help, but that is an option. So ideally, we want to have a good ruler with a lot of diplomacy, the bird number, and then we want to make sure that we have those laws that we changed or any of those things that we enacted to help increase our diplo capacity. Same thing with research, that increases it as well. So as it stands, we only have a few Anglo-Irish here. Let's get rid of them. We're going to assimilate down. All right, it just finished up a war taking Offaly as a vassal, and the next one is going to be Tyrconnell, Oriel, and East Briffney. So you can see if you can get the ones that have alliances, those are the juicy ones, because you only need to do one spy network and then you get 3 people in 1 pop. So I'm going to finish this up. Turns out it was just the 2, they faked me out, but either way, we'll get 2 more added, another 20 ducats and 10 prestige because we get to separate piece one of the guys out. There we go. 2 more vassals. So you can see this one goes pretty fast. This is why I feel like it's a little more advanced for a beginner's guide, but I feel like it moves really fast. So you should be constantly entertained and kind of getting invested. You're like, holy crap, I went from one tiny little province and now we own half this island, and then soon we'll own the whole island. And also we're going to show you basically how to build an economy from scratch, how to start trading, all that stuff, all from this one run. Whereas if you do like a start, maybe you started as England or France or Bohemia, you have 1,000 things you could do. And how are you going to know which is the right one to do? And it's so hard to make an understanding of all the options you have. Whereas if you have this, you pretty much have 1 or 2 options, and it keeps it so much more simple. You can focus on learning 1 or 2 things. So hopefully this makes a lot of sense. I'm going to start speeding this up a bit and skipping a lot of this stuff. It's just rinse and repeat. We're going to keep taking all the land we can until we have everybody except for Pale and his vassals. So I just wanted to show you how quickly your power can stack. So you'll notice right here, our own strength, 1,100. And then with our vassals is another 750. We have almost 2,000 troops. Now remember, we started with like, I don't know, 500, 550, something like that. And it's been 11 years. And we've, we started in 37? So yeah, not even 10 years. And we've gotten significantly stronger than when we first started. So believe me, this will snowball, and then we can take on Pale pretty soon. So when you look at him, don't get too nervous. We can handle it. I was releasing vassals down here and the game crashed, and when I reloaded, they didn't join the war again. So just beware. You might want to create some saves when you're doing that release vassal. It seems to be pretty bugged. I've crashed twice now on this doing that, so maybe create a save before you release. If you do vassals from a peace deal, it's not that big of a deal. I don't think I've ever seen it crash, but releasing vassals, I have noticed it's like a 15 or 20% chance of crashing every time, so just be aware. We got another parliament vote, so I'm going to use the gravel road network. This time we'll expect it to fail, and we won't get what I had talked about before, the decentralization push. That's fine. Next time it shows up, we'll try and get it, but it's very important to get the laws passed first. So let's go ask for law changes. And like I said before, I think the next one is going to be this one, to go favor the crown, favor the ruler. So we push the other one that gives estate satisfaction plus 2.5. So it cancels at least half of this malice, so it won't be quite as bad. So favor the ruler, super important. And now you can see our crown power should be above the chieftains, I think. If not, it'll be close at least. Now, 2 things I want to talk about here that popped up before we finish cleaning up the rest of these guys and our attack on Pale. This will tend to happen quite often too, where Scotland wants to make you a tributary. Sometimes it also happens where England wants to make you a tributary. Now, if England makes you a tributary, that is like the perfect best case scenario. It's okay to pay somebody money if they will offer you protection. Scotland is pretty much not going to offer us protection. Unfortunately, he'll take the money, but then if England decides to attack us, they will literally do nothing. So this is worst case scenario, but it's also not really a big deal. We just pay some of our money, which you can see is just sitting there in the bank. We're not building up our economy because we're actually not going to have our economy built up here. We're going to be on the other side of the island where we will move our capital and we'll do all that. So this money is just sitting there anyways. Not really that big of a deal if we have to pay a little bit of it each month in tributary. Like I said, not the end of the world. Sometimes they will declare war on you and they won't even try to attack. They'll declare and they will just stay on their island, and then they by default lose the war, which is kind of stupid. The AI is pretty bad in this game. Sometimes they do a really good job, but most of the time they just flounder. Sometimes England does the same thing. Like they'll be busy somewhere else and they won't ever bother you. So yeah, anyways, that's what I wanted to talk about. So if Scotland tries to make you tributary, don't freak out. It's part of the game. If it happens, just let it happen. And then the other thing is we ran out of research. So we should probably look at doing our next bunch of research. Now, next, let's talk about a few research picks. So this one is going to be on the Age of Renaissance page, so don't go to Age of Traditions. Make sure you're on Age of Renaissance. And then we're going to start over here on the left. It's going to go Cultured Overlordship right here. That's going to give us subject opinions, but the one right before it gives us loyalty of subjects as well. So there's another +10. And then next we're going to take Tribute System, which is going to be all the way at the bottom. Now this is if you took the Diplo and the Age pick. If you went admin, it's going to look as something different. I believe this is the one that gives you the 2.5 proximity cost reduction, which is also really good. So make sure you get that one as well. And then we have the war score cost reduction. It'll be something else if you took admin. Whatever this one is, just take it. That is pretty much it. There's also, we could take Devotio Moderna. That one's pretty good. And then diplomatic annexation costs under title consolidation. These are the next group. That'll be 14 things to take to research. So it'll take a while before we get the next group, but That should keep us busy for a while. And eventually, I believe it's RNG as to exactly when it happens, but it looks like Black Death is upon us. I believe this is the bubonic plague, which is the real nasty one. It will eventually reach us. It starts out really far in the east, I believe in the Mongol Empire, and then it travels its way west through trade routes and a bunch of other things. So when it hits us, it will kill off anywhere from 30 to 50% of our population. If we're lucky, it'll be on the lower end, but most of the time it's like 40 to 50%. It's pretty bad. But everybody gets it. It's not just us. So, you know, it hits everybody equally. So not a whole lot you can do about it. If you ever get this pop up, the Militant Faithful, don't ever take it, or at least not for us. The extra infantry, they're going to chew through most of your wages, and you just don't need them. You really don't. They might come in handy a little bit when you're fighting Pale, but I've never once needed them to win the war. I mean, I know as a beginner, it might seem a little intimidating, and it probably is going to be tough, but, you know, we'll create a save file. If you mess up, you just practice it a couple times, and you should be able to get it. I wouldn't waste money on these guys, and they're mercenaries. You don't keep them permanently. It's 400 mercenaries that'll just chew out all of your savings. It's not worth it. And plus, we can get some stability and prestige by doing that. And when you get to this guy down here, Munster, this guy is a little bit different. We're actually going to keep this territory. So go ahead and full annex him, take all of his land and his money, and then we are going to start to integrate this land. It's because we're going to move our capital down here to the south. It'll make sense. You might be wondering, oh, why not Dublin? Dublin's huge. A lot of population, they've got a lot of buildings, the economy is already built up. I'll explain all that later. Just know that we are moving from here, and you could technically go Dublin. This is actually a really solid idea, but I feel like it's a little bit more difficult, and it's also not optimal. If you want to do optimal, you would move down here, primarily because there's good harbors. Dublin is a terrible harbor, and so it makes it hard to move stuff. So, like I said, we'll cover that in just a little bit, but just know that there are reasons why you want to pick specific locations on the map to have your capital. Our starting area is awful. There's no way you would ever want to have a big capital here. I personally wouldn't even put a city here between now and the end game. Like, this is just not a good spot for a city. And we'll kind of talk about what makes a good spot, what makes a bad spot, things like that. But just know, not a good area. Dublin is very good, but not the best. And it's also a little bit harder to manage for a beginner, whereas down here is actually going to be pretty simple. So as soon as you go to war with these guys, don't vassalize them. And if you already got to that point and you vassalized them, don't worry about it. All you have to do is wait 10 years and you can start annexing them. You can't use this land yet anyways. It's just, we have so many vassals. It's going to be hard to manage all this later anyways. I'd rather just take the land and keep it personally, and then we'll deal with it later. And then also, we don't get the option to release this guy. So Munster came up here and attacked this little guy. Unfortunately, I can't spit him out if I go to the historical options. It doesn't show up. I would have to release the entirety of Munster, and I don't want to do that. So instead, I'll show you how to give land away to somebody. What I would recommend is trying to keep things within the same county. So if you come down here to your map modes, it actually, I don't think, or the provinces. I don't know if this is on here or not. So let me find it in the other map modes. I think it's geography. Yeah, under geography, provinces, I would probably put a star right here so that it shows up. I don't think this is a default one. If it is, you know, pardon me, but I don't think it is. So you can make it a default one so it stays on this. It's a very important one to have. I use it all the time. So you can see right here, these darker orange, brownish, light brownish one. These are all part of the same province. So it looks like it would be part of this one, so we would give it to this guy, but that would actually be a mistake. You generally want to keep these provinces separate. Don't start mixing, like somebody gets one piece and then another takes another piece and so on. Try and keep them contiguous if you can. It does help because the provinces share resources when it comes to manufacturing. So it does help in that sense. So what I'm going to do is this guy owns 3 out of the 5 here. One of them, actually, who owns that? That's another one of about. No, that's somebody else. Okay, so this guy needs to clan Ricard. We're going to give it to him. So if we go right click, open all diplomatic options, and then under the subject options, we'll see seed province. So everything in Galloway will give that we personally own. So there we go. And you can see it is now shifted over to Clan Ricard. And now he would just need these to own the whole thing, but that's another vassal, so he's not going to get it. Oh, it happened. So we just got declared on by Scotland. So like I said, there's not much you can do about it other than just wait it out. If he shows up, just sue for peace. Give him his demands. I'll show you how to do that. But you don't have to immediately do it. I would just wait and see if he's actually going to try to land. Do not try and fight him. You will lose all your troops. At this point, maybe in like another 15 to 20 years, we could probably take him if he comes in piecemeal. If he's just sips like 1,000 or 1,500 troops at a time, you could probably handle it. But as it stands, if you look at his army, let's let some time pass and see what his army balloons up to. 27,000 troops. We can probably get maybe 1,500 to 2,000. So you could see he's got us severely outnumbered. Don't mess with him. But like I said, he may not even show up on this island. But if he does, then we will just become his vassal. It's not a big deal. Or his tributary. It's not that big of a deal. Now, funny trick, and this is a little bit more of an advanced one. You can declare war on somebody as long as you don't have troops out. So you can see we're currently in an active war right now. We have not mustered our troops yet. Our levies are still disbanded. So until we actually pull them out and have them on the map, we can technically declare another war. So I don't want to slow down our progress here just because this idiot just tried to make us a tributary. So we're just going to pretty much ignore him. And like I said, if he lands on our soil, we will just immediately sue for peace. And if you're waiting for that, let me just show you what that looks like. Go to the peace deal with him. And then instead of enforced demands, you could switch this to offer tribute. And then you can just select forced tributary, and then you can send offer and you'll accept it. Like I said, in this case, I would probably avoid it. Yeah, so pretty much we're just going to proceed as if nothing happened. So we don't need to worry about that. We'll just declare war. Now this is going to cause us some problems with Annalie. Let's go ahead and insult them real quick. So you can see here in the middle of one war, you could start a second one as long as you don't have the troops. And we're going to vassalize, humiliate, separate piece this bottom guy out. Annalie, finish this guy off with the same thing. Vassalize, humiliate, take his money, and there we go. We just got 2 vassals in the middle of a war. We have another one we can declare, but as you can see here, we can't actually declare war as long as our levies are raised, so we need to get rid of the levies. So let's go ahead and disband them, and then we'll immediately declare war, pick our CB, and there you go, another war. All right, another vassal. We're down to only a handful left, so you can see here we own most of these. These guys are all part of Pale, except for a couple of these small ones in here that we'll need to take. Let's see, these 2 we need to take, these 3 we need to take, but for the most part we're just about done. So I think what we'll do, unless important stuff pops up, I'm just going to finish this off. Once we have everything except for Pale and his cronies, then we will come back. And then when you get the chance, just go ahead and rival Pale. There's nothing else that we can't attack these guys without attacking Pale anyway, so might as well just rival him directly. I did forget to mention, we are paying tribute. Let's show what that looks like. So if you go to your economy tab, you can see we are making money from diplomacy. These are from all our vassals. So this is what our vassals are paying us. And then if you look over here, oh, we haven't paid it yet. That's right. Here we go. The Black Death is here. We are starting to lose people. So this purple one is when it spawns. This red one is when it touches your people. So we're going to lose stability. We're going to lose a massive amount of population. But yeah, there's not much you can do about it. So what's going to happen is you'll see your population start to go negative by a significant amount. Before we were making like 20, 30 people a day. We're losing 3,200 a day, and it's going to happen for a little while. So not much you can do about it. I know there's a way you can hide your cabinet. Supposedly there's a way where you can block off the population. I've been looking for a while. I have no clue how to do it. I looked online, didn't find any info on it. I've heard other people saying you can do it, so if you know how to do it, leave a comment and I'll try and pin it in the comment section. So I would appreciate it. And wouldn't you know, literally 2 or 3 days later, we got killed by the bubonic plague. So there goes our leader. We are now ruled by a regency till somebody can take over. Let's see how good. Oh, he's not good. He's got good military stats, but really bad admin and pretty bad Diplo. So that's going to hurt for a while. Hopefully it doesn't mess with our diplomatic capacity though. We're still under, so it should be okay. Yeah, we still have room to grow as well, so I guess it's not too bad. But essentially what'll happen is you're just waiting for somebody to pop up. You'll get some events, and then you can basically start looking for somebody, or you can take the throne right now. I don't want to do it with this guy though. He's terrible. So hopefully he goes away or he dies to the plague as well, and we get somebody better. But just because there's a plague going on doesn't mean you can't keep expanding and attacking people. So make sure you don't stop. Your people will be dying, but it's not that big of a deal. You can fight through it. It's that time for another parliament vote. We got 43% on this one, so easy support. And then we can come over here. Let's go ahead and change tribal organization from clan council. So that'll be efficiency to our cabinets. We'll lose that. but we'll pick up a 10% proximity cost reduction, which is huge, and it's going to be useful throughout the entire game. Now, we waited long enough, and it looks like Scotland gave up on the war. They didn't even try to land. We didn't have to summon any of our levies to fight them. They just peaced out. It's a white peace. We don't have to pay tributary, so we're good there. So that'll happen, and sometimes they will invade and you'll have to take it. It just depends. But like I said, if they declare on you, just don't freak out. Don't call your army in, and then wait it out. If they do show up on your island, then you can ask for tribute. And it looks like this guy is the king right now currently, so we don't have the option to subjugate, but we can overthrow him. So overthrow the king, you get a debuff to conquering and subjugating. No increase to antagonism though, so it's not as good of a CB, but you only have to use it once, only on the king. So here's one of those things where, like I said, I can't really tell you that this is going to happen because it's all RNG, but we did get one of those interesting events. Admirals concerned. We could take a push towards land, which is good if you're doing mostly land, but as you can see, we're an island. We need to have a strong navy. So we're actually going to take this one that pushes us towards naval. So if we look right here at our values, we're currently sitting at land versus naval plus 50 towards land. As soon as we take this, you can see the bar drop that pushed us towards naval. We need to do that 4 more times if we want to get to break even, and then another 10 times to get to max naval. This is a long-term project. It can take hundreds of years sometimes to get this thing over because you're just waiting for RNG to give you the right events. But yeah, that's kind of how that looks when it moves. I've got pretty much the last few targets lined up. We're just waiting for the CBs to finish and a couple spy networks. Actually, this one's done. Just waiting for this one spy network to finish, and then we can do the CB. We'll fight those, and then we will deal with Pale. But what I do recommend, before you get close to finishing all these guys off, go ahead and send a spy to England. We are going to need it. You cannot directly spy on a vassal or a tributary. You have to go to the owner, and then you can do whatever kind of spy network stuff. In this case, we're going to be doing the CB, building a CB. You can't do it unless you are spying on the parent country. All right, another vote is in the books. We're using the influence to change another law. This is going to be education of the masses, and we're going with uneducated masses, which is going to give us noble estate satisfaction plus 5%, and then max literacy, which does different things. For the clergy, it helps speed up their research, which is really nice. So not a bad one. We finally got a new ruler. Unfortunately, she has absolutely terrible stats. 22, 48, and 25. It's not enough to completely tank our whole country, but it's not good. We're pretty lucky we got 48 at least, so our Diplo capacity should be fine. But holy crap, her other stats are terrible. Yeah, see, we're really close to the capacity and we still have some more vassals to take, so that is going to be a problem. We've got our 20 spy network with England. We're going to go ahead and create a CB on our neighbor here, the Pale. And I think the only one that works decently is going to be Subjugate High King. We could also do Pushback Colonizers, actually. That would make it cheaper for us to take land. Yeah, let's go Pushback Colonizers because we do border them, so that makes it a little easier. So we just finished up the Black Plague and we lost just about half of our population. So 33k, we're down to 38k. That's terrible, but nothing you can do about it. There we go. I just took the final settlement and we're pretty much done. The only thing that is left to do is to kick Pale out. And it looks like England is actually at war right now with France. No, England is at war with Holland. Interesting. I've never seen that in the dozen or so times I've done this run. Interesting. I guess it's not that big of a deal. He may not be distracted enough for us to be able to go attack though. We got still a little bit of time to go on our CB, but there's not really a whole lot else we need to talk about. I'm going to wait until we get to the point where we can actually declare war on these guys, and then we'll talk about the next war. This is going to be the end of phase 2. All right, we're pretty much ready for war with Pale, and we'll talk about the requirements for doing this to make it much easier on yourself. Actually, before we do that, I noticed we have devastated locations. That's because some things got looted a little bit. So over here, there is, you can see right here, the prosperity. It's down, and mostly, like I said, it got devastated in the war that we just fought. So we can turn that around pretty quickly. You'll get a pop-up right here, devastated locations. You just need to turn one of your cabinet members to recovery effort right here. It'll increase population growth, but more importantly, it'll recover prosperity at 5% per month. So this is usually one of those things where you only need to spend 1 to 4 months, and then it's completely done, all fixed. So no big deal there. But let's talk about our war with Pale. First and most important, we need to keep an eye on England and make sure that they are at war with somebody. Now, they're currently at war with Holland, started back in 54, so it's been going on for 4 years. It's, for whatever reason, not ended yet. Nobody has a whole lot of war score, only 27% on England's side, so they still have a ways to go. I'm not quite sure what they're fighting about, but most of their forces should be concentrated down here, so we should have time. Oh, actually, sorry. Holland is up here, and they took over the English lands, and for whatever reason, England does not want to land and take it back. So, like I said, the AI is pretty bad in this game, but we'll take advantage of it. So let's go ahead and declare war on Pale. Now, sometimes, because I mentioned before, I've done this quite a few times. When you declare war on Pale, you have to declare war on England because they are the overlord. You never declare war on a junior partner. So you can see here, co-belligerent. But the odd thing is, Pale doesn't get to call in their vassals in this case. But usually when I do this, you have to fight everybody down here. All of these vassals. So for whatever reason, we're getting an easier one in this case. But usually that's not the case. Usually you'll have to fight everybody, and it's still doable. I'll kind of show you. It's the same steps. It's the exact same steps that you would have to take no matter which way you're doing it. So let's go ahead and declare war on Pale, or in this case, England, and then by proxy, Pale. So we're going to declare war. We're going to call all of our levies. However, actually, yeah, that's fine. Call all the levies. Oh, not the Navy levies, but yeah, Army levies. We do have to be careful to make sure we don't call troops in a place that they'll get caught out. So you can see down here, it's going to call troops in Desmond and Wexford. We don't want that. So I'm going to right click to undo that, right click to undo that, and then they won't pop out. We can pull them in later if we want, but we definitely don't want them to spawn because they'll just get wiped out by the enemy. That's not good. It'll give them war score and you'll lose troops. So let's get our army popped out, throw a general on, preferably somebody from our own dynasty, which we don't have. That's going to be rough. Yeah, because the chieftains already have a lot of power, and this is going to give them a little bit more. Let's hold off on giving them a general until we actually need it. We may not have too many hard fights here, but one thing that you'll want to do is turn on allow attachment. I know we talked about it before, but it's really easy to forget, so just a reminder. Turn on attachments, make sure all of your vassals are set to supportive, and they are, so we don't have to do it, but if you don't remember, it's this button right here. So select supportive and it'll change it for everybody. And now we're going to wait until everybody joins up with us so that we can have as big of a group as we can get. Looks like we are done fixing that area. So let's go ahead and recover the other one here. And then we'll put him back to integrating or doing something else more useful. There we go. So we're calling everybody to the banner. You can see 740 troops. It looks like they're going to try and attack us or attack our vassal, which is good. We should be able to win that pretty easily. Let's go ahead and put this 20-year-old. He's got really, really good stats. Like I said, unfortunately, it's going to give them a bit of a bonus, but that's fine. All right, and then we will come in and make sure that we win that pretty easily. And yeah, we did. Now, what I would recommend, if you're fighting this with multiple enemies, like if they have all of their vassals here, then what you'll want to do is same thing, stack up, but then go in and look for opportunities to snipe these small stacks. So right here, this is their big stack, and it's not as big as ours, so it actually worked out pretty well in this case. But don't fight the big stack in the early part of the war. Go in and snipe the small stack. So what I usually recommend doing is going in and either taking some land here, because the AI doesn't want to fight you most of the time. They will fight you if they're heavily in favor, but if it's like a kind of an even fight, they'll usually just leave you alone. So you can come in here and siege some stuff, and by sieging, you'll get vision. And then just keep an eye out when you see these little stacks spawn and they start running in towards the big stack. They want to group up. Your main job is to cut them off and stop them from reinforcing. And they are usually very small stacks. So your 1,500 to 2,000 troops will be able to stack wipe literally everybody except for their big stack. So that's kind of your main goal. But like I said, we'll come in here and start sieging some stuff down. We still have places to integrate, so put them back on integration. Okay, so here we go. We're just going to siege down all of their capital, the province capitals, and their actual faction capital. And then we'll let them kind of recover their morale. It doesn't really matter. Like I said, at this point, they're pretty much toast. They don't have much to offer in terms of resistance. But yeah, if they start spawning little stacks, then we'll chase them down and hunt those so they don't group up into the big group. Usually what I like to do is try and save the big fight for the last. I try and take as many small, easy fights as I can in the early stages of the war so that you kind of grind them down when you have the biggest advantage. If you were to take a big fight like this, maybe you lose half your army, and then there's other small stacks that start to come in that you would normally be able to stack wipe because your numbers are so high. But now that you just took a big fight and you lost half your stack, you actually can't stack wipe them instantly, and then you have to fight them, and you attrition down. Attrition in these wars is a real thing, so like I said, try to take the easiest fights you can in the early stages of the war and save the worst fights for the end. Here we go. So this is what I was talking about. They are pulling in 108 men. So you can see they've got 562 right here, which is a pretty big stack. But 562 is not quite as dangerous as, say, 670 or 680, whatever that ends up being. So we'll keep an eye on this. We definitely don't want him to get off of the province. So we will stop our siege if that means that we can stack wipe him without getting connected. And look at that. He's trying to attack ours. He's doing the same thing that we said we were going to do. So let's go reinforce our buddy here. Yeah, he's already low on morale. So after battles, you need time to recover your morale. So we take advantage of this and fight him when he's got low morale. So that's also another benefit you can do for that big stack. So here, you can see we only lost 23 troops. And he lost 559. He just got stack wiped. And the only reason that happened is because he had less morale. If we fought him when he was at full morale, we would have lost the full stack. Oh, crap. So England decided to show up. Normally they don't. Or sometimes they don't, but this time they did. So we're going to be in a bit of a trouble if we have to fight his full army. So as I mentioned before, you generally want to create some save files here because if something like this happens, we probably will not be able to win this war. They just have too strong of infantry and more numbers than us. So you can see they've got a bunch of war bows. Those guys are really strong, and we have just a bunch of regular infantry, some kerns. These guys aren't very good. So yeah, it's not looking good. And they just rezzed another 700. So just so you know what it looks like, here comes England, and it ain't pretty. We're actually keeping up with them, but we are losing more than they are, and they have more troops than we do, so it's going to end poorly for us. Yeah, you can see we lost twice as many numbers as they have. And they have more troops than we do, so pretty much this war is over. I would call this a reload at this point. So we just need to get it to the point where these guys do not join the war. And I think maybe that war was a little bit too early to start. No, they're still in the war. Interesting. I'm curious why they decided to split their forces. Usually they don't do that. That is very curious. Okay, well, it is what it is. I'm going to reload here, but just so you know, and I'm purposefully not editing this out because this is what can happen in this campaign in particular, but this is a good lesson to learn, but hopefully not too painful because we have save files to go back and redo some of this. But you have to be very careful when you're declaring wars against really big armies, big countries, because sometimes the AI will get it together and they'll join. I did a test run last night when I wasn't recording and I went all the way through. I was able to unite the whole of Ireland and do all that before 1400. And it was no big deal. Now I'd redo it again in the morning when I'm actually ready to record and it does this. So there's a lot of RNG in this game. Even within the same save file, there can be a ton of RNG. So as I was just saying before I cut away, you could have the same save file and have a completely different result. You can see here we've got them fully sieged. We have enough war score from England. England is not in war with anybody, but they decided to leave us alone. So they lost some land to Holland. And for whatever reason, they decided not to come over here and try and fight this war. But if we look at our peace deal here, we can pretty much take everything from this guy. You can see we've got a lot, even though we only have 11 war score, the war's been going on for such a long time that they just want out pretty much at all costs. Yeah, months at war, it's been almost 4 years, and their war exhaustion is plus 50. I think a lot of that has to do with the other war that they were in. So you generally don't lose war exhaustion when you're at war. So if you chain your wars back to back, you can stack up a lot of war exhaustion and you get really nasty debuffs. So I think that's what might have happened to England in this case. And in the other one, they probably didn't have a lot of war exhaustion from that. And then they felt comfortable coming over here and fighting. But anyways, I'm just going to come in here. And again, you can click through this. You can come in here and click on this to do it faster if you want. So this is basically fully annexing the Pale. Now, one quick note about this before I finish this peace deal. If you annex somebody fully and they have vassals, you are now the vassal owner. So for example, these guys, the Pale have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 vassals. Now, they are not part of this war because they are disgruntled. For whatever reason, they were pissed off before the war was started. I forgot to mention. Usually they join in the wars, but in this case, they were really upset at their overlord, the Pale, and so they decided not to join. And it looks like used diplomatic capacity. So they did something to them when they were as a vassal that made them upset. So either way, they didn't join. But as long as we take every single province from them, then we now become their vassal overlords. So it's not just that we're getting this much land, we're actually getting this land plus all the vassals. It's a huge, huge change of hands. So like I said, it may look like this is a big win, but it's actually bigger than that because we do get all these vassals for free. It doesn't cost us anything. We're getting aggressive expansion with Pale only, or antagonism with Pale. They're not going to exist after this peace deal, so it literally doesn't matter. So we're good to go. We'll take all the money. We still have some room to go, so make sure you take as much stuff as you can. We can humiliate England. We could also ask for war reparations, which means they pay us a monthly stipend for, I don't know, is it 5 years, 10 years, something like that? So we'll get a bunch of money from England right off the bat, 385, all the land. We'll get some prestige from humiliating them, in this case 5.46, and then we'll get war reparations, which is a certain percentage of their total country's income paid to us. So it's basically going to jumpstart our economy, which we don't really need anyways. We already have 1,000 saved up, but you'll learn in this game you can never have too much money. There's always something to spend money on. You'll never have enough to do everything possible. So it's always better to have more. So we're going to go and accept this peace deal. You can see we're right up to the limit. We have still a +1, but we get all the good stuff. And there you go. So let's go ahead and get rid of our army. And now you can see we are way over our Diplo limits, but that'll probably even out after a turn or two. Now, another interesting thing happens here. We can upgrade our country rank. Now, to be able to qualify for this, if you go into your country, your government tab, and then in the top right, there's this Form New Country button. You can click on that. And then whenever this pops up, you'll actually get a notification. But if you want to get there on your own before it pops up, that's how you get there. If you hover your mouse over it, it'll tell you exactly what you need to qualify. In this case, we're only looking at the bottom one. We need more than 100,000 population of the primary culture. So we need to have at least 100,000 Irish. And you can see we have 154,000 Irish because we just took over all this land. So if you look at the population chart, it basically goes vertical because we went from almost no population with our tiny little corner to owning half of Ireland now. So if we click on this, it is going to cost us 105 gold. But we get increased culture capacity. We'll talk about that at some point. It's not that important right now. Diplo range means how far you can talk to people. So that's not really a big deal. Diplo capacity is incredibly important because as you can see here, we're way over our limit. So that will help alleviate some of that problem. And then there's a bunch of other stuff that doesn't really make that big of a difference for us. So let's go ahead and click it. We'll increase ourselves from a county to a duchy. So we're now officially a duke. And because our country is war ravaged, we need to go back to recovery effort and let's just start recovering everything. Even more important than that, we need to integrate down here at Cork. So town of Carca, this place needs to be converted and integrated. Well, not converted, but it needs to be integrated. So you can see it's mostly Irish. This is perfect. This is a perfect spot for a capital. And let's start to talk about why that is. So I know this is going to be a little bit dense, so buckle up. Hopefully I'm explaining it in a way that makes sense. But essentially, your capital needs to be, number one, accessible to the rest of your country easily. And accessibility means that your control is going to be easier to spread. Higher control means more tax income and more soldiers. So you need to have high control, and you need to be in an area where control spreads easily. And there are certain places where control does not spread easily. I'm going to come down here to the map modes. So typically forests, deep forests, do not spread control very well because going through them costs you a lot. Same thing with woods, although not to as much of a degree. Grasslands are probably the best ones. Farmlands give you a tiny hit. It's like 5% hit, whereas forests are, if you look right here, forests are 25% proximity impact. It's pretty big. And hills, another 25% proximity impact. So these areas give you 50% less control no matter what you're doing. You just automatically get a -50 because of how rough it is to move through these territories. Whereas if you look at farmlands, it's only a 5%. And then grasslands, there's no hit at all. There's no debuff. Wetlands do give you a 25% proximity, so it's a combination of the vegetation and the topography. You have to look at both. So we're coming down here specifically because town of Carca is actually really good. It's a grassland, so we don't get any modifier debuff for that. It is a flatlands, so we don't get any debuff modifier for that. The modifier works when you're leaving a settlement, not when you're going into it. So for example, if I go from a grassland to a woods, So we look at the grassland, there's no debuff, right? If we look at the woods, there is a debuff here. There's a debuff of 12.5, and this one happens to be hill, so 25.5. So if I lose, let's say I lose 20, let's say I lose 20 control going from a grasslands to, go from one location to another location, it is then modified by the area you're leaving from. So there's no debuff going from a grasslands to a woods, so I wouldn't have any penalty going from here to here. If I would need to go from the woods to the grasslands, then the penalty effects. So you would actually get hit with this minus 12, 12.5 and 25%. So going from woods to grasslands is bad. Going from grasslands to anything else, not that big of a deal. Now, this is a problem if you need to link to the interior of your territories a lot. So for example, if I want to get to this woods area right here, I have to go through something else. I have to go from the grasslands to here and then to here, or from this grasslands to here into here. So getting to this area, it doesn't matter where I go, I'm going to at least hit one debuff. In this case, it would be a woods, or here it would be woods and hills. So vast majority of the time, you won't travel this way. You'll actually travel this way because it's less, right? This one's only 12.5 versus 32.5 or whatever that ends up being. So it's the one you're leaving from that gets the debuff. So that's why this grasslands is really important. So anytime we go from this to some other territory, we automatically, the first step that it goes through to get to your capital, you don't get a debuff for it. So let's say if I want to go from here to here, no big deal. If I want to go from here to the other side of the country, there's two routes, right? You can go through the land or you can go through the water. Now, I'll tell you now, right now, the water is not that great because we don't have a lot of technology to improve this, but we're very close to getting it. So the reason we're picking this specific area is because number one, it's a grassland, so we don't get a debuff when we leave. Number two, it's a port city, which means it's very easy for us to get to other port cities. So anything along the coast, and that's like literally 60% of Ireland is all along the coast. There's not that many inland provinces or locations. Maybe that's an oversimplification. Maybe it's like 50%, but a lot of the land we can get to easily through a port. So we want to have our country here. And then the final thing we need to talk about is the actual port itself. And there is a natural harbor suitability mode. Like I said, this is going to be a little bit overload, but this is super important to understand if you're trying to understand how your economy actually works. So over here on the geopolitics mode, you can see there's natural harbor suitability. I would pin this so that you can have access to it. You want to keep referencing this a lot. So natural harbor suitability, I'm going to click it on. And you can see there's 3 down here that have 100%. So 1.0 is 100%. So this is a really, really good modifier. Anytime you want to go from land to sea, you have to go through a port. If you have 100% natural harbor suitability, you take literally 0 work, or you lose 0 proximity going from land to water. So if I go from here to here, I lose 0. There's no penalty for doing that. If I were to do it, let's say, and I'll show you, this is exactly why I decided not to take Dublin. 2 reasons why, and we'll go over that in a second. But number 1 reason is Dublin is a terrible harbor. It has 0 harbor capacity. So the only way you can get Dublin to be a good harbor is if you build buildings, and we can't do that until we unlock the technologies. So we'll be at a deficit for quite a while until we can unlock those technologies. So essentially, keep in mind, 100% harbor capacity. If I need to leave this and go into the water to reach somewhere else, I would lose 0 proximity doing this. So getting to the water costs me 0. If I do the same thing from Dublin, I would lose, I think it's about 12 or 16 at the minimum. Yeah, you can see here, actually it doesn't show us. From my other save file, it's about 16 to 20, depending on what modifiers you have. So it's a huge difference. So that means literally anytime you are going from Dublin to anywhere along the water, which is going to be 90% of your pass, 95% of your pass maybe, because going interior, you lose a lot as well. You lose 40 every step that you go if you don't have a road. And if you do have a road, you're still losing 20. So if you go from here to here, and let's say you need to go to some of your other ports over here, you automatically lose 20% control. If I do it from here, I lose 0 control. So let's say if I want to go from here to this port over here, this one has 75 harbor capacity, so I would still lose some control. Instead of 20, I would only lose 5, right? So I'd go from here to here. Now I would lose a little bit going along the water, but we'll talk about maritime presence soon, but essentially maritime presence makes traveling along these routes very cheap, all the way down to like 3 control loss per step you take along here. So if I go from here to here, I lose 0. If I go from here to here, I lose 3 control. here to here I lose another 3, and here to here I lose 5. So 3, 6, 5. I would lose 11 control going from here to here. Very, very cheap. If I do Dublin, from Dublin and I lose 15 or 20 from here, I lose another 3, and then going back on is another 20. I would lose like half of my control just by doing that. So you could see when you have your settlement on a good location that doesn't have any debuffs, it also has a good harbor. That is the number one reason why I would pick this location as the capital. There's a couple other reasons why we want to pick this as a capital. If the control thing is a little confusing, don't worry. Like I said, I'm trying to explain as much as I can about this while it's still relevant, because this is going to be relevant very soon. As we gain control, I'll start talking about it and kind of showing you with examples why we want to pick this and showing why this other area was not so good. Actually, let's use some examples that we have right now. So if we look at our capital, we have 100% control. This is our current capital. If we want to go to one of our other territories, which Banchora is one of them, you can see we lose a lot of control just going over land here. So we lose 40 automatically because we don't have a road. So going from one land to another land, you automatically lose 40. If you have a road, you only lose 20. So that would go down a little bit. But we don't have a road here, and roads are super expensive. So you could see 40, because we start out in a territory that has woods, we're going to a territory that does not have woods, but that doesn't matter. The debuff happens where you leave the territory. So we're leaving from a woods territory. Capitals on a woods territory are terrible, in my opinion. It's just not a good idea. So we automatically lose 12.5 for that. Let's look at what else is impacting that. We also lose relative amount of tribesmen. So if we have a lot of tribesmen, they cause you to lose control. So we would probably just get rid of these tribesmen. We don't have that problem down here, right? There's no tribesmen here. It's just peasants. There are a few tribesmen here, but not much. They're just about phased out. Like I said, they convert over slowly. 27 per month they're getting rid of. So after a few years, they'll be gone. But that, and then we're getting some relief with these other things that help get rid of some of that debuff, but it's still pretty bad. Now, if we go over here, this one, you can see we do have a road. We do have a paved road or gravel road. So we lose 40 right off the bat. We can subtract 20 from that 40. So we don't lose a full 40, we only lose 20 before we do all this other modifiers. So we lose 20 from that because we built a road. We're leaving from a territory that has woods, so we have to add another 12.5% to the 20, and then you subtract and add and subtract all this stuff that we had in the other one. So that kind of makes sense, right? Hopefully. But you can see here, our control is much higher here, 77.5. So this one, because it has some nasty modifiers, we only have 60% control. This one has less modifiers. We get 77, almost 78 control. That's a huge difference, right? If you're making 10 ducats, 25% difference between those two, you're going to lose 2.5 ducats, right, between those two. It's a huge difference that'll add up over time. And these are tiny, tiny territories. If you were to do that with a territory that's making 100 ducats, now you can see it really does pay to have very good control. And then the further away we go, you can see up here, we're losing control. We do have a gravel road, which helps, but you pay for the woods on this settlement. And on this one, you don't pay for the woods, right? Because this one doesn't have woods. So anytime you leave from your territory, if it's built in a bad area, you're going to get hit. So Dublin doesn't have that problem because, well, it does a little bit, right? You lose 5% because it's farmlands. So you lose 5% from this, and then you lose a lot from the harbor capacity. It's about 20. So you lose automatically 25% of your control without any good buildings from Dublin. You come down here, you lose literally 0 right off the bat. I mean, you would lose your usual stuff, the 20 from going from land. But if you go into the water, you lose nothing. And then we're going to control all the waters. We'll have really good control there, and it'll make a lot of sense. The other consideration is, what is your economy going to be based off of? Up here, we have tin, which is not worth a whole lot. So if you hover your mouse over any of these goods, let's go how you get to this. On your pinned, this should be in your pinned, it's the raw materials one. It should be right next to your politics and your terrain right over here. So you turn that on, and then you can see all the resources that are being produced on this island. So every single location produces exactly one resource. That doesn't mean that's the only thing that can be produced here, but this is the RGO, the resource gathering operations. That's what RGO means. So this RGO is tin, this RGO is fish, livestock, etc., etc. There are obviously good RGOs, and there are ones that are not as good. I don't want to say there's any bad ones necessarily. They're just ones that are useful and ones that are just kind of neutral. They don't really do much for you, but they also don't hurt you. So if you look at all the stuff that's around here, The only ones that are really worth anything, tin is okay. It's not great, but it's okay. It'll get better in the later stages, but in the early stages, nobody really uses tin for really anything. So it just kind of sits there. Beeswax is also half decent. It has a decent sale price of 2 ducats, and it also produces some food. And we'll talk about food a little bit later, but anytime you produce 1 beeswax, you will also produce 2.5 food. So the beeswax is not the same as food, right? The beeswax is the actual good, and then the food is a byproduct of the good. So you both get the money to sell the beeswax, and you also get the food to feed your people. So that's kind of what that means. And you can see some of these other ones, like the tin does not produce food, obviously. Fish is a terrible resource. It only gives 1 ducat. It does produce some food though, so it can be helpful in that sense, but it's generally not worth anything to sell. So, but if you look over here, it's mostly food products. The best stuff over here is probably going to be the fiber crops, but it's inland, which means we'd have to build roads to get there, and we're going to lose a ton of control getting there, and it's just not going to be worth our time. So we already know automatically there's no good harbors here. It starts out on a wood tile. You don't want that. There's a ton of negatives for keeping our capital here. Now, obviously, it worked out in the beginning because they had a lot of people, and we didn't need the economy because we're basically, our economy is whoever we conquer. But now we want to transition into building our own economy. So if we were to transition down here to Dublin, let's look and see why Dublin would be good or maybe not so good. So Dublin, as we talked about already, you get a little bit of a proximity impact from being on a farmland, so that's not so good. It doesn't have a good harbor, so it's not going to be good for sea travel necessarily. And then if we look at the economy, there's a lot of wheat, which means that this place will generate a massive amount of food. Wheat doesn't sell for a whole lot, but it produces basically the most food in the game, I think, except for rice, which we don't have access to. So wheat is the best we can do in this area to make sure that our people don't starve. But it's not worth much money, right? So you can make a lot of food, but you can't really do much else with it. So essentially, this area is a breadbasket, but not so much a good financial capital necessarily. We do have some beeswax, which we talked about. That's half decent. Lead it's okay. It's got a 2 ducat sell price. It's not terrible, but again, same thing. Nobody really uses it in the early game. You can see there's no demand right here. So if you hover over this, you can see the supply into the market, the demand, and then the difference between the supply and the demand. So if you have a lot of supply, in this case, we're making a little bit of lead, or not we, but the whatever, our vassals making some lead, nobody's buying it. Nobody can use it right now because we don't have the technology to use it. So all that supply is just overage, and that basically tanks the price of your item. So if you have a lot of oversupply, then instead of getting 2 ducats on the market, you're only getting 0.64. So it depresses the price. The opposite is true. Let's say if we had 0 supply and a massive demand, instead of selling this for 2 ducats, you would sell it for, say, maybe 4 or 5 ducats. So you can make a huge profit by doing that, more than you should, because the price, if supply and demand is met, you should be selling it for the equilibrium price of 2 ducats. But yeah, if you're oversupplied, you sell it for less. If you're undersupplied, you sell it for more. So looking at all this, there's a lot of food in here. There's really not a whole lot of industry that we want to produce here that's useful, other than maybe food so we don't starve. But we don't need massive towns to do that. So if we look further down here in the area that I suggested, which is Corca, this place is on a sturdy grains province, which I don't mind. When you build a city, which is what this has, or a town, it basically reduces the amount of raw resources that you can produce here. So normally we would be able to we could upgrade this to produce more, right? If we go over here, this one we can produce 8 because this is rural. That's what all the towns start as. And then if you upgrade it to a town, you lose a lot of your production capacity, but you can build buildings down here that will help you grow your economy and produce more complicated items. So now it becomes you have to figure out which resource do you want to give up and sacrifice to be able to build a city or town. So we don't want to give up wool, because you can see here, wool is 2.5 ducats. It's quite good. It is oversupplied slightly, but it's fine. It's still worth a decent amount. And on top of that, it has a bonus of producing 5 food. So not only is wool good for selling on the market, it also produces good food, and it also is used in a lot of manufacturing that we want to do. So if we look at our manufacturing here, we don't own this yet, so it's not going to really tell us, but you can see the Tailor's Guild is a building that we can build here, and you can only build these in cities and towns, but it uses the wool, and you want to produce things in areas close to where the wool is being made. So for example, if we have this wool and we have a town right next to it, they'll actually send the wool here to produce the fine cloth, and you'll get a bonus for doing that. So we'll talk about that a little bit, but just broad strokes, just know you don't want to cover up good resources with a town, and you want your good towns to be close to good resources. And in this case, we'll make a lot of money from that. We have the beeswax, which we already talked about. It's pretty good. There's a lumber here, which is always valuable because you use it to build buildings. And if you don't have enough lumber, you will actually pay more for your buildings. So you can see right here, there's a decent amount of demand for lumber, and there's a decent amount of supply. So it's actually break even right now. It's perfect. Yeah, this is good. If we produce lumber, we would be able to sell it for all the money. And then even more important, if we look up here, just 2 steps away is a silver product, a silver producing location. Silver gives you a massive amount of profit for every level that you increase it. Now, it's not free profit, because every time you produce silver, you are lowering the amount of money that you can mint, because producing a bunch of silver will actually increase your inflation. So you got to be careful not to produce too much. But you can see here we make 4.6 ducats per month in our tax, basically, to this settlement. And if we're making, say, 30 or 40% taxes from this, we're going to be getting 30 or 40% of that amount. Every time we upgrade this once, we would get like 1.5 ducats. It's insane. That would literally add 10% to our economy just for one click. So you can see down here, not only is the control better down here, but the industry is better down here. The ease of access is better down here. There's a perfect spot to put it because we're covering up sturdy grain. Sturdy grain is not worth anything. It's 1 ducat. It does produce food, so we would lose a little bit of our food supply. But as you can see, we have a bread basket right here. We are not at all concerned about losing food, because we're just going to be able to oversupply food for this entire country just by spamming it over here in these areas. So like I said, there's a lot of reasons why you would want to put it down here. Actually, that reminds me, there is one more reason why. Let's talk about whoring. So if we go to Korka on the demographics page, you can see 76% of the people that live here are Irish. We are Irish. That is our primary culture. We don't accept any other cultures right now because we just didn't. I mean, we could if we wanted to, but it costs a lot of your resources, and I don't really recommend it. We just want to have the whole island Irish. Everybody else can piss off. So with only 14% Anglo-Irish and 8% English, not a big deal. We can convert those people. We automatically get a core on this location once we integrate it, right? So we're currently integrating. As soon as it integrates, it becomes our core province. If we come up here to Dublin, which would be the natural inclination, like, oh, that should be our capital, because that's what it is in real life, right? If we look at their demographics, they're 43% Anglo-Irish, 40% English, only 16% Irish. So not only do we have to integrate this territory, but we also have to assimilate. We have to convert the population from Anglo-Irish and English into Irish. And you cannot do anything with this location until you get it up to 50%. Like, I can't turn this into our capital. It's not that you can't do anything, but we can't do what we need to do. We need to build our capital and move it. We can't do that until we have at least 50% of our primary culture owning this area. So it takes a very long time to do that. So we would probably be sitting here for 15, 20, maybe even 30 years, just waiting to convert. Whereas over here, we just need to wait for this thing to finish integration, which is in 3 years. It's very fast. So 3 years, because they're mostly our culture. Integration is faster in your own culture area. So 3 years, we can move our capital here, and then we'll be good to go. We can start spamming our economy out in an area that, my opinion, is better anyways. So that's my spiel on where your capital should go. Hopefully some of that does make sense. Like I said, as we go and build our economy, I will start to give more insight into why that is, and reminders as to why this is a good location, where we should build our buildings first, how we should go about taking over the sea, all that stuff. It'll all make sense. So at this point, our main goal is just to get our capital over here. There's nothing else that we want to do in the meantime, so don't worry about anything else. You don't want to build any buildings, the infrastructure up here, because we're going to be really far from our new capital. So any money we spend up here is not going to be utilized until maybe another 100 years when we can get full control of the island. So don't worry about it. Just leave it alone. The one thing that we do want to do is get rid of some of this territory that we can't really take advantage of. So let's go ahead and release some vassals, which kind of a mistake because we already have a huge... Actually, let's let a month or two go by and see what our control goes to. So you can see here, our diplomatic capacity is 8.36 out of 7.29. So we have to be careful there. If we add more vassals, it's going to add more of a debuff here, which means we get less crown power, loyalty of subjects goes down, Diplo rep goes down, all that stuff. So maybe let's wait another month or two and kind of see if it changes at all, because this number I notice fluctuates, especially if you're loading and saving. See, it just jumped up to 85%. So if we release another vassal right now, we're gonna be paying a huge penalty there. So we could just hang on to it. It's not a big deal. The only thing with land like this is you're not really taking advantage of it because you're getting 0. If we give it to a vassal, the vassal will be able to use it better than we can, and then we'll be extracting money from them. But I think at this point, we'd be better off avoiding the debuffs than we would be getting the maximum amount of money from our vassals. So if your diplomatic capacity is in good shape, add more vassals. If you're like me in this situation, just hold off. And I suspect you'll probably be like me. You probably have too many subjects. So just hold off. We'll wait. We need to integrate some people anyways, and that'll help free up some of that. So essentially, we're just going to speed run getting this thing integrated, and then we'll come back and talk about what to do next. Now, if you are planning on continuing, so as a beginner, you could pretty much end your conquest right here and just focus on learning the game in terms of, how to build up a navy, how to build your economy, all that stuff. If you want to continue taking land, you still have a spy network being built in England. You can go over and start creating CBs against their vassals, and then you can start taking land from them. It's really hard because England is incredibly difficult to beat, especially on land. So, if you feel up to it, you can start creating some CBs there, but otherwise, I would probably just get rid of your spy network there and just focus on your island. But yeah, we're going to go until we can turn this into a capital. I'll show you how to do that. We just finished our integration. You can see here it's at 100%. So to move our capital, we need a couple things. As I mentioned before, you need your demographics to be at least 50% of your primary culture. It's okay if it's not 100%, but anything over 50%, you can move it there. And then you also need to make sure that you can afford it. So it does cost you some money to do it. And it also costs you some stability. So you can see 178 ducats and 20 stability. And it's going to take 186 days, so about 2 years. And then to be able to construct it, you need to have access to market goods. So paper, books, masonry, and lumber. Usually books can be a problem, but looks like the market is actually oversupplied in books right now. So we should be fine on that. So let's go ahead and update that. So we're going to click the button and just hope and pray that we have enough goods to maintain. Oh, no, we're missing paper now. Hopefully it finishes, though. It's still progressing, so that's good. And then since we have cabinet members that aren't doing anything, what we want to do is control all of the naval tiles. So anything connected to coastline, we want to own. So Waterford is going to be a good one. Let's integrate that. Let's also integrate Wexford because there's 3 tiles that are touching the water. We're going to base most of our economy on anything on the outside of the coastline. And then interior is going to be primarily for collecting resources. So that's essentially what we're going to do. We're going to make sure we don't build too many towns on the interior. They're mostly going to be on the outside and funneling resources outward. And then we're going to have really high control because we're going to have, as I mentioned before, a lot of coastal control and a lot of port cities. So long short of it, integrate anything that we own that is touching water. If it's not touching water, we'll probably hand it off to a vassal as soon as we can. We still are 45% over, so it keeps fluctuating. It goes down to 10% and then up to like 85. So I don't know if this game's tripping. Something's going on that's changing it drastically, but not that big of a deal. We'll handle it. There we go. We just finished moving our capital. So new capital at Corca. And if we take a look at it, it is a town. You don't have to have your capital in a town, but it's nice if it is. If you don't and you need to upgrade it, it does cost you a bit of money. It's 550 ducats right now. You can get that to go down a little bit if you have good supplies and some research techs, but ideally you should budget about 500 gold, which is a lot. That's basically 1/3 of our whole savings, which we've been saving up for since the start of the game, like 32 years. So yeah, essentially this was a very, very good transition, right? We paid 187 gold or whatever it was to move down here. We got a town. We're going to have perfect control here. This will go up to 100% because it's our capital. We lose all the control over here, but we weren't really making anything over here anyways. So now we need to figure out what we're going to do in terms of expansion. So let's talk about that. So 2 kinds of expansion we need to talk about. Number 1 is the physical land around our capital we need to own. Right now it is under the earldom of Desmond. This is our vassal. So as I mentioned before, we already started improving relations with him a long time ago. So we're good to go. We have the relations to annex him as soon as we're able to. You have to have a vassal for at least 10 years. So that last war ended in 65. So we need to wait until 1375 to be able to annex these guys, and then it'll take a couple years to annex. So as soon as this is done, then we need to start the annexation. So in this case, June 1375. So that needs to be burned into my brain so that I don't keep forgetting to check it. So June 75. All right, we got that under control. We will annex these guys as soon as we're able to. We don't want to annex too many people at once. Generally just do one at a time. So we'll annex him. We won't worry about anybody else. But you can see here, we've already started improving relations with everybody around because we do want to annex everybody around us. And then everybody far-flung, everybody over here, we will annex them later when we're able to take advantage of their territory. But right now, we still don't have anything over here, so we need to focus on our homelands. Now, in terms of what we personally own, we own Korka, and we own the whole province of Munster. I think it's Munster, right? Yeah, Desmond. This is where Munster, the Kingdom of Munster was. So there's 5 settlements, or 5 locations here. There is horses, lumber, livestock, copper, and wool. As I mentioned before, lumber is always going to be useful, so we'll probably start bumping this one up first, because the sooner we can get that up, the better off we will be in terms of building our buildings. So as I mentioned, if you hover over one of these, requirements for construction, lumber. Now, if you flood the market with lumber, you will not be able to sell your lumber for very much. It'll tank the cost of lumber. However, the knock-on effect of that is, instead of making money on that, you'll save a lot of money on your construction. And right now we are going to be building a massive amount of buildings. Literally tens or hundreds of thousands of ducats worth of buildings we'll be building. So if we can save, let's say it costs us between now and 150 years from now, if it costs us 100,000 ducats, if we can save 10%, 100,000 ducats, it's 10 grand. We just saved 10 grand and we would have lost maybe, I don't know, a couple hundred ducats worth of trade because we tanked the price of one of our resources. So there's a trade-off. If you're going to do a lot of building, you probably want to do an increase in lumber or whatever other building resources that you're going to be using. Stone is also another one that's used a lot. So lumber is usually number 1, stone number 2, and then there's some other ones, but these are the 2 main ones. But we only have access to lumber, so that's all we're going to worry about. Now, to be able to extract the lumber from here efficiently, we need to increase the control. And as I mentioned before, we kind of did this song and dance already. The control goes down if you don't have easy access to it, and we don't have a road here, so we need to build a road. This is one that I know for sure we're going to need. Now, you could build the road. You could wait until you have right here, the parliament, but we still have about a year before the parliament will be called, and there's no guarantee that it will actually be the one that we want, which is the one that we can build roads in. So probably not going to wait for it. Let's just build our road. It's only one. So we're going to go over to, so click on Korka, and then there's this button called the road builder right here. So go ahead and click on that. And then you could see all the places that we could build a road to from here. Now, the way roads work, if you build it into a settlement, into a location, it doesn't connect all of those. The connections are between borders and nowhere else. So if I build a connection here, let's do the one we're actually doing. So if I build a connection here, it doesn't mean that the road is connected anywhere else. I have, like, if I want to get another one here, I would have to build a road from here to here, or from here to here. So that's actually a good point. So let's say if we want to move resources, let's get off of this. Let's say I want to move resources from Blarna to Kentoire. If I have a road from our capital to Blarna and another road from our capital to Kentoire, there's roads from here to here and here to here, but there is no road from here to here. You would have to go into this settlement and physically build a road connecting those two. You cannot build that connection from here. You can see if I build that, it builds there. If I build that, it builds there. There's no way to build that connection individually from there. So you would actually have to go in and do that manually. Generally, not a big concern. You'd want to go from your highest control province and build the road network from there. So let's say, for example, if we want to go over here, we would just build it from here as opposed to going from one of these intermediaries and building it that way. The other consideration is we're going to be using the sea to travel most of these distances, so we won't be taking advantage of roads all that often. Roads are super expensive as well. You can see that one cost us, I think it was like 60 or 80 gold. That's a lot. We could easily build ships and they would do the same thing, but over a much larger area instead of just one tiny connection. So, but yeah, you still do need roads, especially in this one. So we'll build a road there. We also want to start increasing our lumber output. So the way productions work here is it works on, for RGOs, it works on increments of 1,000 population. You can see right now it's a 1 out of 5, which means there's 1,000 people working this RGO. So 1,000 people are working in the lumber mill. If we come down here to the available laborers, you can see there's a 56 number here, and then there's 1,056 here. The number on the right is the total amount of people that are in this class. The one on the left is the total available people. So what this means is we already know we have 1,000 people working lumber. If we come down here, you can see there's 1,000 people that are working, and 56 of them are not working because there's only up to 1,000 capacity there. So 56 are free, 1,056 total here. And you can see down here in the available peasants, there's actually some people that are working something else. This is a market village. So market villages do make some money. We'll talk about this later. And you could either delete it if you don't want your people to work it, or you can just put it on hold. So if you go click on the actual building itself, and then up here on this tag, you can see there's an option to subsidize it, which we'll talk about later. Don't worry about that. We will close the building. We don't want the workers going there. We want all of our workers to focus on working the lumber mills. The easiest way to do this, because this is kind of a lot to consider, the easiest way to do this is to look at this number. Okay, you have one person working it. Look at your total population. We have 1,700 people. We have 1,000 people there. We should be able to staff that. If we click this again, now we're going to need 2,000 people to work it. We are not quite going to have enough people to work it. We'll be short by about 200 people. There are a few people that do go into other categories, like there's 4 nobles, 8 clergy, 28 soldiers. So you don't quite get 100% of this, but it's a good rough estimate. You'll be fine by using this as your total available workforce. So we build it, and you can see now we have a deficit of 943 people. We will start to pull people slowly from the available peasants, which is this one right here, and they will slowly convert into laborers up here to fill those positions. So this is important because let's say if you have 20,000 people here and you have only one lumber mill and you wanted to max this out, you could build them fast, but then you would only be converting 17 people per month to actually work it. So you would have a massive deficit. You would spend all that money and you wouldn't actually be able to utilize it for like 5 or 6 years, because you would have all these people that are still training to do the job, right? You can't just throw somebody into a job. You have to train them. So that's kind of what this represents. So even though you have enough people to work it, you have to slowly filter them in. So usually what you want to do is you want to build up slowly on several different areas to give your people time to train and to be able to work that. So we'll build this. We don't have enough people here. We don't have enough people to convert anyway, so it's fine. They'll need time to convert and train for that job. And hopefully we'll be getting plenty of migration and population growth to be able to fill those spots soon. So this place should grow pretty quick. So there we go. Once that's built, we should be able to get some wood in, and that'll make our construction a little cheaper. Let's go back to Korka, and you can see here we have literally no buildings. That means we can build it exactly the way we want. We could also upgrade the RGO here, but these things aren't worth much. As I mentioned before, the sturdy grains, it's a good resource to cover up because it's just not all that useful. So what we want to build up first is going to be probably some trade capacity, and then some of these buildings that we want to make some money through production on. However, I think in the very beginning, there's a couple things we want to do beside that. We need to get our population growth up as high as we can. So to be able to do that, we need a couple things. In towns, the best way to do it is to add more food storage. So if we go to our laborers right here, the labor category, click on that, and you can see that we can build a granary right here. Now, each level of granary only needs 50 laborers, so it doesn't really pull that many people from the economy. So not a big deal. Let's go ahead and build that up, and we're going to actually build this up to max. Let's just put 3 granary, and then that will increase the population growth that we get here. Because our biggest issue right now is we only have 12,000 people in our capital. That's not enough. One thing that was nice about Dublin is it's got a huge population, 27,000. And our previous capital was, it didn't have that much actually because we lost them during the plague. But yeah, if we can get our population up quickly, that would be beneficial. Now, we do have to wait for the road to be built first, but still, I think this is probably a good first start. It's not going to make us any money, but we don't really need the money. We need the people, right? And then we'll turn that into money later. Now you can see we're already using up a lot of money, so we're going to slow down on spending. Let's let these buildings finish, complete, and then we still need to keep an eye on our vassal here so we can convert him. So basically just let these buildings finish, and then we'll come back when we're a little closer. After these granaries are built, we'll probably build some more. This one we can't do anything because we need to wait for the population to show up. You can see it's already at 1,800, so it is actually getting some decent immigration here, and then we'll focus on building up this. So there we go. Our lumber is built in Blarna, and you can see there's a deficit of 1,000 people, and there's 822 that they can draw from. So by the time they actually train and get in there, we'll probably be able to upgrade this to 3 and start working on the next set. And you could also see these roads take forever to build. Now our tech is done. We need to start researching some stuff in the Age of Renaissance, but we don't have the institution embraced yet. We do need banking so that we can build our barks. Somewhere in here. Here we go. The barks. We do need that, but we don't have this embraced yet. And I know we talked about that a little bit, but if we look at banking, we need at least 20% to be able to embrace it. And it's going to cost us 120 stability. So obviously we're not going to do that. So in the meantime, let's just pick out some more texts that we can do that are going to be helpful. So on the Age of Renaissance tab, we look over here under Scholarly Treaties on the right side. If we scroll down a little bit, maximum RGO size, this is one of the ones we were just talking about. So 10% more, that helps us extract more resources from the lands, and we can turn that into profit, put people to work and tax them for it. So that's never a bad thing. So mills, that is a really good one to have. And if we scroll down further, there's a bunch of these ones where we can increase literacy. Literacy is good for everybody. I don't know that there's any downside to higher literacy for anybody. So usually a good idea to do that. So we can do the nobles, the burghers, and the clergy literacy increase. And then we could also increase maximum RGO size in towns and cities. So that helps for towns and cities. And then if we go further down, there is Inquisition. So the Inquisition law, that one can allow us to enact another law. Laws are never a bad thing because you basically pick and choose what bonus you want. So we could do that, and then we'll take some prestige. Only 9 research things. I guess I don't think there's a whole lot else here. We could do maybe construction speed, but we'll probably want to swap that out as soon as we can when we embrace banking, because we do need that. So yeah, let's just keep moving. Now, when it comes to doing the debate, we have to do it in our new capital. As you start to get more towns and cities, you could hold the debate in there as well, but usually I just do it in the capital. So we'll pick that. We do have an option to expand forest exploitation, which is perfect because that's the one that we've been spending money on. So this will be in, okay, it actually does both. So we have 2 lumber. We have one in Blarna, which is we already know about. And there's one over here, Rosmicthrin. So it would actually increase the lumber output here. So we would get 2 for 1, and it wouldn't cost us a penny because the AI, the clergy is going to build it for us. They'll spend their money. So hopefully we have enough support, and it looks like it's just shy by 10. Actually, that's kind of a lot. So yeah, we could try to embrace it if we give a bunch of stuff out. We'll see if we get lucky with some of these. We might get some events that increase the acceptance of that, but I would be careful giving a lot of these out. Minus stability and decentralization, it's not what we want to do. And then this one, traditional economy, we don't want to go towards that. We want to go towards capital economy. So these would push us back in the wrong direction, and they would piss off the chieftains. So we may fail this one, but that's all right. We got lucky. We got a +10 support in the parliament, so we have just enough to pass, assuming we don't get hit with a negative. It looks like it's going to pass. Sweet. So now this is one of those really good ones that if you're lucky, you can get it passed. So looking at Blarna, we only had 2. Now for free, we get 3. And we actually have almost enough people to work it. But as you can see here, there's a big buildup deficit of people. So like I said, it's kind of a tricky one. You can't upgrade it too fast because you can't really utilize it. So that extra one's just going to sit empty for a while and not produce anything. And then over here, it probably doesn't even matter. There's a lot of people. Yeah, there's a lot of people that live here. We are not really taking advantage of it personally, but that would still go somewhere. It goes into the market. So it will help overall anyways. All right, we just finished our granaries. And if we go over to our population here, we could see that population growth, we're getting a 0.08% for having food storage here. That is huge. So when our total is 0.36 and we add 0.08 of that was added, that's like what, 20, 30%? Yeah, it's like 25%. So just by adding these 3, we increase our population growth by a huge amount. Now, the problem with a granary is it costs us money. We're not making any money by having it, but like I said, it's a good benefit because we'll have more workers here eventually, and it'll add up over time. So now let's talk about how we actually make money with our settlements. We already talked about the RGOs, so you can upgrade your RGOs and you will get some benefit from that. You'll produce, in this case, we'll produce an item to sell on the market. We'll also produce food. We don't necessarily need food here right now. I think we'd probably be better off working on industry. So we'll save the RGOs for later and on this specific area. But let's go up from the bottom. So these are all our people. As I mentioned, we have the available peasants. When you're in a town, you cannot build peasant buildings anymore. The soldiers, we could only build a stockade, which is a fort. We don't need that. Looking at the laborers, we can build some rural type economy items. These buildings are not usually all that good, but they can help if you need to supplement something. We'll talk about that later. But just know most of this we probably won't build in towns. We can come up here to the burgers, and now we see a huge list, and you can see the numbers are quite attractive here. 0.96, 0.82, 0.77, 72. So pretty good up here. There's also some stuff at the very bottom that don't have a profit number that are incredibly important. So like the wharf, this is going to increase our trade capacity, allow us to have sailors. It'll increase our harbor capacity, and then we can build ships here with that. So we will need that very soon. There's a library, which will help increase promotion speed. There's a bunch of stuff, literacy, all that stuff is super important. And then, of course, the marketplace. This is probably the next most important thing. So trade advantage, capacity to the owner. These are really important things if we want to make money through trade. Now, unfortunately, we won't make a ton of money through trade, even if we have a bunch of trade running through our country, because we don't have high estate power. So that's something that we will need to focus on in the next, say, 50 to 100 years, is getting our estate powers back in line. But it's still good to have some trade building. So let's go ahead and build the marketplace, and we could probably queue up to the max. Let's just build 3 marketplaces. And don't forget, we still need to integrate the subject in 75. So 3 more years, we're getting there. Now let's actually talk about that in a little bit of detail, not too much, because it is a very complicated topic, but we need to start planning for this because it's one of those things where it is going to take some time to do it. So in order to get crown control back, we have several options. And I know we talked about it before, but I'm going to repeat it because it's super important and it's really hard to remember this stuff. At least it was for me. So you probably need to hear it 5 or 6 times before it clicks. So over here on our government tab, the country tab, and the estates tab, when we give out privileges to our nobilities, our clergy, all that, this generally adds power to that specific estate. So you can see here, we're giving them 20% here, and we're giving them 10% here. If we look at our clergy, we're giving them 10% and 33% for those two. I'm not too worried about the commoners, the clans, the traders. These guys don't have any power yet, so not really a big deal. The traders actually don't have any estate privileges yet, and we probably want to hand some of those out. So that's something we can do. And by handing them out, we actually pull power away from these guys. So you can actually squeeze. It will take some of our power away too. But if the most important thing is getting these guys below 25%, which is that magical number we talked about in the beginning of this tutorial, getting below 25% is super important. So make sure that you get below that. And if that means losing some, but giving a little bit to somebody else, like the traders, so be it. I think it's probably a fair trade. So if we look at the traders, some of the privileges we can hand out, there's some really good ones. Probably a lot of this stuff we wouldn't really use in the beginning, but some of them would be quite helpful. So like building cost, we're going to be building a massive amount of buildings. So saving 5% doesn't sound like a lot, but like we talked about before, 100,000 ducats, another 5% saved means we're going to be saving, 5,000 ducats. It's a lot. So I'm going to add building rights. It also only gives them 20% power. So it's not a big ask in terms of how much power we give up. Let's take a look at some of the other ones. Burghers allowed to build roads can be good if you have a big land empire. In this case, we are not necessarily connecting a lot of stuff on land just yet, so I don't think it's quite as important, but this one is usually quite good. It also pushes us towards centralization, which is the one that we want. So that one can be pretty good. Don't ever take one that reduces your RGO size. That's just nonsense. Don't do that. Trade capacity, we'll talk about trade capacity. That's always a very good number as well. Control over the coinage can be pretty good as well. So this increases our silver output and it increases our minting threshold. This means that we can print more money and our silver and gold mines will produce more. However, it's at the expense of 50 power. Don't really want to do that. So we want to try and limit their power here. So if there's some easy small ones that we can do to just snag a little bit of power without giving them too much, then I think that'd be pretty good. So moving away from plutocracy is good. Innovative and capital economy, these are good. And again, you can see these these values or which categories you should be picking, in my opinion, on the Notion page link. Just click on that. There's a drop-down tab. You can see all the ones that I prefer to take. And then coming down here, production efficiency is always good. We don't have any production yet, so it doesn't help. Monthly prosperity is pretty good as well, but we don't want to decentralize. So this one basically helps your cities grow in, what's that called? In development. So this number right here is your development. Part of that number that increases is the prosperity. So if you can increase prosperity, you're also increasing development. And development is what determines how big your RGO size is, how many buildings this place can support. The more buildings you can make, the more money you can make, the more, utilization you can have. It also decreases proximity cost. There's a lot of really good things that come with higher development. So development is super duper duper important. Now, there is one that gives us direct monthly investment of development of 0.001. It does give them 50 power. I don't want to do it, but this is such a good one. I do recommend doing it. So let's give them urban development grants. So go ahead and do that. It will also move us towards innovative, which is one that we want to take. So monthly development for some power, I think it's worth it. So now if we watch the power after, it should distribute more to the traders and less from these other ones that we want to try and weaken a little bit. So we talked about taking some of their power by giving somebody else power and trying to redistribute the balance. The other thing is we could take these off, but it's going to cost us 108 of our stability, which is going to basically put us negative. That's doable, but also not advisable. The other way, and this is probably the most likely way we can fix it, is by replacing these advisors when they die and replacing them with people that are of our own crown so that we can get the power from that. So the easiest way to do that is to come over here on the society tab. There's a people tab at the top, and then in the middle, there's a characters tab all the way to the right. These are all of the characters within our country, and it shows everybody, young, old, different estates, etc. Well, I don't care about anybody but our own crown people, so we can go ahead and add a filter here. Is this little filter button, and then right here is the crown. We can look at all the people that are tied to our crown. So there's our ruler, our terrible ruler with awful stats, and then there's 3 kids in here, 12, 13, and 9. So in not too much time, they're actually going to be of age to come out and start working, which is good. We can put them to use. This one in 3 years, this one in 4 years, and then this one in 7 years. So yeah, at age 16, you could put them to work. Now also, as soon as they're of age, these are all boys, so we need to immediately marry them off to the youngest person we can find so they can spit out a ton of babies. And then those babies will grow up and have more babies of the crown. So we'll keep increasing the population of our crown estate. And then those babies will have babies, and so on and so forth ad infinitum. On my other run, I think I had 400 crown population by like 1500 or 1600. I didn't even start focusing on it until fairly late in the run because I didn't realize that was something that I should do. Now, the earlier you can get on it, the earlier you'll have your spam. And remember, the more people you can choose from, the better off you'll have. You'll have more options to pick for your advisors. You'll have really good options to pick for your army and navy leaders. And it'll also increase your crown power by a significant amount. So this is the main one we are going to use to curtail these guys' power. It's going to take a few years for them to come of age, and then we'll replace these guys. And then eventually we will reduce their power enough to where we can actually revoke these without taking 100 stability hit. If we can take like maybe 50 or 60, I think that's reasonable. 100 is maybe a bit too much. So that's kind of the plan. Hopefully that kind of makes sense. We'll go over it again as we get closer and actually enact that plan. All right, a couple things here also that I want to talk about before I forget. So we talked about going to the characters tab, filtering by crown. Now we currently only have males, so this is actually better. It's better to have males than females because you have more options to marry them off. As soon as they turn 16, we will marry them off to anybody. The estate of the children is determined by the father most of the time. So if we have a crown father and let's say a chieftain mother or a trader mother, or well, you can't have a clergy mother, but any of these other two, or even a peasant mother, they will automatically be of the crown. So the kids will be crown, and then you can use those kids to propagate more crown estate. If you have a female, let's say this is a female, if we marry them off to a male chieftain, the kids will be a chieftain. So you will actually lose that mother's ability. They will still be of the crown dynasty, but that doesn't do you any good because their estate is technically the father's estate. Same thing with the clergy and the traders. However, the only loophole there is if you have male peasants, you can marry your female kids to peasants and they will take the mothers because the mother is a noble and the peasant's a peasant, right? So the mother's estate actually overrides it. So you can actually expand really fast with females if you have peasants that you can marry them to. I don't think we have any peasants right now. We don't. And they will pop in once in a while if you get like artists or people that are trying to serve in the military, things like that. But usually you won't get a ton of peasants. Not usually ideal. But the other thing is if you have a female, you can marry your female to another crown male. So 2 crowns make another crown. It doesn't matter because they're both, right? They're both the same. But the females can only produce crown kids if they marry a peasant or another crown. So that's kind of the order of operations. I've written a little paragraph in the Notion page because it's kind of complicated, but it'll be easy to read it a couple times and it should make sense. Also, something to keep an eye on, we picked up some inflation from somewhere. I'm not quite sure where. You can find that in your economy tab under the balance, and you see this number, this white number right next to your minting. So this is your current inflation, 2.48. That means every time we spend money, we have to spend 2.48 more. So I'm going to drop my minting all the way down to 0 so that we can reduce that amount by 0.1. So in about 2 years, we'll have this completely wiped out. 24 months. Yeah, like two years and 1 month, we'll have it wiped out down to 0. So we'll lose a little bit of money from not being able to mint, but it's my opinion, it's better to just get rid of inflation as soon as it rears its ugly head, just dump it. And then also one thing I forgot to mention, if you are currently as a tributary of anybody, and in this case we had to pay Scotland because they invaded us earlier, we are paying them, I think it's 1.6, yeah, we're paying 1.6 ducats to them per month, which could obviously be going to our economy if we want to get rid of them. So as long as you don't have a peace deal, as long as you or them are not at war and you don't have a non-aggression pact, what do you call it after war? The peace deal, a truce. As long as you don't have a truce with them, then you can just go in there and cancel your tributary. So you don't have to stay tributary. They'll probably attack us again, but we'll be making our increased money in that time between now and the time that they attack. And if they attack, we just give it to them without fighting. It's not a big deal. It's basically like one of those things where you know you're going to get caught, but you just try and get away with it as long as you can to save the money. Now, businesses do it all the time in the corporate world. Looking back here at our capital, Korka, we just finished our 3rd marketplace. Now, the reason we want to build marketplace is to get trade capacity for the owner and trade advantage. Now, if we go over to our economy tab, and the trading tab, you can see we actually have capacity now. We didn't have capacity in the beginning, but now we can actually do some trades. I'm going to recommend just leaving this on automatic. Just let the AI do it. They actually do a pretty decent job for this specific area. I know some areas the AI is pretty bad at trading, but in this area, they actually do a pretty good job because it's kind of a cornered market. We don't have a whole lot of influence from the outside. This only Dublin flows to London and a little bit to Edinburgh. But that's pretty much it. Most of it stays here. So it's kind of a self-contained market. It doesn't really outflow quite as much. So I think in that sense, the AI can make pretty good decisions here. So we'll just turn that on. But essentially by doing that, we should be able to start seeing some decent balance of trade income. Right now, it's only 0.25. But as our trade capacity goes up, we should see that shoot up a little bit more. And the other thing, by having trade capacity, if there's something that we need, like if we're building a building and we don't have the resources, we have the trade capacity to spend to actually bring that resource in. So it will help in that sense. And then don't forget, once your inflation is gone, turn your minting back on so you can make some money. 0.4 ducats in this case. Now, I wanted to talk about one other thing. So if you look at, in terms of like population growth here, so you could see our lumber mill, we have 3,500 people, which means we have more than enough to work it. They're going to promote one more set, so 1 more month. Actually, let's just let the month go by. They should have, nope, they don't. For some reason, they don't have enough. But if you have a small area that needs population growth faster, so for example, we want to boost this area up as fast as we can, there is one more thing we can do besides building up the food storage in the area. There is one building that you can do that will actually drastically increase the population growth, and that is down here on the peasants. You can build this, and this is only in rural. You can't do this in towns. So on the rural peasant area, you can come down here and build a settlement. Now the settlement requirement, it has to be rural and it has to be less than 5% of the population capacity. So you can do some quick napkin math. If you click on your main settlement, go up to the population tab, and you can see here the max capacity is 123,000. So just basically take that, so 1,200 people, multiply that by 5. So what, 6,000, 7,000? Somewhere around 6,000 or 7,000 is where 5% would be. We're half of that. So if we build a settlement, it's going to increase migration. So we'll pull people from other areas, which not really what we want, but we do want to get population growth up. And that increases it by 1%, which is massive. It really helps a lot. So we'll go ahead and build a settlement here. You can only build one. And as soon as you hit that 5% threshold, I believe it goes away. Maybe it stays a little bit longer, but I know most of the time you build a settlement, it eventually goes away. So we'll build that up right here to get the population up high here. Now we could go around and building it everywhere, but the problem is most of your population is going to come from your from migration. So if you build it in all of these, then people are going to migrate and they'll start cannibalizing their own. So usually what you want to do is build it in your most important one. So for example, we want most of our people here in the lumber mill. Make sure we get everybody maxed out of lumber, get that RGO built up as high as we can, and then that'll go away and we can start moving it to the next important one, which in this case, it would probably be the copper, since this is the only source of copper in this area, and it sells for a decent amount. We could also do the wool, but the problem is we have 3 wool over here, I think, already. Yeah, we have 3 wool and they're right next to our capital, so probably don't need that quite as bad as some of the other stuff. So we'll build that. This one does require some population. I believe it's 250 people to work the settlement. So we need to make sure we have enough to keep that fully occupied, and then we will continue to increase the RGO size here for our lumber. And as I was mentioning before, once you get more than one town or city, you can opt to hold your location of the parliament. We pretty much just going to keep it here. I don't know what the benefit is. I think maybe if you have an area that has higher burger control and you want to do like a burger one, you might be able to do it there and get some benefit. Maybe it's easier to do it. Or someplace has high control with the chieftains, you could do it there. I don't know that for a fact, but I just do it in the capital because that's where we have the most control anyways. And we're going to keep pushing for decentralization through the gravel road network. So if we can get this to pass, it has 34%, which is the highest, and we can get it to pass. We can get another 10 push away from decentralization. So that's pretty good because that's 70 right now. That's pretty painful. So let's do gravel road network. And if we need to build a road somewhere, we could do it right now for cheaper. It is, I believe, 20% cheaper. It is 20% cheaper while the issue is being debated. So that would be a good time to build a road. And while we're waiting for that, let's start to build up our economy here. So we're finally going to start making some buildings that can make us some money. So under the burgers tab, what you want to do is start out by sorting by building type based on the profit level. So maximum profit per upgrade. So if we build this building, we will get 0.95 added to the tax basis. Now remember, that's not 0.95 that we keep. That's 0.95 that we can tax. So if we are currently collecting 25% tax, then we would get about 0.25 ducats for building this. If we're making 40%, then we would get, about 0.4 ducats. So you always want to go with the highest amount. Usually, there are some instances where you want to diversify, but for us, in our case, we just want to get as much money as fast as we can. And then eventually we can delete some of these buildings and diversify, because there's a thing called production bonus. So for example, I don't want to go into too much detail right now because it's not relevant, but once we integrate our neighbor here, which we need to do in 2 months. Got a reminder there. These guys produce wool, right? And they're in the same province. So every province shares resources with each other location. So all 4 of these will share resources that are produced here. And what that means is if I build something that uses one of these resources, so the wool produces wool, right? We come over here and we look for something that uses wool. For example, the Spinners Guild uses wool. We will get a production bonus of about, I think it's 10%, something like that. So every time we produce this good, instead of producing 1, we will produce 1.1. So and that production bonus can add up massively over the course of a run if you do it right. You also get a production bonus for every one of these you build. So remember how we can build multiple of the trader market? We can build 3 of them. You could do the same thing with these production buildings. So if you have 10 buildings, you get another 10%. So if you have that plus the wool, you're making 20% more with the same amount of resources. So you could see it's better to, if you can, to centralize your location in an area where you have the needed goods instead of building it somewhere else and then you're going to get 10 or 20% less. You would need to build more to fulfill that same need. So in the later stages, once our economy is up and running, then we can kind of shift around our production to match the resources that we're producing. But in the early stages, we're literally just doing the shotgun approach. You make more money, you make more money, we're building that. So we just go for the one that gives us the highest profit, and then we will eventually diversify. Otherwise, we're going to be giving up a lot of money in the 50 or 100 years it takes us to actually get enough to take advantage of that production efficiency. We are 1 month late. Start our annexation. We're going to go ahead and annex Disband. As I mentioned, this is the closest to our capital, so we want to get these first because we can start taking advantage of their lands. Only do one at a time. We'll spread out from there, and we will probably do Clan Williams next since they have that silver mine, and we'll go that way. And here we go. We've got our first kid coming of age now. He's 16 years old. So what we're going to do is get him a wife. So right click on his portrait, or if you left click, it'll bring up his info and you can see it in here. Arrange marriage or arrange royal marriage. A royal marriage will marry him off to somebody in another tribe. Because he is a male, the female will come to us. And we will most likely still have crown. It doesn't matter what the female is. If she is a chieftain or a burgher or whatever, the kids are still going to take the fathers, as I mentioned before. So it doesn't really matter. Just take whoever's got the best stats. Like this one's pretty good. She's only 16 as well. As young as you can get, because that gives them more chance to have kids. Now, if you do a royal marriage, you will generally get some prestige for doing that, as opposed to the other option, which is arranged marriage. Now, if you do an arranged marriage, it's not letting me do it. I'll show you arranged marriage a little bit later, but it's basically within your own court. And so you're basically going to be cannibalizing your own people. Take as many arranged marriages as you can, and when that runs out, then you go to your arranged marriage. If you don't have any arranged marriages, go to marry a Lowborn, and then after that, well, you can do this infinitely. It's just if you want to lose all your prestige and cohesion. So that's kind of the order of operations for that. And then another one of our kids is ready for marriage as well. So let's go ahead and arrange a marriage. Now, let me show you another way to do this. I kind of showed you earlier, but this is the more reliable way because sometimes you may not see a pop-up. So go to your society tab, people, characters. We're going to sort at a filter right here by crown. And then we want to find people that are not married and they're adults. So if they're not adults, we can't do anything with them just yet, but we will soon. I guess it's good to know that there's some coming down the pipeline. But yeah, let's deal with this one first. He's 16 years old, so we can arrange a royal marriage from here and just go down. Oh, I guess the one that I clicked on earlier didn't go through, so there we go. That was the one I meant to click on earlier. So yeah, once in a while, maybe once a year, every couple of years, just come in here, filter by crown, adults who are not married, and just see who you can marry off. If it's a male, marry it to anybody that's young. If it's a female, only marry it to other crown members or marry it to peasants. And that's how you grow your court as big as you can so that you can take control back. A little bit easier anyways. We just finished our settlement here, and you'll notice it does take up some population. It's 250 people. Building maintenance is just under 0.1. So as long as we have 250 people and we pay the maintenance, it will continue to attract migrants and grow our population by 1%. So this will go up to, like I said, about 7,000, 8,000, whatever 5% is of that number. And then we will start to, we'll see that drop off, and then we'll see a huge amount of population here that we can use. So why don't we start another level of the lumber mill when we get to about 4,000? Because the one thing I don't want to have happen is pull the people out of here, the employed people in the settlement, and then lose this population growth. So we'll make sure we have enough to go over this slightly, and then we'll keep upgrading our lumber mill. Also, since we're on the topic of the lumber mill, when we get it leveled up a little bit higher, there is a building you can make here in the laborers tab. It's called the sawmill. This increases local lumber output by 10%. Now, it does require some people to work it, and it does require tools. So it's not a free building. It will cost you a little bit. So you want to make sure that your RGO size is big enough to take advantage of the 10%. So for example, if you can only afford 2 RGOs or 1 RGO and 1 sawmill, you're better off doing 2 RGOs. If you can afford 6 or 7 levels, then you're probably better off affording 1 less level and then boosting all of them by 10%. So we'll be building this pretty soon. And since we're on the topic of boosting that, yeah, it's the sawmill. There are other ones that can do it as well. So if you have a tile right here that has wheat, this one you can build a windmill. This will increase your wheat, rice, and the sturdy grains by 10%. So kind of the same thing, but for these specific types. And then you could also do the same thing here for iron, copper, and some of the other ones. Let's see. Reroll smelter. Iron, copper, tin, and lead. So there are certain RGOs that you can build this booster city for, or this booster to your production for. Not everything though. So there's no booster for livestock. There's no booster for fish or salt. You just get the RGO and that's it. And also, let's take a quick look at the town and how we make money, because we're not really making money yet. You can see our income went from 13, we're all the way down to 2. So we did lose a decent amount of our income. A lot of that has to do with people being pissed off and they're not willing to pay taxes. And then part of it is because we're losing control over the area where we were once making money, and I don't think we're not making as much money from our vassals. So that is another thing as well. But we'll take a look here. Our tax basis is only 0.5. When we get this thing fully upgraded, the tax basis should be between 100 to 150, somewhere in that range. And then we'll be making 30 to 40% of that. So we'll easily be making 40 or 50 ducats just from this one single town, not including trade and some of the other things that the knock-on effects. So we'll keep an eye on this and see how it reacts to us adding some of these things. Remember, this was going to add, I think it was 0.91 to the tax basis. So once that is fully employed and we get everybody working, we should see this number rise by about 0.9, and then you'll see the actual money we make from it rise as well. All right, very important. One of our cabinet members died. It's going to cost us 8.84 ducats to replace them. And you can see in here, we've got our son, whatever, is that our heir? A ruler's son. Yep. So we'll throw him in. He doesn't have the best stats. He's actually pretty good compared to everybody else, but he's definitely middle of the road. But it doesn't matter. He's going to help get our crown power back, and he's only 16, so he'll last a very long time. So you can see our crown power just jumped up. I believe it was at 21 or 22. Now, just 1 month later, it's at 27 because of this guy in cabinet. Yeah, we got 12.5% a boost to our base rate. So 12.5% of 37 is what it jumped up. So 4 or 5? Yeah, about 5%. Not bad at all. So once we replace this other guy who's 47, so he'll probably die off in maybe 10 years or so. We'll replace him with one of our kids as well. And then looking at our tax basis, we're up to 1.0 and we're making 0.18 from that. So like I said, this is just going to keep going up and up and up every single building that we make. And I'm not going to show this too many more times, but just to reiterate, we have a 62-year-old male of the estate. We need to get him married. We will start with the arranged royal marriage first. And whoever is there, I don't care if the stats are good or not, we'll just take her. She's only 18, that's perfect. I mean, ideal would be 16, but 18 is fine as well. And then now their kids are all going to be joining our crown power court, so we can assign them later. Let's check back in on our wood. So you can see here, it's already up to 4,100 people. We only need 250 people over to staff this, and it's going to take time to build the lumber mill. So let's go ahead and build one more upgrade to the RGO. By the time this is built, we'll have over 250 to staff this, and then the 1,000 to staff the lumber. And then once we max that out, we'll probably go with the sawmill after that. And then also notice this dinky little rural place is making more than our home territory, but that'll change pretty soon. But just be aware, you can make a lot of money in your rural areas if you do it right as well, and you have the right resources. So don't knock the rural area. You can make good money doing that as well. We just got declared on by Scotland. Let's see what they do, if they actually try to attack us this time, or if they're just going to stay AFK. They might try to attack us. Actually, how many troops do they have? Because we might be able to defend this. We have 9,300 plus the levies we can raise. So if we want to get into an actual fight with these guys, we might be able to do it. Here we go. And we have our 16-year-old. He actually has very good stats. So not only are we going to get a good general here, but he's also going to give us more crown power by having him lead our army. And yep, they are coming in with 10,000 troops. Don't think we have what we need to defend against that. So they are going to be coming off of the water and onto a tile that has some debuffs as well. So they'll get a -1 or -2 from disembarking, and then they'll get another attack penalty of 1 from attacking into a hills. So they'll be at a pretty big disadvantage, but the problem is we don't even have half their numbers. So it's just going to be a slaughter. I think we just give up. We'll become their tributary again for a little bit. Not the end of the world. Yep. Oh, they only want to humiliate us. They don't even want us to be their tributary. Interesting. So we'll lose 20 prestige. Who cares? We're losing prestige anyways. So it literally costs us nothing. Oh, and 46 gold. Actually, can we back that off? How much gold are they willing to accept? Or is that the exact amount? Yep, it's the exact amount. Okay, that's fine. So we'll give up some of our gold. It's only 44. Got way more than that. So, okay, we are tributary again. No big deal. And also, I'm going to try something. I don't know if this is going to work or not, but what if we were to keep our general on and not disband the smallest levy that we have? It's only 129 troops, so it's not going to affect our economy too much. Do we still get to keep the bonus or the power from having him in as a general? Yep, he's in command. plus 25%. That's really big. Let's make sure, yep, it stays on even after the monthly tick. So as long as we don't have to disband this, we could just keep it out and get the bonus from that. So that is an interesting little, I don't know if it's an exploit, but yeah, something to keep in mind. And now at this point, we've built all of our buildings here in our capital. We're just going to keep doing the same thing. What is going to give us the highest amount per building? So this one is at 0.86. We'll go for that. We don't want to build more than one though, because as we build these, it is going to lower the profit per, because we're flooding the market with whatever the production output is. So this amount that we make is based on the current price. And if you spam these everywhere, the price is going to crater. So you just do one of each type at a time and then go down the list. So 0.5, 0.3, 0.7 is higher, 0.7, 0.7 is higher. We'll just do maybe 3 or 4 at a time and keep an eye on the pricing. And then if we look at here, it is starting to fill in the employment, 26 per month. And so that should help. We are starting to lose out on this one because we don't have wild game. Yeah, there's none in the market that we can buy, unfortunately. So I know there's some wild game here. We need to spend a little bit more time. Yep, there's one right here and one up here. We need to get these developed. So it'll take some time. We could also, this brings up a good point. We could also develop it for our vassals. And then it's not a complete waste because we'll eventually annex these and it'll be ours. And in the meantime, they will pay us a percentage of the profit that they're making. So this is making 1.29 and he's getting 0.33. So maybe we get like 10% of that. So if we upgrade this again, we'll get paid from it as well. And it'll help alleviate some of the shortages that we're having. So that should be fine. Because like I said, that's our vassal anyways. And he sends it to the market and then we buy it from the market. All right, it is finally time. If you look, we've squeezed out the chieftains just a little bit. We've got them down to 28.73%. And if we look at revoking, it's only going to cost us 68. I mean, it's still a lot, but that's acceptable in my opinion. 50 to 60 in that range is fine. So it'll also make them a little bit upset, but they'll also be happier because that one was giving them a debuff to their approval. And then this one, expected cost of court plus 1%. We could revoke that at some point if we wanted to. We just don't want to load up with too many of these things. I think we're in a pretty good spot right now as it is. So we'll just maybe take a little bit from the clergy to bring them back in line, and then we should be fine. We don't really need that diplomat anymore. Actually, why don't we do it right now? 60? No, it's going to take us another 60. Let's get back up. It's been a while since we ended that war, and we were not letting some vassals go because of the diplomatic capacity. I think we might have enough now, so it makes sense to let go of some land. We haven't cored it yet or integrated it, so it doesn't really make a difference if we give it to a vassal. But if we do give it to a vassal, we'll at least get some kind of payment for it, and then they will develop it for us slightly. Usually the AI makes terrible decisions on what they build, so a lot of the stuff you have to end up deleting anyways, but you never know, you might get something decent. And we don't want to give up the whole thing of Meath, so we're going to do a custom subject instead, and then we will give them only the stuff not attached to the water, which is going to be, you have to do it by the county, and County Meath does not touch the ocean. So this is perfect. Sometimes it bugs out and you keep clicking in, it doesn't let you do it. Just sometimes you go out and come back in, and it'll let you do it. There we go, Libyan and Vassal, and we got to pick somebody to run it. So I don't usually like to put these guys our own crown, and the reason is because we want to be able to use them directly in our own court and all that stuff. So we'll just pick somebody else. We could pick a clergy, or we could pick somebody from the chieftains, but I don't know if it actually gives the chieftains more strength or not. So let's just pick this old 51-year-old guy. He can run it for now. Oh, actually, that's perfect. Yeah, I forgot. That was the guy that we had in our cabinet. And now we can replace him with our genius prodigy child. So there we go. Get in there. And now we have even more crown strength because we have a cabinet member in there. Let's see what it goes to now. 41. Clergy's below 25. Chieftains are almost below 25. I wouldn't say we've fixed everything, but we're getting closer. Now, looking at our capital, you can see we built some buildings, but we don't have enough people to work it. So they need a little time for promotion to catch up, which is a good time to build the RGOs. Now, this isn't going to make us a ton of money, but at the end of the day, this is something that doesn't require any inputs. So it's not going to be fluctuating with the market. For example, if we look at this, so if we want to produce paper, we have to input some fiber crops and some lumber. Now, we are directly producing lumber right next to us, so we already know we're supplying the market decently with that. Fiber crops, maybe, I don't know. And even the lumber, if there's a run on lumber and people start buying it elsewhere for a huge price, the cost of our input goods will skyrocket. and that will eat away at the profit potential, and this building could end up losing money. These buildings are all subject to the market and the whims of the market or manipulation from other countries. RGOs are not really, they can get manipulated. Like if somebody floods the market, then you'll not sell it for as much, but these can never run at a loss. The only input here is labor, and your people don't get paid because they're peasants, right? So these are all free profit 100% between now and the end of the game. So it's never really a bad idea to expand your RGOs if you have the labor to do it. You have the peasants to spare. We are back to full employment here on our burgers, which means we need to add another building. Like I said, I don't want to cover too much because it does get a little repetitive. I'm going to mostly cover the high level points and any important tips that we can add, but I think this is a pretty good start for what we're going to do until we get this area annexed, and then we'll talk about how we expand from here. But hopefully you get the idea of how to run 1 or 2 locations next to each other. Kind of makes sense. It's pretty easy. You just click whatever number is the highest. And just a quick point, it didn't instantly happen, but you can see here we are now getting plenty of wild game. So this thing is slightly oversupplied, which makes it cheaper to run this building actually. So if you spam a bunch of basically if you spam whatever your inputs are in your country, you will make the inputs cheaper for these buildings to buy, which makes their maintenance costs lower. You will make less money from these overall. You'll make more money net because generally, if you sell one item at $10 or you sell 10 of them at $2, you make $10 or you make 20. You make less per item when you spam, but you still generally make more net overall when you do it. So there's never really a bad reason. There's never really a bad way to spam RGOs and just have these things maxed out when you can. But with that said, always go for the highest profit first. So usually your towns are going to have pretty good profit margins. So maybe go there first and then go through the RGOs because some of them can get up pretty high. Now, there's one interesting point that I want to bring up, and it's exactly why we wanted to keep an eye on these. So you notice our tax base went from, was it like 0.5? It's now at 5.6, and we're making 1.25 ducats per month from this. And this one is 4.79 tax basis, and we are pulling in 1.45 ducats of that 4.79. Now, where does that come from? If you hover over it, it'll show you the tax basis and all the different taxes that you're collecting. So as I mentioned, you don't get 4.79. You get the tax amount from that 4.79. So if you look right here, the tax-based share, chieftains have 29% of it, the clergy has 9%, and the commoners have the rest at 61%. We tax them based on this screen right here. Remember this number we saw at the beginning? So chieftains, we're currently taxing 20.7, clergy 0, traders, doesn't matter because we're not on that screen, commoners 39.43. So if we come back here, we can see those numbers do match up. Right here, 20.7, 23.42, and then 39.43, and 0 for the clergy. So we're getting an effective tax rate. I wish they would give you your effective tax rate here. We'd have to weight the two together, but let's say 1.3, 1.4. So 1.4 out of 4.8 is like 20, somewhere in the 20% range, 25% range, something like that. So we're making pretty good money here, 4.79 to 1.45. Now you notice here, we're making more tax basis, 5.67, versus 4.79, but we're making less money overall. And the reason is because the people that are getting the tax-based share have a lower tax rate. So our tax rate is much higher on the peasants, but there's very few peasants that work in towns. Mostly it's burghers, chieftains, and clergy that work in towns. So you could see, even though we have a higher tax basis in our capital and more control, we are technically making more money here than we are here simply because of how the tax works. So whoever has the highest tax rates is, in general, you want to funnel the taxes through them. And then later, if you raise the tax rates on the other classes, then it's good to kind of shift them. Now, obviously, we don't want to give up profit. So even though we're making less tax profit per, basically per ducat that we're earning in towns, it's still good to have towns because you can get towns much more profitable. One town will equal several rural areas once you get it up and running. So you don't want to just give these up, but just something to keep in mind. There is a decent balance that you can strike between developing the rural areas and putting all of your money into the towns. You kind of want to have both depending on where you'll get your biggest lift from. It's time to add the sawmill here. So we're going to add the sawmill. And that requires only, I think it's 250 workers. 250 workers. So we don't need quite as many there. We have 7,000. We have a 6th level lumber mill, one settlement which only uses 250, and then another 250 from here. So we need 6,500. We have more than enough. So we'll build that. We should see a pretty decent uptick in profit level and also the wood output. Here we go. We just finished integrating Desmond, our subject. So there's a couple things we need to do before we start building buildings and making plans. I highly recommend pausing the game and going through every settlement that they own and just getting rid of all the garbage that they build. Because like I said before, they build a lot of garbage. We don't need forts because they're expensive. So delete that. They are building a salt collector, which is probably a massive waste of money. We'll see if it's profitable or not. Usually salt collectors, they make a little tiny profit, but not really enough worth to justify the cost that they spend. Now, this one we can't cancel right now because the estate is actually building it. I don't know which one. Probably the chieftains, maybe, or the clergy. But yeah, somebody's building that. So once it's done, we can destroy it. And then coming over here to the next one, this one has a wharf. Now, this was turned into a town. So we have to look and see, do we want this to be a town or not? And this is in this province right here. So Waterford, Kilmildane, and Dungarban. So we have sturdy grains, livestock, and wool. This is the least, the one that we least want to turn into a town. So most likely we're going to cancel this town. What else do they have here? This one is also a town, but it's sturdy grains. So that one's fine. Port Lairg. And we own all of them except for this one. So we want to get, we probably want to do, oh yeah. No, we want to get Clan Williams next because that's going to be the big one, the silver mine. So let's go ahead and start annexing them before I forget. But back to this, we don't want this to be a town because we want to get a lot of wool from this. So we're going to downgrade this. It does cost you some money, and unfortunately we can't do it because there's separatism in the location. Once that goes away, it'll eventually wane, and they'll be happy again. But yeah, we'll keep checking that. As soon as that goes away, we will turn this back into a rural location, and you do that right up here in the top left. And you can see left clicking will found a city, and right clicking will downgrade to a rural settlement. If you have a rural settlement and you want to turn it into a town, you do the same thing up here, this little circle button, and then you left click will turn it into a town. So yeah, as soon as we can, we'll delete that. We don't really need these buildings. Wharf is good, but we want the RGOs to be max on that. So not a big deal. This one we already looked at, Mala. This one has a monastery. You could see these cost money to maintain. So sometimes you're real strapped on cash, you can delete it. It's not really going to affect our economy much, so we'll just leave it alone. And then moving further back, they had most of the stuff. We already had Limerick, so that one we don't need to check. It's empty. This one, again, same thing. Monastery. Here we go. This is a good example. So this Bardic school is extremely expensive to run. It's almost a full ducat. If I recall, it's like 0.75 or 0.8. It's really expensive. That's a significant portion of our income right now. And it's going to give us some benefit, but not enough. I believe it helps with your schooling. So that one's getting deleted. And then over here, again, same thing, only a monastery. So, and then I don't see any other towns here. If they spam towns, then we'll probably have to delete them, but it looks like they did okay here. So once this sand pit is up, we'll see if it's profitable, and if it's not, we'll just delete it again. But yeah, that's your first phase. So as soon as you annex somebody, pause the game, go through, make sure there's no bad buildings in there you need to delete. You can know if a building is profitable or not by going into this screen right here, and it'll show you. Like this one, clay pit is not profitable. It shows a negative 0.02 if you want to run it. When this one's built, it'll show on that list as well. If it's like a 0.1, 0.01, 0.02, it's basically not worth having. I usually just delete them. Or if you want to keep them around, you can just hibernate them, just like we did some of these other buildings. I think we did, right? I can't remember. Yeah, this one right here, the marketplace. So we turn this one off, and if we want to turn it back on, we could just disable it, and then it'll start working as a marketplace again. But we needed the labor to go into the lumber mill and the sawmill and the settlement before anything else. So, all right, hopefully that makes sense. Now we need to figure out what we're going to do with our economy, and we're still waiting for this one to fill in. So let's let some people promote and fill this back in before we add more labor to our capital. But you can see we're at 6.15, so it's going up pretty quickly. And then in this province, so province tab, you can see there's 4 pieces of land attached to it. And we want to build industries that are going to take advantage of these RGOs attached to it. So the main one is sturdy grain, and that one is used in certain alcohols and beverages. So we can use it for that. which we already have one. We have a distillery and a brewery, or just we have a brewery only. Yep. So that one, I don't think, yeah, this one uses honey, and we actually have honey now because we just annexed and integrated mala. So there's beeswax up here that produces honey. We can produce that. We may need to increase the RGO size on this, but let's double check our control first. Yeah, so we have wool, sturdy grain, and beeswax. So coming back into here, the paper guild doesn't use any of that. Yeah, the spinners guild does, and you can see that's why this one is profitable. And if we come up here to production efficiency, we probably won't see it right now because we literally just integrated them, but next month we should see a boost to production efficiency because they're in the same province. It doesn't matter how close they are. So for example, Eukal and Dungarban, these are both neighbors, right? But they are not in the same province. So even though this one's right next to it, it cannot share resources. If you don't have a resource in here, then the resource is obtained from the marketplace and not your local province. So that's why you get a production efficiency when you have something in the same province. So let's let a month go by and see if we can spot it on here on our Spinners Guild. There we go. There's a month. And let's see what this looks like. Yep, there we go. You can see our production efficiency went from like it was like 0.06 to 1.67. So we got a plus 10 because of wool and cork. There we go. And also, the more buildings we stack of the Spinners Guild, the more it's going to increase that production efficiency. It's like 1 or 0.5% per level that you increase it. I think it's about 1. So if you have 10 levels, you'll get another 10 production efficiency. So just some things to keep in mind. But yeah, we can use the beeswax, we can use the wool, and we could use the sturdy grains, and that will show up in the pricing. So you can see the Tailor's Guild is now really worth to build here at 0.76. It's the highest on the list now. So we'll probably build one of these next. And because that's going to take advantage of the wool that we're producing here now. Now we finished assimilating one of the last settlements. There are counties, provinces. We are working on Cork. That'll be the last one, and then we'll have everything fully integrated. And then everything else we have to annex from our vassals. So what I decided to do with our cabinet is assimilate, and assimilate basically converts culture. You can see right here, we are actually getting a lot of non-Irish in here, which is going to be a problem if it flips culture. We don't want that to happen. We need Irish to be the majority. So we'll turn him on assimilating Cork, and then we'll turn all these people into Irish. And now, instead of going building by building at this point, because it's just going to be too tedious, I'm going to give you a general strategy for how you should be expanding your economy, and then we'll give some high-level tips. So at this point, we've built a bunch of buildings going based off the highest expense here, or the highest income potential. Same thing here, just kind of decided which one was going to give us the most, and these are the resources that we need. There's a way you can do it for your entire kingdom. If you come up here to the production tab, and then you go to the goods tab, there's a button called Open RGO Builder. This, when you arrange it this way, it will tell you which one is going to give you the highest profit for all of the settlements that you own. And I think you can also, yeah, if you turn off owned location, you can also have your vassals in here as well. So you can see who's got the really expensive stuff. So you can see Tipperary, because if it's a silver mine, it's going to make 4.3 ducats just from that one click, just upgrading it one time. And then also salt is super expensive, so that one's doing pretty well. But yeah, this is super handy to use. Let's turn that back on and make sure it's just ours. So we can see a couple things from here. We can tell that we're going to make 0.9 tax basis, not money, but tax basis if we upgrade Eokal. That's the one right next to, it's one of the ones that we just integrated, and it's right next to our capital. So 0.9. However, you'll notice here that they have a deficit of laborers. So if we upgrade this, we'll run into the same issue we had with our lumber camp. Remember when we were upgrading it and we have a deficit, and so there weren't enough people to work and they took time to promote. So if you just keep stacking more buildings on top, it's just, you're never going to get them to work because it just can't catch up. It'll eventually get there, but you could be putting that money into other ones that have available workers, and you can start earning that money right away. So that's what we're going to do. We're not going with the highest value because they can't even use it right now. We're going to go to the next one. And the next one is lumber, which is already maxed out. There's no more RGO that we can build there. So in due time, it will increase, but not yet. Next one on the list is going to be wool, and it's going to be the other one. So to the left this time of our capital. So we click on this. It's going to add one level to that. And if we come down here, we can see there's another one we can add, 0.72. we can go down the list and just add those. I'm going to keep it all within this one province because I want to try to centralize our economy a little bit. It's not really that big of a deal. Usually you'd want to go with what the highest is, but I'm going to try and conserve some money so that we can really expand quickly when we need to. Because we're going to need to do a couple things here. Once we get this, essentially I want to wait until we can get the silver mine. So once we can get this, we'll build some roads out. Actually, we could already build the roads now and get ready for that. So why don't we do that? How long is it until we have our parliament? Because we could get cheaper roads if we wait. We still have 40 months. That's too long. Let's just build them. So we showed this before. You go to your capital, build the road, and we want to build it from here. And it looks like the shortest path is going to go to Aokal, Mala, and then to Tipperary. So there we go. We'll get that road going. And then as soon as we take this over, we can reorganize their buildings, get rid of some of the junk, and then actually we can upgrade this for him. We might as well do it. Let's just do it right now. Because once we take over, it'll save us the time. Now, another thing, and we've been working on this pretty much the whole time, is trying to get our estates back in order. So if we want to do this further, the chieftains still have 24% power. We can revoke this final one, which gives them a little bit of a state satisfaction equilibrium, but it also gives them state power 20%. So we can revoke that. It'll cost us 52. We have 77 stability, so not the end of the world. Just take it away. And that'll make them quite upset. We could pay them some money, and that will make them close to being happy again, or we could just deal with a rebellion. Either way, it's not that big of a deal. But yeah, that should help even out the power even further, down from the 25, down to 22, essentially. So really good. And for the next set of techs, we just need something to keep us busy while we're waiting for banking. And hopefully you can kind of understand what some of these modifiers mean and why they'd be important. We haven't talked about trade efficiency, but essentially it's kind of like tax efficiency. If you're making 10 ducats in trade efficiency will basically boost that up by whatever that percentage amount is. That's why the 2.5 doesn't sound like a lot, but it can actually be a pretty big amount. Culture capacity is something that we won't be dealing with for a while, but if we want to accept a culture and make it easier to live with those population, you'll take less issues with them living in your country until you can assimilate them. But we have a very low accepted culture limit. So right now 0.5. If we were to accept Anglo-Irish, which is the biggest minority at 22, almost 23%, you can see here our cultural capacity used if we click it once and go tolerated, which means they have a little bit less of a malice, but there's still a malice. And then the next step is accepted. And then the next step is the core, like your core primary culture. Yeah, so you got to be careful with that, but it'll take us up to 0.99, so we would be over and we would be suffering some malices. So we don't want to do that, but once we get that tech done, then we can afford to do that. Trade capacity just makes you be able to trade more items, which is always good. And then you can see down here, you can see maximum RGO size and rule. That's super important, so definitely take that as soon as you can. And then if we ever have to build a city, which we will, cities and towns, this makes it 10% cheaper. So it basically saves you 50 ducats. Pretty good. And then there's a bunch of little stuff. So like I said, I don't want to go over every little detail at this point. Hopefully I'm giving you enough weapons to be able to understand what decisions you should be making as opposed to just following a step-by-step list. I know it's important to do that in the beginning, but hopefully you're getting an intuition as to which one is the right choice. All right, we just finished annexing the next one. So let's pause the game, take a look at what they did in terms of buildings. So they had, I think, just these two. So the silver mine. So looking at this, there is this extra building. The estates will build their own specific buildings. These are ones that we cannot build. We cannot add them. Only the estate can build it, and it gives them extra power and food consumption. We want to get rid of these as often as we can. So obviously we have enough control right here. You need 75 control to do it. And we only have 75 control right now because we just annexed the subject. Next month it's going to drop, so as soon as you annex, you should pause the game so that you can take advantage of this before the monthly tick happens, and then you lose the control. So we're going to delete that one, and then we're going to come in here and check and see which ones are profitable and which ones are not. It looks like none of these are profitable, so get rid of them all. Don't waste your time or money or your laborers. Especially here, we need all of those laborers to be doing one thing, and that is extracting silver, nothing else. So we can upgrade this maybe 3 more times. And then by the time those are built, we should have enough laborers built up, and then we'll be making a tremendous amount of money from here. Now, the other thing, we need to figure out how we can get our control up higher here. So we have a road. We don't have a road. What happened to our road? Let's Well, we built it only partially the way there. Yep. So no, we have a full road. Yeah, sorry, I was on the wrong one. So it does show right here. So we're getting a -20 for the gravel road, -20 for the gravel road, and then we're going into the harbor for that other one. If you want to see where the trip is being taken, there's a map mode right here called proximity to capital. So you just click on this and it shows you. You can see harbor to the neighboring one. So it's actually cheaper to go to the harbor than it is to go directly there for some reason. Yeah, no, that actually does make sense because like I said, it's free to come here and it costs you 20 to go here. So yeah, that is the right call. And then it goes down by 20, 20, and then 20. So basically almost 60 minus whatever bonuses that we have for control. So that is accurate. And the only way we can get this to be better is either we find a more efficient route. So for example, right here, it's going from here to this one. So 1, 2, 3. If we can get this place to be more efficient, then we would go straight 1, 2, only 2 steps. And this one would have woods. This one also has woods. So yeah, it wouldn't really change much. It's just basically one less direction. Now, what we could probably do to facilitate that is build ourselves a road right here. Now, this was the town we were going to delete, right? Yeah, so why don't we do that? Kick it back down. So there, it's no longer a town. And then we're going to go to the roads because we want to build a road from here to here so that it kind of forces the game to use this as the shorter route. That should save us about 15 or 20 maximum control, I believe. So let's go ahead and make sure that we have a road. Oh no, we don't need the road because we're doing the water. We need the road from here. So we're going to start here with the road and then we're going to go here. Perfect. We'll let that build and let's see what change that makes. And one thing to keep in mind, as soon as you build your mine, the silver mine, it is going to increase your inflation. So go ahead and back your minting off as you expand it because you will start to build up some inflation. So you make less money minting, but you'll make more money through the generation of this and taxing it. So that doesn't quite even out. You end up making more by doing this anyways. And as soon as our silver mine comes online, we do get this pop-up. So precious metal distribution policy, we can do export ban, regulated export, or unlimited export. Now, if we owned several of these mines, we would probably want to do unlimited export so that we can increase the output of whatever gold or silver that we have and increase our trade advantage. If you don't have any, then you could do export ban and it wouldn't really matter because you're not producing any anyways, but you would still be able to take advantage of increased minting. In this case, neither of these are all that appealing, so we're going to go regulated export. I think this is probably the best one for our situation, but yeah, if depending on where you're on the map and how much precious metal you own, you could do either one of these. So regulated export for now. Now, real quick, looking at our lumber production, we have enough people to run both the lumber mill, the sawmill, and the settlement. And you can see there's another 1,914 people just sitting there doing nothing. So why don't we go ahead and open up our market village again and try and take advantage of that, see if we can make a little bit of profit. It's not making much. It's making 0.15, which is fine. It's better than not having it. And these people would not be making anything if they didn't have somewhere to work. There's also some side benefits to having these market villages. If you hover over any of these buildings, you can see what they do. So we get a tiny bit of trade capacity, tiny bit of trade advantage. It does increase local food capacity by 50, which is kind of nice. It's basically the same thing that our granary was doing. So food capacity plus 600 per granary. So this will kind of act as like a mini granary sort of, but it also makes money instead of costing us money. But it also requires a lot more labor to run. So just something to keep in mind. It'll also give the peasants more power if you want them to have more sway. Possible soldiers and possible laborers increased as well. So we'll run that one if we need the laborers. This is the nice thing about having these is they can be toggled really quickly. You just turn them on and off depending if you need to build more lumber and you don't have enough laborers to do it. You can just switch this off and then they'll leave and then convert and start working on that. The other thing is we could build some of these other buildings. You could see there's nothing here in the nobles. We could build a cathedral, a monastery, or we could build some more of these rural, like the cloth maker, the charcoal kiln, the mason, things like that. So I would say the mason doesn't make the most money, but it would start to input some of this stone and masonry into the economy, which is kind of nice because it helps make these buildings cheaper. So I'm tempted to do that actually, and we don't have to subsidize. It's just not going to make a ton of money, but it'll at least put some people to work. However, we don't have enough to work it anyways. We only have 914, so we'll wait a little bit and we can build one of those later if we need to. There is other things we can put our money into that we can take advantage of pretty much right away. This salt collector, oh, that's why. So this is what I was just talking about. So like I said, if we don't have enough laborers to work everything, so what we can do is just shut this down and it floods the market with laborers. And now we could put our people to work if we upgrade this to 0.95 instead of the whatever it was making here. It was like a tiny amount. So let's go ahead and increase our wool production here, and all those laborers will shift over to that RGO instead. And then the same thing we're going to continue to do over here. Just whatever the most profitable building is, we're just going to build a couple of those, and then kind of the same thing back and forth. Let's take a look at our silver mine again and see if we improved our control at all. So before we were paying, there was 3 trips. Yeah, we were at like 40 something control. Now we're at 54. We might need to wait for 1 month for this to tick up again. 54. Yeah, you can see, let's actually see where the resources are coming from now. So if we go here, no, it's still taking this route. It says this one's still faster. So 1, 2, 3 instead of 1, 2. Why is that? Oh, I know why. I know why. Okay, I'm an idiot. I forgot. So the reason it was going through this one is because this one has a natural harbor. So the drop off for going through the natural harbor is really small. As I mentioned before, it's basically free to go from land to water if you have 100% harbor capacity. This one, on the other hand, has 0 harbor capacity, so you pay a pretty big premium for doing that. Let's see if we can spot what that difference is. If we go to, say, this one, from Cork Harbor to Dungarbane, it's 35.12. So that's why it's taking this interior route instead of this one. So eventually, if we upgrade the harbor to be more efficient, then we can take that route. But until then, we're going to do 2 steps on the inland. So yeah, I completely forgot to consider that, actually. So we just wasted money on that road that'll probably never get used. Oh well. We're also having a pretty good shortage of stone. So there is a stone on our island. It's going to be in one of our vassals' territories. So we're just going to help them boost that up so that we can go on the market and we can buy it for cheaper and not get locked out of producing some things. And finally, our horrible lady died. And yeah, she was a 22, 48, 25. This guy's an 85, 67, 80. Way better. So we got pretty lucky with that. He is 32 years old. Let's check him out and see if he's married and all that stuff. He is currently married to a 35-year-old, so she's probably done having kids. Maybe she'll get some disease and die or something, and we can marry somebody younger. But we already got 3 kids out. Looks like 2 boys and a girl, so we'll be able to mess with them, get them married and all that stuff, and producing some members for our nobility. So let's come back in here, check the crown, not married, adults, and you can see we do have a 16-year-old here. And again, if we royal marry, she's going to go away somewhere. If we arrange marriage, they will take the father's estate if it's anything but a peasant or a crown. So we don't want to marry her off to any of these guys. We'll just leave her single for now. And look at what we got. We got a 91, 90, and 100 on this guy. And he's going to make an excellent cabinet member. And it'll help us get our control back. So you can see we already achieved one of our goals with this tutorial, is to show you how to get back control and keep the crown in command. So hopefully that part you guys are pretty comfortable with, how to manipulate it. We could get it down even further if we were to build some buildings. There's research that you can build, research that unlocks buildings that increases your crown control in towns. So obviously right now we don't have any control buildings right here, and the burghers are getting some control. There's quite a few nobles here that are getting control. And if we build those buildings here, it basically squeezes them out and then makes them even weaker. But obviously we can't do that yet. But you know, we work with the tools that we have, and they seem to be working pretty well. Now, we've got a rebellion that popped up. You may get these once in a while. They're, as I mentioned, not particularly scary in this game. EU4 had much scarier rebellions. I guess maybe they got too many complaints. When you have a vassal swarm, you could literally just leave them alone. Just, they will, you can see they've already wiped them out pretty much. So, but essentially all you need to do is take the land back that they steal. And if you're not sure where they are and you can't see them on the map, just go up here, right click on your peace deal, and then it'll outline it easier in red and green. I think you can go to the diplomat too. That might be a good option. It's kind of hard to see still. I kind of like this one better. So yeah, we would just need to take Dublin back and Wexford, and then the rebellion usually just ends on its own, or you come in here and you finish the peace deal. Yeah, this is one of the ones that we have to do it ourselves. So it's fine. So essentially we come in here and we annex Revolter, and then they just go away. Looks like we finally lost our settlement here because the population grew too big. I think maybe it has to go up to like 7 or 8% and then it goes away, or maybe it's 10. I'm not 100% sure, but it does eventually go away and you will lose some of that population growth. But it's okay. We still have a little bit of large food storage because we are getting a little bit of storage from here, food capacity from our market. And do we have one elsewhere? No, just this one. So you can see there's a lot of people just sitting around doing nothing. We could put them to work if we build some of these extra buildings, but they're really not that profitable. That's kind of like when you have nothing else to spend your money on, you put it on that. For the most part, you want to focus on those good RGOs. So just keep pounding away at this one and then checking your towns, making sure your towns are producing what they need to produce. So what we're going to do right now is get to the point where we can research some tech for sea travel. We need to get our barks, our navy going, and some ports, and I'll show you how to do that. And then I think at that point, we're just about done with the tutorial. There might be a couple other topics that I can think of that we need to cover, but that's the big one right there. So we'll be right back as soon as we get there. But one thing I wanted to caution you on, as you're annexing these subjects, keep in mind that you start off with the control that they had, and since they're small, they probably had really high control. Like in this case, they were probably at 100% because this was the only settlement that these guys had. Now, because we are taking them, max control is going to go down significantly because it takes quite a while and you lose a lot of your proximity cost when you go over to there. So if you look right here, it's going to end up at 18.62% control. It's currently at 92% and decaying down to 18%. So any numbers you get from here are based on its current control, not its projected control. So if you look at this, it says you're going to make 0.71 ducats to the tax basis if you build this. That's not accurate. It's actually going to go down to, I don't know, another 70% less than that. So it's basically going to be close to zero. So when you go to this right here, your RGO builder, and you see that, okay, this one's going to make 0.71, keep in mind that might not actually be the case. And you might be wasting money on something that you won't have control of for quite a while. So that's why this can be very handy. But if you're talking about recent conquests or recent annexations, you have to be careful because the numbers may not actually be accurate. And that's exactly why, because control is going to be going down from what it was before. Now we're almost ready to take the tech. It is starting to spread pretty rapidly. The banking is. So we're not too far away, but I did want to cover one more thing before we do that. Now you'll notice, and I know there's going to be some people that are experts that are watching this like, is he doing the right thing? Is he telling the noobs the right thing? Well, first of all, I did not give you the entire story, and that's because I didn't want to overcomplicate things. But I think right now is the right time to switch it. So there's one thing we need to talk about, and that's market access. If you click on any settlement, any location, it's going to show you right here, market access. This is how far, it kind of like control, how far it takes you to get to the center of the market as opposed to the center of the capital, right? So if we look at our market capital is Dublin. So to go to there, it's going to take us, what is that, 32% of our travel time to get there. So we actually lose 32% efficiency getting to the market and also buying things from the market to supply and build or manufacture any of these items here. The same thing goes for any of the RGOs that we have. So these RGOs are losing a decent amount of efficiency because they're not centrally located to the market. There's a couple ways you can fix it. At this point in the campaign, the only thing we're going to talk about is creating and moving markets. Now, I'm going to give you a disclaimer here. If you do this, you can royally screw up your campaign if you're not following these directions. So this is specifically for Ireland in this campaign as it sits right now. If you move your markets around, you could royally screw your country up and bankrupt your run. So be very careful when you do this. However, I'm going to tell you how it works and why it makes sense in this case. So if we look at where most of our money is coming from, most of our population, most of our control, it's all down here because we built our center around here. And also, if you look at the best goods that we have, and something we already talked about before, the food is up here, but all of the expensive stuff is down here. All the good manufacturing opportunities are down here. Our silver is down here. So most of the good stuff is down here. It's not necessarily close to the center, whereas Dublin is kind of centrally located, so it's easier for people to get here. So we will cut off the northern part of our island here by doing this, by switching our trade area down here. But you'll see in the future, near future, once we fix our naval and we create an easy way for these guys to get here, they're actually going to have a pretty easy time getting here anyway. So it shouldn't make that much of a difference for people that are on this side. It will make a huge difference for anybody that's close to Dublin. They will definitely lose out. But again, what are we losing out on? We're losing out on food and more food. If you look at how much food we're producing right now, there is an excess in the Dublin market of 1,336 food. That's a lot. Our food prices are really low because of it, which is good. It means our peasants are eating cheaply. All of our estates are eating cheaply, and they're getting a boost to their happiness because of that. But we don't need that much. We don't need that much food. I'd rather have the money put in the economy rather than in our food. So what we're going to do is two things. We're going to delete this one, the Dublin market, and we're going to add this market. However, we're not going to do it in that order. Let's go ahead and create a market here first. That way we can show you the difference, how much money we make with this market and having a split market. And you can kind of see the way all of your materials flow. And then once we delete the Dublin, we'll take a look again and see how much money we're making and seeing the flow of all the goods. So a couple things. The way your market works is if your town or whatever your province is getting resources from the market because it can't produce it in where it's located. Let's take, for example, the winery. So the winery needs beeswax, it needs lumber and tools. So currently we're only producing beeswax in this area, and we are producing wood in the one next to it, but that doesn't matter. Remember I said before, if it's not in the same province, it has to go to the market to purchase it and then come back. So that means they are going to lose some efficiency going back and forth by doing that. And then even worse, if you split your market, let's say we didn't have any wood in this area and we had to get it from here, and we split our market, that means we have to go to a different market to import it into here. It's much harder to go to a different market than to go one within your own country or your own area that you're trying to manufacture in. So keep in mind, you want to keep everything as close as possible and minimize the amount of jumps to different markets that you have to do. And if that doesn't make sense, don't worry, we'll cover it a little bit more, but hopefully that was a good high-level broad strokes explanation of what we're doing. But essentially what we need to do now is create a new market. There's two ways to do it. I think the easiest way is just to click on the place you want to create a new market, go to the market access button. So you can see right here, we're at 68%. And if we right click, we'll create a market. Actually, before we do that, let me show you what exactly we're missing out on. So if we go to any of these, like this paper maker, you can see right here, market access, 68%. So that means of all the stuff we're creating here, we're only actually producing 68%. So we're losing basically 32% production on everything. So essentially, when we create our new market, we should see a rough lift of about 30% on everything. So if we're making 16 or 17 ducats, we should see a 30-something% increase in that, because this is going to go to 100% and we'll get full market utilization of this area. It's not going to be quite as high in the areas around, but you can see this one's getting 74. It'll probably shoot up to around 90s, maybe low 90s. So we'll get an extra couple, 10, 20% from that. And we'll kind of see how that works. So like I said, this wool is also getting affected by the market because we're only having 68% here. This one's 67%. So we are losing quite a bit of our wool and our efficiency by not having a marketplace that's close by. We didn't do it earlier. I guess we could have done it sooner, but yeah, I don't know. I just decided to do it a little bit later once we have an actual economy so you can see the difference. If we did it early on, we didn't really have enough economy to show you what the difference would be. You'll see this is probably going to jump up to like 30, maybe 25 or 30 ducats per day. So we should see a pretty big difference here. So let's go ahead and do that. Come up here, right click, create a market. Yes. And we should see once these buildings are done. Actually, we'll build this one back again later. Let's finish our paper and then we'll do it again. Hang on. Okay, there we go. It's done. So we can try it again, build the market, and you can see it pops up as a building. Now this does cost, I forgot to check, but I think it's around 300 to 350 gold ducats. It's quite expensive to do. And like I said, it is super risky. So just make sure you know what you're doing. If you're a beginner and you're following this and you're doing the Irish playthrough, this is a very safe place to do it. Because like I said, all of our money is down here. All of the good resources are down here. Most of the stuff up here, we don't really care if we lose a little bit of efficiency. So shouldn't be a big deal. And here we go. All right, there's our new market. And you can see our market access has gone up to 100%. Market access for this has gone up to 90%, like we had anticipated, 98% for the ones right next to us, and even our wood at 93%. So very, very good market efficiency. That means we should be making quite a bit more money here. And you can see it already jumped up to 22, almost 23. Let's give it maybe one more month and see if it equalizes even more. Yep, 31. So it's a huge, huge boost to your economy if you can centralize your markets around your capital. Now, two options. You could either build your capital in the market, or you can build your market in your capital. In this case, like I said, I kind of explained why this is a better capital than Dublin is, and hopefully it makes sense why we want to switch the market here rather than have it over there back in Dublin. Now, that doesn't tell the whole story though. Let's take a look at our marketplace so you can see all these. What's going on here? Why is it still going to Dublin? If we look at our market map mode, you can see right here we have the Corca, which is the one we just created, and then the Dublin market. So anything that's created, any ROGs that exist in these locations, go to the Corca trade node. Anything over here in this highlighted area will go to the Dublin. Anything right here will go to the Edinburgh. You can see they're actually stealing some of the Irish territories. We don't have a whole lot of development up here, and we don't have a lot of control over the seas. We will eventually take this back. Like I said, once we get control of the waters and we get some technology to be able to do that, you'll see that we can pretty easily and quickly take this back. We just need to increase control and increase naval presence on the water. So we'll get all that done soon, but just know by splitting your market, you are having resources that are pretty close by to your capital go somewhere else. So like I said, we could leave it like this, or in this instance, I think it's probably better to delete the market. I just think it's probably a better decision, but I don't know. At least for now it is. So if you go to Dublin where the other market is and you do the same thing, you hover over, if you right click, you can destroy the market. It doesn't cost you anything. And now let's take a look at what our marketplace looks like. So we did lose 3 settlements or 3 locations up here, and maybe I think most of these were already there anyways. They're already going to Edinburgh, so probably didn't really lose that much. And now all of this stuff is coming here. So if we look at our silver, it's coming here. A lot of this stuff that was kind of getting split between Dublin and here are now going here. So any resources that we need to use in our manufacturing that was over here will now come down here, and we'll have easier access to it, and we'll get more bonuses. So we should see our gold go up a little bit by the end of the month. 34. It's not as big of a change as the first time when we split the market, but I think overall it's healthier to have one bigger market than have a bunch of smaller ones. Usually, I'm sure there's edge cases where it's better to have smaller ones. I don't have enough experience outside of the Irish continent to make that assumption, but just what I know about the game, I believe that's probably the case. So now we're just going to continue, like I said, onward until we can get technology to build the boats, and then we'll talk about how to get control of everything else. But you can see the snowball has already started, 33 ducats a month. That means we can pretty much build one of these upgrades every single month, right? It's going to cost us 49. So yeah, a month and a half. Every 3 months, we can build 2 upgrades. And if we're making a lot of money on each upgrade, that means it's just going to snowball really fast. So we've got more upgrades to do here. Let's just keep doing that. We'll keep doing the RGOs as well. We got more. You can see the demand for tools went up drastically. So building that's going to go make quite a bit of money for us as well. And then a market warehouse, we definitely want that so that we can get more stockpile. So there we go. Also, I did forget to mention this earlier because it wasn't really relevant, but if you have a hard time finding cabinet members that are of the crown, and you can come in here and promote some females. So normally females aren't allowed in, but if you right click on them, you can grant cabinet rights. So it'll cost us 20 of our tribal cohesion. So we'll have to spend some money to do that, but probably not a big deal. And we'll make that money back by having people from our tribe go in, and that'll increase our control, which means we can tax people more. And so we should be able to see them in here now. Yep. So we got 1 lady and 2 ladies. Perfect. So they're both from our tribe, and we should see a pretty decent uptick here. So from 47 up to 52. So not bad. We steal all of their influence, and that means we can tax them more. They'll be happier because the higher our crown power goes, the higher the estate satisfaction equilibrium is. It's just a win-win. We're pretty close to getting banking. I'm just going to press to take the institution. We'll pay a little bit for it. I could have done it sooner, but I don't know. I feel bad about paying for the techs like that, but it's probably a good idea to do it sooner than later because this is the tech that was kind of holding us up. So first thing we need is the dock and the bark. If you do the bark, it will automatically research the dock anyways because you got to go through there to get that. Once you get these 2, you probably want to do protected harbor next. This is going to increase our harbor capacity. So it'll make those ones that aren't natural harbors, make them easier to use. So that'll help quite a bit. There's some other decent ones in here as well. Minting threshold is good. Counting house is going to give you that local crown power. That's the one I was telling you about. So we'll want to build those in all of our towns so we can squeeze these guys out even more. And then bureaucracy will help you centralize, which is one of those big things we've been pushing for. Decentralize, obviously the other direction, but you know, you can pick and choose which one you want. And then I think also this is a pretty good idea. Maritime presence plus 10% because we'll be using that heavily. Padlock is really good, but it has to be on a river that meets the ocean, I believe, right? Is one of these is on the coast, has a river, and is adjacent to a lake. Yeah, but this one also gives you a proximity cost reduction, so that one's pretty good. So you can take that one as well. So now we're just waiting a few, maybe a couple years, and then we'll have that researched, and then we'll come back and start talking about how to deal with the waters. And we just unlocked the first important tech. We can't hire a navy if we don't have sailors, because you need a lot of sailors to be able to man your ships. So what we do is we unlock that docks tech that I told you about, and then you come in here to under the military section. So the red one, you'll see docks. This is going to give you 16 monthly sailors, shipbuilding capacity, and harbor capacity. So you want to build this at every single city so that you can spam a ton of ships. So let's go ahead and start that. And then we're going to build it at each of our ports, at least the important ones. Maybe the ones that are a little far off that we're not planning on using right now. Like I probably wouldn't do Dublin just yet. We'll just do these ones over here. There we go. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4 docks performing. Now, when it says it will produce 16 sailors, that's 16 sailors at 100% capacity or control. So we will get 16 from here. However, this port, it's getting about 70. So instead of 16, you'll get 70% of that. So whatever 1.6 times 7 is. 7, like close to 10, something like that. This one will get a little bit less at 68. This one will get only 30. So you won't, we're not going to get 16 times 4 essentially is what I'm trying to say. So yeah, it sounds like a big number, and it is in your capital, and it's not anywhere else. So just be aware of that. And then once we get those built, we should have the bark researched, and that's the one that we want to use to just spam the crap out of them. And then we're going to use it to get control over waterways, and then you'll see our control skyrocket. Now, one other side note, a general strategy that you should try to abide by, in my opinion, is every province should have at least one town. You can go more than that in the late game. I think in the early game, 1 per province is probably enough. So down here, we've got horses, which is a good one to build a town over because horses are not that good to trade. However, it's inland, and I don't want to do inland. We're primarily doing sea at this point. So I think we talked about this before. There's wool and copper here. It's not a good idea to cover either of those up. So we will cover up the livestock. It's just not that important. Now, this was a really sparse town. It had about 2,000 people maybe a couple years ago. And so what I did to boost this, we boosted the migration and the population growth by building a settlement here, essentially. So it shot up to over 5,000, which is the minimum you have to turn it into a town. So let's go ahead and upgrade this. It's going to cost us 362 gold, not the full 500. And you can see here, we've got some glass. So we built it. I know we have a glass manufacturing that's not really making a whole lot of money. However, if you're going to build towns, it is 100% worth making a little bit of glass so that you can get your towns cheaper. There's some buildings that use this as well, like the churches. So that, and also the lumber, we have a lot of lumber. So we're spending a lot less, basically less than 50%, it looks like, but not quite 50%. I'm not sure. Maybe they're weighted differently or something. The base cost is multiplied by minus 10% due to modifier. Okay, yeah. So I'm not sure why it's not 50% because we have more than a 50% discount there. Like there's probably a minimum that you can't go below if you just completely flood the market. So, but anyways, 360 is 100. It's basically 150 less. So that's a huge difference. So we'll build a town here, and then we will get this connected to all the other ones to our capital right here, and it's going to be really cheap to move goods from here. So that should save us, and it'll also make it better to get the copper out. So we will only have to do 1 trip instead of doing 2. Because remember, when you go from the ocean, it's a lot cheaper. Well, it won't be free, actually, because this isn't a good harbor, natural harbor. But it'll be better than going over land. So the docks are up. And where you can see our manpower for sailors is starting to flood in. We have a maximum of 669, but that'll go up as these things fill up with employees. This is going to take 1,000 soldiers. at each of these, so it will take a while to get full recruitment. But in the meantime, we can start recruiting a navy. So let's talk about how to do that. So on your military tab, we've spent most of our time on the armies tab. Speaking of which, we have over 7,000 levies now, so not too bad. But back to the navies tab. In the middle, there's a button for build ships, and then we're going to look for the bark right here, and it is going to cost us 46 ducats. You can see our naval supplies are quite high, so that is making them cheaper. We should probably build more tools to make it even cheaper, and maybe a little weaponry. So actually, why don't we queue that up before I forget? So let's get in here. And I know naval supplies don't make a ton of money. You can see right now we're making 0.25. Let's go ahead and make another one. Another tools and the weaponry. Yeah, there's a weaponsmith we haven't built here yet, so we'll get that going. So that will make all of our ships cheaper once we start flooding the market with those. And you can see we're going to build quite a few ships. So it may seem like kind of a waste in terms of profit, but it will make up for it more than enough by making these cheaper. So normally these would cost 50. It's only 46 now, but we can get that even cheaper. So let's go ahead and build as many of these things as we can get right now. Only 2 because we ran out of manpower. So it's going to take a while. But like I said, once you have them, as long as you don't lose them in war, then you will be in great shape. And as you start getting more sailor manpower, you could just start clicking it up. I believe it's 50 sailors. So every time you have 50, just click it on one of these empty ones. So we built the docks and we have wharfs. You can build a ship anywhere you have a dock or a wharf. So you can see we could build it at any of these locations. And we also finished the protected harbor building. This should be built pretty much everywhere. So this one is located in, I believe, yep, it's going to be in the peasant laborer one, the labor section. And this one has naval attraction -5, that's fine. Attrition, that's -5. But it also has harbor capacity plus 0.1. So we don't need it in our capital because this one's a perfect harbor. So it wouldn't really give us too much benefit, if any benefit at all. But all these other ones that don't have any of it, it's going to make a huge difference. So go ahead and build it at all of these. We'll go through and click that up so we can get better harbor access. And then there's one more over here. There we go. It's expensive, but again, it's a long-term play. These will be giving us benefits for hundreds of years. All right, our first ships are starting to come out. So let's wait for, actually, yeah, we'll just get them going. So the way this works, if you click on your bark and hover your mouse over it, there's a bunch of stats here. This is a combat stat, how much damage you do, how fast they move, what their defense is, so like how much damage they can take, how much frontage they take, so how many ships you can fit in each of the sections. And then you have how fast their initiative, how fast they can reforce and combat, all this stuff. Down here's the logistics. The one we are most interested in right now is maritime presence. This adds 0.14 for each ship that we have. And we need to get maritime presence up to 100%. So we'll get all these ships in one section. You basically just move them over here and let them sit. So if we hover over this naval tile, it's going to tell us that we are increasing the naval presence here by 0.04, 0.1, 0.1, 0.1, and 0.02. You can see where all these come from. If it's the town name, that it's from the buildings that are producing that. So buildings will produce a little bit of naval presence. Some of them actually produce a lot, but most of them just produce a little bit. Let's see if we can find one that actually has it. Looks like we're actually, I don't see any buildings that generate it here, so it looks like it's probably coming from the natural harbor. Actually, if we click on the natural harbor, local maritime presence, yeah, so it gives us plus 0.3. And if you have more than one harbor in a water tile, I believe it takes the average. It doesn't just let you stack them. So like if we hover over this, divided by 4 due to how many ports. Yep, that's exactly what it is. So a port plus the harbor capacity, a tiny increase for naval tradition, and then you divide by 4. So that's how we get that number. But you can see the ships here are adding 0.04. So if we have a bunch of ships, we could just get this up to 100 and then move on to the next section, get it to 100. You do have to leave a small group of ships to maintain 100 though. So you just need to make sure you have enough to make sure the decay is at 0 or green, a little bit higher. You don't want it really high because then you're maintaining it for no reason. And you don't actually have to do every single tile. So that map mode is very important that we were talking about before, the provinces. So there's actually sea provinces. So if you click on this right here, you could see that we're getting maritime presence from the 2nd Navy for all 3 of these tiles. And then I believe you get some down here as well. 2nd Navy, what about this one? 2nd Navy, yeah, so this is connected. I don't think it goes down this far though. Oh, it does actually. And yeah, that's where it cuts off. It's unfortunate they have the same color. This looks like it's the same area, but it's actually not. You can see there's no naval presence. So this area, all the blue, even though it's the same blue as this doesn't count. Oh, this counts too. Oh, wow. Okay, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 tiles right here. Not, and including this one, yeah. It cuts off right here and right here. So these two don't count. So it is all these. All you have to do is raise naval presence here, and it counts for all of these tiles. You don't have to do one by one every single tile individually. They're all grouped together. However, if I raise naval presence right here, it does not spill over to this area. You can see this one is kind of a lighter blue. These are all tied together as well. So you send your ships to here, they raise naval presence, and then you leave a small amount of ships so that it stays at 100, and then you move to the next one. You do the same thing, you move to the next one, and then the next one, and then soon you'll have, I don't know, 5 or 6 sections, and then you will maintain 100 naval presence around your whole island, and you will have a very easy time moving stuff around on your coastal cities. So we need to annex all these people quickly. I stopped annexing because I wanted to make sure we were getting money from them, from the diplomatic income, but I think at this point, we're pretty much ready to take over the seas around our land, and we should be able to take full advantage of that with high control. Now, to make your life way easier, what I recommend doing is give yourself an admiral here. Actually, I forgot about that. So do an admiral, and the naval presence is boosted by the Diplo stats. So make sure you have somebody that has really high diplomatic. So you see maritime presence plus 20%. This guy will give us maritime presence 21.5. So we'll go with this guy since he's slightly better. That will also increase our crown power. And to make it way easier, click on your navy that you want to have all your ships grouped up on, and then you can actually click on this button down here, build to navy. Anything that you build from here on will go to this navy specifically after clicking this. So click the bark. We have some open slots here. We're going to click those, and as soon as they're done, they will come out and join us. You can queue up several ships, but we'll just do a little bit at a time and add them as they come out. So you can see these guys, they're not going to do that because we didn't give that command, but we'll just have them come over and join manually. Join up. We got one more coming right here, and we'll see what our naval presence is going up to now. So we got 4 ships. 4 ships, we're getting 0.12 increase per turn. We need to get this to 100% though. So yeah, that's not good enough. We need to get it up. And then you can see right here, it's a lot higher than the neighboring areas. And that's because we have buildings that have been doing just this tile. So the ships will spread their naval presence everywhere, but the ports will only spread them to the one that they're directly tied to. So you can see right here, Kiel Briotain is the only one adding naval presence to this area. But if I click over here, you don't see it anymore. You only see the 4 that are attached here. So this one, our capital, and these other 2. So naval presence to spread along the province has to come from only the ships and not the coastal. So the coastal ones are kind of nice because they help raise it a little faster. But if you're trying to maintain 100%, it's not really that helpful because you can have it really high in this area, but you still have to maintain a bunch of ships to have all the other ones. So it doesn't really help you that much, in my opinion, unless you're maybe at war and you need to pull all your ships back into the port so they don't get killed. You can still maintain a little bit of naval presence in those areas. But aside from that, yeah, it's mostly going to rely on the ships. So now, while we're waiting for the rest of the ships to build, there's an interesting strategy that you can use. We're almost maxed out on our stability, and we have an event here that is going to give us plus 12. So we don't really want to use up all of that. It's going to waste 7 stability, and this is very expensive. There's some things we can do in the meantime. If we want, we can spend some of that stability to revoke a privilege. For example, these traders still have a decent amount of influence, but also so do the clergy, although this one is a lot stronger. This is a plus 50. The clergy one is only plus 10, so that's not as big of a deal. But we could revoke this. That's going to drop our stability by 16. We'll get 12 of it back immediately, and we'll basically get that revoked for free. So that is something you can do if you're trying to get full control of all of your estates. I think we'll probably get rid of... Man, they have a lot of power, but they don't really have any estates. So it's mostly coming from the buildings and the people in each town. So yeah, I think we want to keep the development. So we'll probably let the burghers have this one. And then we'll probably delete maybe the building cost one, although that one's still kind of nice. The monthly diplomat's really not that big of a deal. Let's just get rid of it. Yeah, there we go. And then, so that takes us down to 73, and we're back up to 85. So we didn't waste any of it. Now, you might be wondering how many boats we need, and the answer is yes. Just build as many as you can. So we don't have full control of this place yet, but you can see already the control is going up really high. We're almost at 80 already with this guy. He's four places away. But because we can go through the water, it's significantly easier. And it also helps that we have more natural harbor or more harbor capacity at both of these places. So it really does make a difference. But you'll see, once we get it up to max, it's going to make even more difference. Right now, it's only at 40 in this sea tile. This one's at 82, so it's almost for free going from here to the next tile. Here we go. We can see we finally hit 100. We didn't hit it at all the areas, though. You can see some of the neighboring, they don't quite have 100. And these open sea areas are going to be kind of tough, but we don't need to go down here. If we were to own land down here, we would probably want to make sure these are clear as well, up to 100. Mostly, we're just interested in these right here. Actually, does it go over here? No, it's just these three. So I don't care about anything past here. If we start to own whales, then we need to consider this, but otherwise, just these three. Once we hit 100% in these other two, then we'll move on to the next one, raise it to 100, leave a small group behind, and then just kind of move around and do the same thing all the way around the island, like I said. So that is pretty much it. Let me skip forward until we get to the next section, and then I will start showing you, how much control you can really get. You can see here, some of these numbers, well, we just annexed them, so that's not accurate, but this is pretty crazy. 60, 70, and it's really far away from our capital. These over here are going to be probably close to 85 or 90, and that's without late game buildings. Like we're not even barely 100 years into the game, and we started out in a single province, and we barely, we're already getting a lot of our stuff up to 100 or close to it. So pretty good, I think. We've just about got full maritime presence here. We're at 92.1. We're gaining 1.1, 94 and gaining 1.1. So this one's still at 100. So these ones are just about ready to go. We'll move on to the next one, but I did want to tell you about up here. So we just recently annexed this, and if we turn on our harbor mode again, you can see this one is a perfect harbor as well. It starts out with 100%. So really good spot. Now what's going to happen is we'll make it easy for the sea lanes to be traveled, and then you're going to use 0 to get from the land to the sea lane, and just a little bit to get up here, and then again 0 to go from the sea lane to the land. Basically, this is going to be like a slightly worse extension from our capital, because it's going to cost next to nothing to get up here, like maybe 20. So this will be like 80 control. And then from here, control will radiate out up here. This is almost like a second capital with a small debuff to go across the water. So you'll see how strong this can be. And then we'll do the same thing. If we were taking over Wales, we could do the same thing here. This would have almost no control loss. And then control would radiate out from here to all the interior territories. And then you could do the same over here and over here if you control all the sea lanes. It's incredibly strong. So, but yeah, keep an eye out for these natural harbors. They're really good to take over. We finally made it. We just crossed over to 100. And you can see all three of these are the important ones. They are at 100. Now, if we were trading down here, we would want to make sure these stay at 100 as well. So we would probably leave the stack here for a little bit longer, but as it stands, we don't need to get down there. Then we have to debate which way we want to go next. So this one has only 2 tiles. This one would have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tiles that we would probably need to get up. How many settlements? Although this one is pretty important because Dublin's there, and Dublin's like probably the most important one. So what we want to do is split off. We'll send one group over here. The other group will stay behind, and then we need to take a look at what our maritime presence is in the worst one. So if you look at maritime presence here, 0.31, 0.46, 0.24. So this is the hardest sea zone to keep at above 0. So this is the one we want to base it off of. Like if we do this one at 0, then this one will be at negative 0.2, right? You see the difference? So you have to base how many boats you leave behind on the one that is the hardest to keep up. And these other two have some buildings that are helping out, some ports and stuff. This one doesn't. So this one, we need more boats here. So let's go ahead and break off half, see what that looks like. We're down to negative 0.6, so we need to bring a couple of them back. Let's break off half of the half that we brought back, send them back. And also, if we have an admiral, we could put him in here, especially if it's a family member. Yeah, we have this guy right here. Not a very good admiral, but yeah, there's another one. There's 2, there's 3, 4. There's quite a few people we can actually put in here. This guy's almost dead. Why don't we just put him in? He can live out his life as a sea dog. That will give us a little bit of a boost as well. So you can see here we're at 0.08. We could probably split off maybe one boat. Let's see what that does if we want to really min-max it and get all the way down to the bottom. So that puts it at 0.6. So we could probably get rid of 2 more boats and still be okay. 0.2. Yeah, that's fine. So that now this is our new stack right here. And we are changing the values of this sea area of by 1.74. This one by 1.74. So yeah, we'll roughly get there at about the same time. So if you're at 1 per month, you got to get to 100. That's, you know, that's going to take you 100 months. Obviously, it's a little more than that. So maybe 65 months, something like that. So 5 years. About 5 years, we'll have this one under control, and then we'll just keep wrapping around. We could go way over and then just disband some of these boats as we get up to that point. So I don't mind doing that because you do get your manpower back. We don't get the money back. I'm not really that concerned about the money though, because we have quite a bit of it. So let's just recruit as many boats as we can and get this thing knocked out a little bit faster. 17 is actually kind of a lot. I was expecting it to be less than that. But you can lessen the amount a little bit. So again, same thing. You look at which one has the smallest value, and then you start putting buildings here that increase. So remember, there was that one. This Protect Harbor. Nope, that's not the one. I don't think we have it unlocked yet, actually. There is a building. There's quite a few buildings that give you the Maritime presence off the coast. So you could build those here once you get them unlocked, and that will make it so that you have less ships needed. You just have to try to balance it out. So like this one has the highest, this one not really that high, these ones are almost the same. So we would have to put buildings in both of these areas to raise up the maritime presence, and then we can get rid of a few of these boats and move them down. But just keep in mind, most of these buildings do have a maintenance cost. So 0.1 ducats per month for this one. So let's say if this was the one generating that, you'd have to weigh the cost. Okay, how many boats are we saving? And then what is that maintenance cost that we're not paying now? So the barks are, let's see, how much do they cost per month? They're 0.37 to get 0.14 maritime presence. So you can do the math and just see if it's worth it to build more buildings or to build more boats to maintain it. All right, well, we're working on the seas here. I did want to mention one thing. If you remember earlier, we had the market map on, and there was quite a few settlements or locations that were going to the Edinburgh trade node. You can see now that we've projected our trade, we pretty much have the entirety of our island going to our own trade node. So nothing is being stolen, nothing's being siphoned off. However, the stronger we make it, the more we are likely to start taking from these guys. So it's possible that we could take from London and Edinburgh if we get really, really strong. And in fact, in my other campaign that I did in one of my test runs, I think took like half of Edinburgh and not quite up to London, but it was something like right here. So we had a huge chunk of their resources coming into our trade node. Granted, we did have a lot of vassals. We took over pretty much all their land, but yeah, super important to make sure you can get your trade projection up so that you can take as much of this land into your own trade node as you can. And just be aware, when you own let's say if we owned all 3 of these trade nodes, you'd have to be careful, because if you have too much trade projection here, it'll start to take from these, and maybe you don't want to lose those to this area. So you do have to kind of balance it out. So like if we wanted these to be completely independent, this would be a good time to cut it off. So no more of those trade buildings that pulls the influence. So if you look right here, there is a building that we're working on right now. It's called the Entrepot. Now this building it generates 10% more market attraction. So once this is built, we might have enough market attraction to start pulling some of these places into our own market. So it's possible, but like I said, if you want to keep it the way they are, keep it stable, don't build anything that gives you market attraction. So our Entrepot trade building just finished up. It is fully staffed, and it is drawing 10% more market attraction. And you can see here, we actually took 3 of their pieces of land here on the southern tip. This is a Cornwall region. So these, whatever they're producing, is going to our market now and not theirs. So let's see what resources we're now getting. We're getting access to copper, which we already have, fish, which nobody wants, and tin, which we already have and nobody can use anyways. So not going to help us too much. But if we keep pushing, like I said, we'll keep snagging more and more settlements from them, and they'll be sending their goods to our market. There's actually one right here that is pretty good. Right here, pearls. These are always traded for in this area because your nobles, a lot of your upper class needs pearls to satisfy. So if we were to get that and ship it over to ours instead of having to buy it from their market and ship it over here, just have these guys ship it directly to us, that would save us quite a bit of money. So that would be a worthy goal to strive for, I think. So we've got our home territory around our capital sorted. We've got 100%, you can see here, and we are still gaining, which means we won't dip below 100. So we just leave enough ships here to maintain that control. Now, we did have to deal with privateers, and you can see right here, you have to overload your navy to clear them, and then they should stay out after that. They don't always, sometimes they will come back, but essentially just do the same thing that you're doing for this area. So you check it by province. So we only have 2 sea tiles we need to worry about. It's almost at 100%, but the problem is the privateers are still here. So we need to wait until they get cleared out. You can see the percentage. So they have a plus 5%, and then we put enough ships to get above that. So we're at -9. So it's going down by about 4 per turn. So it does take a long time to clear them out, but you do have to clear them out. Otherwise they'll keep raiding you and they'll screw up your maritime presence. So just be aware of that, and then maybe check periodically, see if they come back. Sometimes they do. But we're going to keep going around. We'll ring around the whole thing, and we're still annexing all of our exterior. So we have all the sea borders. Now we're doing the interior, well, in the whole country. We will give up some of that income from diplomacy. Right now we're making 8.89. We were making about 14, but we annexed a bunch of them. So hopefully we can transfer some of that into our own personal profits. It's going to help a lot once we get these guys under control because we own the seas. So it'll take a little bit of time, but we'll get there. Now it looks like these guys are connected as well, because I've noticed we're at -3.37. And if I go around all these other ones where we don't have any sea presence, it's getting the same -3.37. Now for some reason, this area does not get connected when we cleared it. So I guess maybe the privateers, there's 2 different groups hired by different countries. So I wish we knew who it was so we could just go to war. Right? You can do a trade conflict, I think. Or no. It's anti-piracy war. But you got to figure out who has privateers. I'd like to think it was England, but yeah, actually it was. Nope, does not have it. Yeah, I don't know how to find out who it was. I'll have to look into that. But yeah, clearing them is pretty important. So make sure you have enough navy to do that. Right, this should be the last month of privateers, and you see there they go, they disappeared. And looking over here all around the island, don't see them anywhere. So we should be rid of them, and we are going to be at 100% there, so we will leave a token force, move the main one over here, and then we'll just keep an eye out. So what I usually like to do is just split them in half, and just keep splitting in half until you reach that break-even point. Instead of going one by one, it kind of takes forever. So that's too many, so then we'll bring back half of the small group, and that's enough to do it. So about 12 ships. We could probably min-max this and squeak 1 or 2 more ships out, but it's not that big of a deal. And then keep an eye on these other ones, make sure they're not re-emerging. Yeah, see this, we could probably squeeze a ship out. You just need to be at 0. You don't need to be at a high positive number. So 6, we could probably get rid of 1 or 2 more. There, 0.03, that's fine. 0.08, 0.05, we could probably get rid of 1. 0.02, 0.04, perfect. So we're positive here. So we will continue to go to 100 and then maintain 100. And then these guys will have as many ships as they can. And that is going to be these 3 sea tiles. So let's get up there to the edge. Doesn't matter which one you're in. As long as you're in this zone, you'll continue to push. So you can see we're gaining about 3. Yeah, about 3 per month. So it'll take us 3 years, a little less than 3 years to get this to max. So we'll come back when we get that. But actually, before we do that, let's look at the control difference. So you can see over here, Dublin before, I think our control was like 20 or 30. Now we're all the way up to 74. It's a massive, massive difference. And we don't even have all the natural harbor additions here. So I think there's another building we can do here. We might need to research it. I don't think we have it just yet. The dock, actually. Yeah, this is the one I was talking about. So we could put a dock here. That'll give us more natural harbor capacity. And then if we look here, it's going to reduce Dublin to Dublin Bay. So this one is a heavy, heavy toll. So if we add another 10, it'll reduce that by 10%. So another 3 or 4. So this will go down to like 24, 25. And then this should go up to 77, 78. So we'll gain a few more points by doing that. And then every time we unlock a tech, we'll just keep doing it. Oh, here we go. We finally have a peasant in our cabinet. So we don't want to put him in command. We still want to put somebody, one of our crown powers, to be an admiral. So we'll just grab whoever we can. But as soon as you see a peasant, that means you can marry one of your young females off, and then their kids will still be crowned. So let's go back here. So adult, the youngest we have is 17, it looks like. So we're going to marry our 17-year-old off to that peasant. So over here, arrange marriage. And you could just search the list, or if it's too big of a list, like in the mid to late game, it's going to be a massive list. So just sort by peasants. You can add a filter here, and then we'll marry them off. Now we'll check back in, and as soon as she starts popping kids out, you'll see that they are actually of the crown, the estate power. And also, I was going to save this for the end, but I'm worried I'm going to forget. As soon as you conquer enough land in this area and you own it personally, you can form a new country, the country of Aire. You need 71, and we have 81 right now, so we can do it. Now, as soon as you do this, it grants you a couple advances. So you can see right here, grand jury system, we get monthly control plus 20. In the 4th age, we get army maintenance reduction, and the 6th age, we get army morale. So there's some benefits to doing it. It also makes your country look different, changes the name. So I'm going to click it. It doesn't cost us anything. So there you go. We are now Aire, the land of Aire. Got another one up to 100%. We'll do the same thing. We'll break off a chunk, move them over, see how many we need to keep here. Way less than that. And that looks like it's pretty close to it. 0.06. So 14. So we've had to say 14, 11, 14. And then now over here, how big is this area? This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is a big one. And then we only have one more after this. Now, once in a while, the pirateers or the pirates will come back. So just make sure you load up on that one area that they're in to get rid of them. And then you go back to building your naval presence in the other area. But yeah, hit these things hard so that they don't take control. So a couple months, we'll have them gone, and then we can go back. And one thing I was going to mention, we're pretty much done assimilating our island. It's like 99.5% Irish, so not much else to do there. We need to find other things to do with our cabinet members, and this is something that you could do sooner if you want. I usually do it a little bit sooner, but it's not that big of a deal. But changing societal values. So essentially what we want to do is push towards this list that I have on the Notion page. So if we look at the values, centralization is usually better, innovative is better, humanist is better. You don't have to memorize it, just go off the list on the Notion page. There's a drop-down menu that says the recommended values to push towards. So essentially you want to have your cabinet member push towards these. Now you'll notice if I move him back to centralization, we'll get a pop-up warning. It says, cannot push further than minus 23.31. That means we can't go any further than this with this specific action, the cabinet action. It's because the balance is pretty far in the other direction. So whereas innovative, we can push pretty hard. So 0.025, and then it'll tell you when it stops. It'll give you that warning message. And then you just basically do that. You go down the list. You say, okay, I already did centralization. It's maxed. Innovative, when that maxes out, then we'll come down to humanist. Then down here, we'll push plutocracy. And then serfdom, belligerent, quantity, defensive, naval, capital, etc. So that's one thing that you should probably be doing. And then the rest, so for example, this, how we couldn't push any further towards centralization. The way you get the rest is through events, or you enact policies that help push a little bit more. So they have those monthly modifiers. You can turn those on, push with your cabinet, and when it maxes out, you can turn those back off. And the rest of the way you'll have to get through events. So anytime you get a pop-up, you read the bottom, fine print, and make sure that it pushes in the direction that you want it to go. We just finished integrating the final vassal here. So this was Meath right here in the center. Oh, check their buildings, get rid of all the crap. All right, this place is 100%. Split and move on to the next, and that's the last one. And one thing I have noticed is having these admirals, they die off pretty quick. So we've been losing a lot of crown people. So maybe it's better just to pay for a couple extra boats. I mean, the extra crown power is nice, but if you don't have a huge selection of people, or maybe just put the older men, don't put the younger ones. The older ones aren't going to be having as many kids anyways. Yeah, so if they're like 40 and up, it's not that big of a loss. But if they're 18 to 20, whatever, you know, really young, and then they die, they're not having kids yet, so, or not that many kids yet, so that does actually hurt quite a bit. I think maybe that's an option. We finally got 100% all around the island. You can see every single water tile. Oh, except for this one, but that'll hit it any minute. Yeah, it'll fluctuate a little bit once in a while, especially because of there's some values that affect your naval time presence. So it'll go up and down by 0.0 whatever. But yeah, it should be pretty much there. So what we can do is just maybe throw an extra boat into some of these. Like this one needs an extra boat. Down here needs an extra boat. See if that's enough. Yeah, we lost our admiral here, and I don't want to keep putting it back in because they keep dying. So it's not a big deal. And we don't want to give power to the other estates. So we'll just leave it for now the way it is. So that should be good. And then check over here, 100, 100, 100, and increasing still. So perfect. We will be able to maintain 100. Actually, this one needs one more boat. There, now they maintain 100. So if we look at our control here, we've pretty much integrated everybody, I think, in a reasonable amount of time. I don't think there's anything else that's still decaying. Everything, well, this one is still decaying just a little bit. So you can see some of these interior ones will go down to 15%. So the further away from the interior, away from the coastline we get, the lower our control is. But you can see how incredibly powerful our control is in the areas where it's good. So this is really far from the capital. It's literally at the other end of the island, and we've got 69 control. And this isn't a rural without a town. If you build a town, you get a bonus. So let's talk about some of the bonuses from the towns. So the town itself gives you a 5% bonus to max control. You can see because it is a town, you get plus 5%. If you have a town, then you can build a temple, which gives you another 5%. So literally 10% comes from the town. This one has a higher control than this one does, even though it doesn't have a town. So, but either way, you could still see how incredibly powerful it is to have towns, especially towns along the coastline. And I'm building another one right here because we don't have one in general. And we'll talk about this next before we finish off the whole. This is pretty much close to the end, but I want to talk about where to go from here with your economy once you get full naval control. But hopefully I've demonstrated why it's so important for this specific playthrough when you have a lot of coastline, why it's important to control the Navy, control maritime presence, get towns in the right locations, pay attention to your harbors, your natural harbors, and then build up those buildings that increase the natural harbor capacity. This would work obviously for anything over here in the UK. So England, Wales, Scotland would all take advantage of it. Norway, Sweden, Denmark, all these countries would take advantage of it. Big parts of India, Spain, obviously, France to some degree. So if you're taking any of these countries, if you don't want to, afterwards, if you don't want to play Ireland again, then pick, if you want to do one that does naval, make sure you follow this kind of rubric. Now, let's talk about our economy and where we go from here. So we've spent a lot of time building up our RGOs. So if you look at which one is going to give the most bang for the buck, we've pretty much maxed these out. You can see there's nowhere to upgrade until you get pretty far down the list. We can start upgrading some of these. Now, as your towns grow, these will increase slightly. So when the population gets high enough, you'll be able to add another one. So do keep an eye on this RGO once in a while. Just because you can't add it now doesn't mean you won't be able to in the next year, 5, 10 years, something like that. So keep an eye on this. Make sure that you're upgrading these as your population expands. Or even more important is when you unlock technologies that allow you to increase your RGO size. So there's a lot of techs that let you do it. So something to keep in mind. But once you have that, then we're going to go and try to maximize and streamline our industry. So essentially what you'll want to do is go back and forth between what your resources are and what province they're in. And then whatever province they're in, you want to find the resources that match. So for example, this province is our capital. We have 3 or 4 locations here. And I know I kind of mentioned this before, but let's go over it again and then kind of go over a couple provinces and then talk about how we would optimize and maximize what is being built here. So I've started to delete buildings that don't have input goods here. So for example, the saltpeter requires pottery and it requires cows. Do we have cows here? We don't. We don't have pottery. We don't have cows. So this is not a good location for saltpeter. It was at some point. It is no longer. So we're going to delete it and we're going to rebuild it somewhere else that does produce that. Tannery is the same thing. You need cows, sand, or tools. We don't produce any of those. So we can just get rid of it. It's not efficient. Now we are wasting money because we spent money to build it up here, but that was, 50, 60 years ago. And so we've made all that money back and a profit. So it's okay to waste a little bit in the very beginning when you're getting your economy up and running. However, once your economy is running, then you'll want to go through and figure out what is going to be good to be built here. So for example, this area, wool, sturdy grain, and beeswax. So we've already started to build a lot of these. So if you look at the Spinners Guild, this one uses wool. That's perfect. Paper uses nothing that we have here, but it's still a really high margin, so we'll keep it. And also there are some industries where you're not going to be able to put it in one location only because you just need so much volume of it to keep up. Eventually we could probably back these off and put it over here in our lumber. So there's 2 areas where we have lumber. So we would want to build a lot of paper here, and we would want to build a lot of paper over here where our 2 lumber mill provinces are in the towns that are in this area. So let's go down the list further. So Taylor, that is also wool for now, so that one's good. The brewery has 2 things here, so the beeswax and the sturdy grain. So we're getting a really big boost to efficiency here because of that. Beeswax and sturdy grain, we get 7.14% increased efficiency. So we'll keep pumping those out. Naval supplies, we don't have anything here that can build it, so we need either copper, tin, and you do want to look at the weight. So for example, this one uses 1 fiber, this one uses only 0.2 copper and 0.04 tin. So this would probably go well in a fiber area that makes a lot of fiber. Tar, but tar you can actually build in a civilian building. So if we were to come back here, there is a tar pit, and you can't build it in every single location, but you can see here tar kiln. So we can build the tar kiln here. This one in specific is losing money, so we'll probably delete that. Yeah, we don't want to lose money on these things. There's another tar kiln. But yeah, if you're trying to build up an industry and you don't have everything you need in this specific area, you can always supplement with some of these laborer buildings. Just be aware, you have a max building cap, and it's a soft cap, it's not a hard cap. And what I mean by soft cap is we currently have 53 buildings here, and we can go up to 67. It's a soft cap, meaning we can actually exceed that limit. But after you exceed the limit, you do incur some penalties, and the penalties are not that bad for buildings. It just makes your buildings more expensive to build after that. So it's not that big of a deal, but yeah, you do have to be aware of that. So what I mean to say by that is, if you build some of these buildings to help support your industry, you are using up that limit, and you might be better off just not building those and paying a little bit higher price in the market, but getting a higher manufacturing output. So that's just something to keep in mind. Now there's other things we could do here. We've got, let's see, naval supply will probably move at some point. Tools, again, we don't have iron. We actually don't have iron on the island, so it doesn't necessarily matter where we build these. So that can stay at the capital until we maybe go to Wales, because I know Wales has some iron. Let's see, copper. Yeah, there's iron right down here, iron here. There's quite a bit in Wales. So if we were to go take some land in Wales, we could probably ship that back here, or we could just manufacture it over here. Those are 2 options. Looking at our distillery, same thing. This one is, oh, and actually the Distillers Guild uses, can you please stay? It uses wheat. So we would want to build that over here in Dublin, because there's a ton of wheat over there. So we would get a lot of bonuses. So probably we'll end up deleting those and rebuilding them here. Winery is honey, so that's perfect. And then the glass, there's nothing here that we can use, so this is not the optimal location for glass. But like I said, don't just start deleting everything, just kind of do it gradually as you expand. So for example, let's go back to our map. So you can see here, this area is 5 locations. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we're going to be looking at these 5. Horses aren't really used for anything. Lumber is definitely used for a bunch of things, wool, copper, and cows to some degree. So there's a lot of good industry we can build here. And you can see we've already started doing the paper, the spinner guilds. Now we are producing gunsmith, cannon, and tools because of the copper. So this is a good spot to build these specific items. And then probably maybe, I was thinking a tool maker as well would be good. Yeah, the tool guild. So we have a tool guild going up, and we'll use the copper to make that. So that's how that works. Let's do one more just so we can get an idea, maybe one that's a little bit bigger and kind of unique. So this one is a huge, huge province. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This one has 8 attached to this. So there's a lot of resources that we could potentially move, but let's just see what there are. So we've got wild game, cows, horses, stone, and wheat. So not a whole lot of these are used in manufacturing. So this actually would not be a great area to manufacture. We still want to have a town here because there are some things that we can. Like I said, the brewery, you can still do. There's some leather we can produce. So if we come down here, tannery would use a lot of the cows. It would also use the game, the wild game, if we want to do that. You could see there's not a big demand for tanneries. However, this is primarily because we don't have any troops right now, but we should be building up an army. In armies, soldiers use a lot of leather. So this actually could be a really profitable area once we create our own demand for this product. When you look at this stuff, remember that this is not fixed. So just because saltpeter is terrible to make right now, or a tannery and making leather is terrible right now, doesn't mean it's going to be terrible in the next 5 or 10 years or 100 years or whatever, because your industries will change. Your population needs are going to change. There's a lot of this stuff that will go up or down depending on your population or what you're trying to accomplish. So, like I said, try to think, and I know it's hard as a beginner, but just know that there are some things that you can kind of pre-plan for, and the more experience you get, the more aware you'll be of that. You're not going to know everything, just know that that is a thing, and then you can kind of keep an eye out for opportunities like that. So I will probably end the campaign right here, the tutorial, and then, yeah, there's not a whole lot else to talk about other than where you would go from here. Obviously, you keep expanding your economy, but I would say it's probably a good opportunity to go attack Scotland. They are quite weak right now. You could take land from them, although I wouldn't take it directly. I would make it a vassal because you'll be on the same island as the UK, as England, and they can easily storm and destroy you. You can see right now they only have 2,700 troops. We have something like 30,000 or 25,000, 23,000. So quite a few. And like I said, we don't have regulars. These are your regular troops. We could build these up soon. And as you can see, when you build these, they do use up weapons, they use up leather, and they use up wood. So all three of these industries will grow as a result of us paying for troops. So while they do have an expense, a monthly expense to run these troops, they cost both manpower, kind of like the ships. They cost manpower and they cost ducats, but it's not all wasted because some of that is going into these. And then when you have to build these industries become more profitable and your army partly pays for itself. So something to keep in mind. But yeah, I would probably want to build up a standing force. I would want to invade Scotland. I would probably try to invade Wales. If England makes us a tributary, then we could attack Wales without having to fight England. So if you are a vassal or a tributary of somebody, or if you're under their command, you are allowed to attack any of their vassals or tributaries or whatever without incurring the wrath of the overlord. So that's usually a good strategy, is to become a tributary of England, and then you could just eat all of their vassals. You just eat them up whole. Same thing with Scotland, and then you eventually flip, you break free, and then you attack England directly. So that's probably where I would go. Or if you want to, you could start going to the New World. So exploration is allowed at this point because I think it's been discovered or soon to be. So that could be an option. You could just go settle in the New World and create colonies and all that stuff. There's a lot of options you have here, but one thing you know for sure is you have a very solid economic base. And this is actually a down part. I was usually getting about 40 or 50 ducats a month, which is a huge amount for this early in the game, considering we started as literally one tiny little settlement with nothing on it. It still doesn't really have much on it, but we've come a long ways is what I mean to say. So hopefully this tutorial has taught you enough to get you off the ground, and you can pretty much take over any country at this point and kind of know how to deal with some of the military things, some of the diplomatic things, the vassals, how to look at an economy and evaluate what you should do as your next steps, how to get your control up, and then even more importantly, how to deal with your estates. But if there's anything that I went over that's not quite clear, let me know in the comments and I will either answer it there, or if there's enough interest, I could make a dedicated video for how to fix specific problems. So anyways, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it. We'll see you on the next video. Take care.